are live on TikTok, and I believe we are also live on YouTube. So the things
Okay.
seem to be happening in the right way.
Still looking for you on TikTok.
Um, we
There you are.
will we will just get Sean up into the guest box over here. And there he is. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed. Thank you. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. We had real fun with this topic on Tuesday during the daytime stream, so I thought we would run it again. Seeing as it generated lots of engagement and lots of discussion, and I think it's quite good fun. Pastor Theory says there's an echo. Trying to figure out what that would mean and why.
Is that on the TikTok or YouTube side?
Yeah, it seems to be on the YouTube side. It's a YouTube comment. YouTube people, let me know. Is it not sounding right to you? I wonder why. Is everything echoing? Oh, okay, sorted apparently. Okay. Well, there we are. Oh, hey, H.E. Jonesy, nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, there's lots of choice in this space. Oh, well, you're just gonna have to just flip between us. I love Trust. I love Trust stream. I often watch his stuff. He's awesome. Maybe we need to do a collab at some point. But yeah, I won't be offended if you if you leave here to go and have a listen to a bit of Trust. As long as you come back soon afterwards, that will be great. All right. Well, we seem to have our first guest already on TikTok, so we're going to bring in So Sad. Good evening, So Sad. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. You are our first guest of the evening. Would you like to talk
Oh,
about?
did you just start?
I beg your pardon.
I'm so sorry. I said, did you just start?
Yeah, we just started now.
Just now.
So you're
Oh, cool, cool, cool.
you're getting us going. You're well, I won't say
You
you're our warm up act because I'm sure you're more than that. But you're very welcome anyway.
are you from the UK?
Yes, can you tell?
That is that yeah. Well, I work for a New Zealand company, and I'm learning that I can't differentiate between like Aussie and New Zealand accents. And then I'm also learning that within the UK, I'm having trouble, I don't know, determining Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and English accents as well. So,
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not the only American who's bad at distinguishing all of the accents that you mentioned.
yeah, I'm learning that I need to hear it more, you know?
Well, we can start practicing right now. So, would you like to opine on whether you agree with us that God is silly?
Okay, yeah, I mean, is your just be honest with me? Is your prompt sort of just clickbaity? Is it rage
No,
baity?
it's not. My intention with this is not to upset people. It's to make a legitimate point. I mean, I genuinely think it's silly that we
Well,
that
rage bait and clickbait usually isn't to offend. It's usually to draw in viewership.
yeah. I mean, obviously, in the in the attention economy, you want to try and make your material engaging. But what I'm
Provocative, even.
even provocative, but there is actually some thought behind this. It's not there merely to provoke with no substance, but behind it. I mean, we do this 3 or 4 times a week, and we go through lots of different topics, and sometimes the topics are a bit more sort of serious sounding or cerebral. You know, we
So
might run
I'll
topics
tell you the
on
two
philosophical
reasons why
issues
I.
or biblical issues, but there is some thought behind
Yeah.
this.
Well, I'll tell you the two reasons why I clocked it as like a red flag. It's because of the just ridiculous statement that God is silly, and then the underlying comment that it says "prove me wrong" is as if proof is something that even exists. within the philosophical realm.
Well,
So for instance,
I think proof
for those
exists.
two reasons, I think it's kind of a red flag.
Okay, well, we can allow that the red flag has been waved, and then we can engage on the actual substance of the issue, and you can see if there's
Okay,
more
okay, but you hear
more
what I'm
here
saying,
than
though,
than
right?
just than hot air. That's fine. So the reason why
But you do take my points into consideration, correct?
absolutely. So the reason why I think God is silly is there's actually a multitude of reasons, but the main one is that throughout all of history, all of human history, we have developed a pattern of explaining the things we don't know, right? We start off in a position of ignorance, and then we acquire some information, and our ignorance goes down,
So
and
God of the gaps, right?
and our understanding goes up. Yeah, and
So,
over
so
and
you, I mean, are you not familiar with the literature on?
I am. But if you'll
responding to the gap arguments?
if you'll allow me to finish my point though, so time and time again we explain things we don't know, and we substitute the supernatural explanations with rational, scientific, non-supernatural over and over and over again, tens of thousands of times, right?
Past this.
So
past
the idea that we would assume that the remaining gaps in our knowledge must be filled by a divine, intelligent entity that cares about what we do when we're in the bedroom is silly. You'd have thought we'd have learned by now.
We're past this, dude. So, because when I said God of the gaps, we could have already understood.
We could have done, but you and I are not the only people listening to this. By the end of the week, 20 or 30 or 50,000 people will have heard this conversation. So it's not just you and me.
So you want to explain it for them.
Have to bear that in mind. Okay, so what do you say about that? Why is it rational to keep on looking that way?
Like certain arguments, like presuppositionalism, don't require God of the gaps. Most cosmological arguments do not require God of the gaps. Like even modern day ID arguments are not God of the gaps arguments.
Yeah, they're just bullshit arguments.
No. I mean, can you name a scholar who has published something recently that you think is BS?
Well, I think the whole field of ID is BS. It's basically just it's repackaged creationism, isn't it?
Well, ID is one thing I mentioned. I also mentioned cosmological arguments. I mean, do you think Alvin Plantinga is a silly man?
No, I think Alvin Plantinga is a smart man, but I don't necessarily agree with his argument.
Do you think his argument is silly?
Yeah.
What part of his argument do you find silly?
I find the whole thing of justifications for belief and justifications for the divine.
Do you know his arguments?
I do know his arguments.
Okay, can you tell me it?
Why don't you present his argument and we can critique it?
No, because I'm pretty sure I'm calling you out on this because I'm pretty sure you don't know what it is.
Right.
So
okay.
Can you tell me what it is? I want you to prove yourself that you're actually knowledgeable in this. Well, so what is Alvin Plantinga's cosmological argument?
Oh, I don't know what his cosmological argument is, but I've heard him.
Okay. Do you know his ontological argument?
So sad. This isn't a dingling waving contest. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Modern scholarship.
Okay. So So the question at hand here isn't whether John is knowledgeable about this scholar or that scholar or what have you. If you have a good argument for God or your favorite argument for God, go ahead and give it.
That's an incredibly silly way to distribute burden, because what you're claiming is that God is silly and that it's even possible to prove you wrong. And then when I asked you if you knew modern scholarship, you said yes. And then when I said the most obvious scholar who's involved in this field, I'm curious if you are even qualified to have this conversation with me.
Right.
And that's why I wanted to test you. If you aren't willing to answer, then I'll move on.
Okay, so if you don't want to give an argument for your God,
I want him to prove to me he's actually educated.
Okay, so that's not what this.
Then I will move. I will exit the line.
So my understanding, I'm not an expert on Plantinga, but I did mention him briefly in my book. If I understand rightly, his thing was about belief in God being foundational or properly foundational or something, like it was like a basic building block.
You don't know, you said probably.
Yeah. So my book covers a lot of things and a lot of different thinkers and a lot of
You
different
wrote a book and
writers.
you have to say probably. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
leave. You guys have a wonderful life.
Yeah, you too.
And off
Come
and
back
off
if you have
and
an
off it
argument
goes.
for God.
Wasn't
Yeah.
it properly basic? I think Plantinga was properly
So-
basic, wasn't he? Was his
I
argument?
thought I heard William, and I don't know if William Lane Craig took it, but I think I remember William Lane Craig talking about it's a properly basic belief.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that. I'm going by memory on that.
Plantinga was it's properly basic, and I'm trying to remember exactly what his thesis was. I find all these arguments silly. I just find them silly.
Yeah.
And they're clearly. They're never the reason that people really believe this stuff. There are smart people like Plantinga and Craig and people like that who are able to come up with arguments that sound as if they're the reason why people believe, but they're not the reason why anyone believes. They're just clever people who are able to construct these things. I don't keep track of who they all are. I just think they're all nonsense.
Agreed. But anyway, that was it. That was interesting.
That was fun. It was fun. Okay. Well, we've got Baku in. Welcome in everyone who's joined in the last few minutes. If you're on the YouTube side, it really does help the stream if you can take the time to give it a like. And if you've not subscribed to the channel, give us a subscribe too, because we work hard here to make good stuff for you guys. So that would be really, really helpful. Let's bring in Baku. We haven't spoken to Baku for a little while. Maybe he's going to quiz us too. He normally does, but in a slightly nicer way. Hey, Baku, how are you?
I'm doing good. Hello again.
Hello again. How are you?
It's been a while.
Yeah, we missed you around here. How are things?
Yeah, it's all right. I've just been trying to look for work in the UK, and it's not going very well, I will say.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. What are your thoughts? What do you think about our new topic? I quite like this. God is silly.
I love it.
You feeling that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
I've written some questions for you around the same kind of...
Fantastic.
But yeah, I've been also going around debating some Christians in other lives and some other stuff as well, using the knowledge I gained from you, John.
Well, I'm very flattered to hear that. How's that been going?
It's been going well. I'm discovering all kinds of Christians who defend horrible things and their reasonings behind it.
Oh yeah, there's no shortage. No shortage of that.
Yeah, I think the most recent one was the whole baby argument, how they're going to heaven if they're babies, so we should just get rid of them now.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a common one. Babies with bone cancer. Oh, but they end up in heaven.
Yeah,
as if it's not excruciatingly painful, and the parents are emotionally scarred for life.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway.
Well, what have you got for us today?
Are you okay?
What was that, Sean?
Yeah. Are you okay, buddy? You sound a little down. You all right? Not to get personal on here. Okay. DM me later, or we'll talk later if you want. But anyway, what do you got? What do you got, buddy?
My first question is, what is your strongest justification for believing your worldview is true, and how do you know that justification itself is reliable?
It depends on which worldview you're referring to, because I don't have like a singular worldview.
Right.
I'd say I form my worldview by applying to the best of my ability sound epistemology. And what's my justification for using logic? Interestingly, that brings up a paradox, a known paradox. You can't test logic without using logic itself, which is circular. So it's one of the few, possibly the only axiom that I hold that doesn't like expressly have justification in itself. It just appears to work, and so I go with it.
Okay. John, are you the same?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would probably align with what Sean is saying there. I mean, I would struggle to define a worldview as such. Like, I've got different opinions about lots of different things, and I don't necessarily try to integrate them under one description, So I guess my worldview you could say like the foundation of my epistemology is trying to be reason and evidence based as far as possible, rejecting faith and woolly fuzzy thinking, trying to be aware of the vulnerabilities in my own thinking, trying to improve my thinking, be aware of my own biases. It's hard work learning to think well.
Yes.
And I'm never as good at it as I want to be. So, if I have a worldview, it's like trying to get better at thinking so I can learn to do it better.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with that. I've always said, and I hold to this, that critical thinking is there's a deliverance to it, to try to learn as much as you can about logical fallacies, reason, and to try to become aware of your own biases, and and try to mitigate how much your biases affect your perceptions, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, do moral truths exist independently of human minds, or are they entirely constructed?
I think they're entirely constructed.
Yeah, I think they're subjective opinions, and I have yet to hear I've been in a lot of arguments about this, but I don't believe I've heard a good argument for it being otherwise. Like there are no, from my perspective, there's no moral facts. And a lot of people approach the moral question, whether morality is objective or subjective. They'll argue, well, you have subjective morals and I am superior because I have objective morals. I think everybody, even if they believe their morals are objective, has subjective morality. And I'm trying to describe reality. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying, as a matter of reality, all morals are subjective, definitionally.
For my friends on the YouTube side who may not know Baku, he's a friend of ours who always thinks up thoughtful questions, which can sometimes just spark interesting conversations. So my friend Indentured Cervix on the YouTube chat said, "Is this an interview?" It isn't an interview, but he is our friend, and he thinks up very intelligent questions, and he comes and chucks them our way, sometimes between other guests. So it's nice to see him back again.
Yeah. Every time I come up, I feel like I need to clarify I'm not a Christian and I don't agree with any of it.
Yeah. He's firmly in the good camp.
Yes,
that's one of the good guys.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
No, but that's a good. I actually love that approach. It's good to ask yourself challenging questions to your own positions, which is what Baku does. He comes up with great questions that challenge his own worldview, not just John and I's worldview.
Yeah, for sure.
I like to make sure your thinking caps are on.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Well, give us one more, and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay. Is there any belief you hold that, if proven false, would fundamentally change your worldview, your current worldview, or is your system now unfalsifiable?
I mean, I would certainly like to think that I would never want to say anything I think is unfalsifiable. So I remain open to anything, really. I always say if I'm ready to be persuaded that a God exists, if there's some convincing evidence or a convincing argument that could even shift my thinking. But I've been asking this question and challenging these ideas for several decades, and I'm resigned to the likelihood that there aren't going to be any new arguments. There aren't going to be any previously unseen claims of evidence or anything like that. So if there were, I would be ready to change completely. I am genuinely intellectually open about all of this stuff. It's just depressingly dull, and there's never any new arguments.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So,
anything you want to add, Sean?
No. I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just I have a tough time when someone says like, "What applying things to like my singular like worldview. You know, I have a lot of views about a lot of different things, but I don't have one thing that I would like consider a worldview.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you'd like to move on, John, if there's someone in
Cool.
the queue, if not, I have
Well,
another one. Or
we don't have anyone in the queue at the moment, so let me just put the notices out. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to get involved, the link it's on the screen above me. You just put tinyurl.com/JCguest, and you will come in and chat to us. And if you're on the TikTok side, of course, you know what to do. Just hit that little request button and the same thing will happen. We do actually have our friend Frodo in the queue at the moment on the TikTok side. So we'll bring Frodo in and Baku, if you can stay on standby, and we'll have some more questions from you later, if that's all right.
Yeah, all right.
All right, friend. Nice to see you, my friend. Take it easy.
Nice to see you too.
Speak soon. Cheers. Okay, well, we'll bring in Frodo Baggins, the real one. He is the real, actual Frodo Baggins. Well, that's what I
absolutely
believe anyway.
The one, the only.
The only one.
The ring bearer. I just wanted to drop by, say hello. I've been listening to the thing. I was in the same live that Sean and I met earlier, where we were discussing quite a few different things, but we ended up discussing the nature of tag and how tag can prove God and the pitfalls that come with tag and presuppositionalism.
Right.
And I've always found presuppositionalism to be mental masturbation. Like it just doesn't do anything.
It's complete
in
nonsense.
My opinion.
It's total nonsense.
And there was a guy there who was incredibly well versed in philosophy, and he was playing he was kind of playing devil's advocate, right?
Right.
And he just went, "Well, you don't understand. Like this is a blood sport debate winner, right? Because once they get you to acknowledge that you don't have a foundation, they've won. But they're essentially saying to you,
What they can't do is establish that you need one.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I think I don't know which tag argument, because I'd gotten two discussions about tag today, but what the kind of the trick here is that if you can't demonstrate that naturalism somehow can ground logic and the laws of logic, then by default I win because I'm making a claim that I can. But epistemology doesn't work that way. So from my perspective, the laws of logic appear to work and they appear to be unchanging. They appear, I'm not claiming they are, to be just a brute fact of how reality works. Like I can't think of any world where, for example, the law of non-contradiction, the moon can exist and not exist simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
And so
counterintuitive to suggest.
Yeah. So they have the burden of proof. Like I can't explain it. It seems like I'm open to it not just being a brute fact, but it would have to be shown. But if you're claiming one, it requires a grounding, and two, that grounding is God, you have the sole burden of proof, even if I don't have an explanation, because burden of proof doesn't work that way. It's not, I'm going to come up with this assertion, here's my explanation, and I win if you don't have an alternative explanation. It doesn't work that way. I don't know. Go ahead, Frodo.
I agree with you. And the problem I've got is the people that run tag are never going to want to have an honest conversation, right?
I have found that, yeah.
Right? So what the point I'm trying to raise here is the analogy I give is you have someone who's figured out a cheat code for Super Mario 3, right? Where you duck down in the first level behind the scenes, and then you go to the secret level, and you can open other boxes, and then you can get a warp whistle to warp to the end of the game, and then you finish. That is essentially what tag feels like to me. When someone deploys tag, it undercuts all the evidence that they need to provide, all the justifications. They're just running tag to say, well, God exists, so why are we arguing this? And
Yeah.
when I was in the debate earlier, we were talking back and forth, and I said to him, listen, we need to talk about Moses because there's no evidence that Moses exists. And then he said, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And I went, okay, but we're talking about the Egyptians, and this is a civilization that recorded even the most mundane stuff. So
Yeah.
to make the claim that the 10 plagues were not recorded by anybody is a very far-fetched result, considering we've got things like recipes for glue and pregnancy tests that, if this comes up and then these come up and then you know if it's a boy or a girl. Like, these people had a very extensive library of records.
Yeah.
When he said that, he goes, okay, well, I don't accept that. And I said, okay, so if we superimpose the Code of Hammurabi onto the Mosaic Law, you do recognize that the Mosaic Law borrows incredibly heavily from the Code of Hammurabi. So we've got this code that predates the Mosaic Law by about 300-400 years at the earliest, probably 1,000 years by the most. They've been under the influence of this because they've been in Babylonian captivity. How do you now justify that this is God-breathed? Because we've got the evidence to show the connection, and in most cases it's a direct copy-paste. And he's like, I don't accept that because God already exists. For you to even make the claim...
That's when they go running to philosophy, and all the Filbro nonsense comes out, because it starts to get awkward if they have to actually account for their own book. They hate talking about the Bible, hate it.
Yeah, and also worth noting, absence of evidence can be, it's not always, evidence of absence. If you have a situation where you would, if something is true, you would expect to see evidence of it here or there or what have you, and you don't find that evidence, that it's not necessarily conclusive, but that is evidence of the absence of that proposition.
Agreed.
Yeah, and also, what basically the whole, well, you don't have evidence that Moses didn't exist. Okay, so even if I don't, you invoking that is an argument from ignorance fallacy. You're saying X is true because you cannot prove it false. That's once again burden shifting. The time to believe Moses actually existed is when there's actual evidence that he did.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Egyptologists and Assyriologists have basically disproved the whole Exodus thing, right? You could argue that it was a boys out weekend that went horribly wrong, and they ended up wandering, a group of people wandering around the desert, maybe 40 or 50 people wandering around the desert for a little bit, and then somehow the throng got bigger, but that's about it. The Egyptians did not rely on that type of slave labor, and essentially they it was the pyramids were a huge undertaking, and they had labor that was qualified and all of that good stuff. But it's just fantastical that 400,000 Israelite slaves left Egypt, but nobody recorded a single thing. Like, no evidence, no nothing. It becomes fantastical at this point. And I know that this is a very, of all the things, the Mosaic Law is very kind of is well understood to be mythological. But have the decency to do the reading around things like the Code of Hammurabi and the Code of Urunama and the Code of Lugesh and all of these things that even informed the Code of Hammurabi. Like, lex talionis is a concept that's existed for a really long time, prior to even Hammurabi being, codifying kind of eye for an eye. Lex talionis is a very old concept. So
yeah, but it gets in the way to do too much reading and to become familiar with the historical context and cultural backdrop to these stories and myths. It gets in the way. It's inconvenient. Why do you want to do that?
Or doubling the the amount of time you spend in slavery from 3 to 6. Like, what were the Jews thinking? Hang on a second, 3 years. Hang on a second, that doesn't sound right. Let's double that and make it 6, and you go out on the 7th year. Well, all right then. Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure. If that's what you want to roll with, that's fine. But it's that for me, it's that disconnect. It's like I can see this evidence that you're proposing, and I'm just going to disconnect from it. And that, to me, is dishonest.
I just want to respond to something in the TikTok chat. Clifford has said, Mr. Cohen, Christians love God, Muslims love Allah, Buddhists love Buddha. I'm curious, what do atheists love? We love people. We love actual people that really exist in the real world, whose lives we can impact, who impact our lives, who make a real difference. We don't waste emotional bandwidth on imaginary friends. So I hope that answers the question, but that would be my
Great
response.
So I live this. So I'm a pharmaceutical scientist. I work in medical affairs, and the life-saving medicines we create add value. And the way I know this is my company brings in people that have benefited or have had their quality of life impacted by our medicines in a positive way. And last year I met a 16-year-old girl from Ireland who received a heart transplant, and our medication ensured that the heart wasn't rejected.
Wow.
And she was a cross-country runner before she had her operation, and she ran her first half marathon in 2 years post operation.
That's incredible.
And there wasn't a dry eye in the house,
I'm sure.
right, including me, because she spoke so eloquently about what the medicine helped her achieve and the fact that her life isn't over. And to me, I felt I'm okay doing what I do because it's saving lives, right? So that's not to say that if you're you're not saving lives, you're not adding value. It's just, this is how my empathy comes. Like I can push myself at work, and I know that there's a patient at the end of the outputs of what I do. So I care deeply about people around me and the patients that we support. So yeah, I agree with you, John.
Yeah.
And of course, Sean as well.
Yeah. Great
Thanks,
stuff. Frodo.
That's all right. Feel free to drop me down. Thank you so much for your time.
Nice one, buddy.
Onwards
Always
and
good to
upwards.
speak. Thanks. Take care.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
Take it easy, man. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, couple of messages just to read as we get going here. A little bit slow to warm up, but I gather there's some other heavy streams still going. I think Joel is possibly still going, and Trust is still running, perhaps. So lots of competition out there tonight, but that's fine. There's room for everyone. Okay, we have got Tracy straight out the gate. Nice to see you, my friend. All praise to the Most High Puff. Puff the magic dragon, he did live by the sea, and we all need to get right with Puff while there's time and be reflected in his glorious scales. So thank you very much for that. And then we have Tim as well, straight out the gate with late St. Patty's Day joke. How many potatoes to unalive an Irishman? 0. Yeah, too soon? Touch too soon. But, you know, Sean, do we have permission to run that one tonight?
That's quite all right.
It is quite good. Okay, well, arguably enough time has passed. And again from Tim, none of them are around. I can make this joke. What do you get if you cross Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip unalived in a tunnel? Ooh. Sorry. Okay, thank you, Tim. We know we can count on you.
The dark humor is coming out tonight.
You can always count on Tim to bring it. Thank you, my friend. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, so I wanted to sort of say a little bit about this silly thing, because as I was speaking to our first guest earlier, as I was saying to him, like, there's actually a little bit of thought that's gone into this idea. This is not just rage bait. So interestingly, I was looking into the word silly and what it means. And obviously we can all look up a dictionary definition of silly, but I found out some interesting information while I was digging around here. So the word silly comes from the Old English, I'm going to probably mispronounce this, but it looks like selig, meaning blessed, happy, or holy. So it then drifted to mean simple, and then helpless, and then foolish. So when we call God silly, I guess we're actually using a word that started off meaning like godly, right? What do we say? It was like blessed, happy, or holy. So it was like godly. It's almost as if the language knows something here that we don't know, which I thought was quite quite interesting. So one common definition of silly is lacking common sense or good judgment. So I thought, well, let's start looking at some instances where that might apply to the God of the Bible. So the God of the Bible, being infinitely wise, creates this paradise garden, and he puts two people in it. And then the one thing that he doesn't want them to do, the one thing he forbids, is the tree of knowledge. Okay, it's knowledge of good and evil, but it's still knowledge, right? He wants to limit their knowledge. Like ignorance is the baseline requirement in this place for paradise. And I thought that was interesting. If we're talking about a definition of silly being lacking common sense or good judgment, that doesn't seem to me to be fantastically well judged. I mean, why would he not want his subjects to have knowledge of good and evil, right? That's something you would want your creation to have. They're not going to be better off without it, surely. That is in itself fairly silly. He tells Abraham to kill his child, and then just at the last moment is like, just kidding, just as the knife's about to come down, just kidding.
Just want to make sure you would actually do it.
Yeah.
To prove your loyalty. And that's the lesson there, is that's the virtue that Abraham passed.
Yeah.
Being willing to unalive your own child
is a sign of good character. Never mind the problems thrown up by this all-knowing God who has to do tests on people to see whether they're sufficiently loyal. And all-knowing God would have known without needing to put Abraham through that horrific thing. So I don't think it's... Yeah, I think that's appalling, and I also think it's very silly. Then you've got the whole flood narrative. That's completely silly. I mean, again, we've discussed this before, but first of all, he messes up the design of the entire world and gets it wrong, and there are lots of wicked people in the world. But rather than just doing, I think you called it once, Sean, like the Thanos move, and just disappear the finger snap, and just disappear the bad people, he comes up with, the ludicrous solution of filling the world with water and drowning everything, which is, first of all, really, really painful, unpleasant, horrible way to go, with lots of suffering, and also necessarily taking with them all the innocent living things, the cats and the donkeys and the giraffe, and the babies,
and drowning them too.
All of them drowned as well. I mean, if that's not silly, surely, again, I'm looking at our definition, lacking common sense or good judgment. Surely that's silly, because if I needed to get rid of everyone, I'm a super powerful being, and I've messed up my design, it hasn't come out properly, I'm just doing the Thanos finger snap and starting again. I'm not going to be drowning things. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Totally silly. And of course, the one person he does decide to save is the drunk and his family on the floating zoo. If that's not silly, tell me a sillier story than Noah's Ark. I mean, come on. The animals went in 2 by 2 and survived on a wooden boat for a year. All the lions and rhinoceroses and all the meat-eating animals and all the animals that can only eat leaves from certain trees and all of that stuff. This is silliness writ large. So the more I think about this, the more I think it's silly. And then finally, we get to the New Testament and the kind of the guy who God chooses to be like the guy, right? To write about Jesus, to write the story, to get it all going is Paul, this guy who was like apparently actively persecuting Christians, had never met Jesus. The recruitment strategy there is completely baffling. So again, silly. I think the whole thing there is silly. So there are some other definitions of silly, which we'll look at later as time goes on. But I just wanted to start with that one really as a bit of thinking, because the more I think about this, the more I like this topic. It isn't just clickbait. There is actually some thought to it, and I'm quite enjoying it. So I hope you guys are too. We are going to bring in Screaming Silence is a friendly on the TikTok side. No one else yet, but the evening is young. I'm sure we'll get some some company soon. In fact, someone has just joined the TikTok queue now. We won't keep you long there, I am John. But in the meantime, what's up, Richie?
How's it going, guys? How you feeling, John?
Much better,
Doing
thank
good,
you.
Sterling.
Much better. Yeah, I was sick as a dog last week, but I'm fighting fit now, as you can hear.
Happy to hear. I'm ready
Thank you.
for spring. This cold is getting the worst of me right now.
Just round the corner. Just round the corner.
So, what do you think's more silly though, God or Satan? Because I have always thought this idea of Satan or the devil being very ridiculous and, as you would say, silly.
Yeah, it is silly. I mean, the biggest silly thing about it, of course, is that if God didn't want the devil to be there, or it was actually Hasatan, which was the Satan.
Mm-hmm.
If God didn't want that dude around, the dude wouldn't be around. So we have to sort of understand everything about this supposed foe of God's in the framework that of understanding that God could, again, he could do the Thanos finger click and remove that guy. He clearly wants him around for something. So all the hand wringing about Satan, it is very, very silly, right? It's complete nonsense.
Or have not made him in the first place, and knowing what he was going to turn into and do and what all the outcomes would be.
Completely.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, the whole idea of God creating, as far as we know, Earth and humans for the first time, and him making a calculated decision to place his literal enemy in the same place, knowing what would happen, and then knowing that supposedly all of the problems this guy's going to give him, all of the deceit he's going to do, all of the bad that's going to happen, but eventually God knows he's going to defeat him, knowing all of that and still being like, "Oh, yeah, let's go with that one." Like, that's the world. Because if God is all powerful and all knowing and nothing can exist without him, then that's the reality he chose. And that was something that, I mean, I've hours and hours I've talked to pastors and stuff about this, because there's not a lot in the Bible about Satan or the devil. It's kind of like very mysterious. Like, it kind of talks about him. It says he does really bad things and he's a really bad guy, but he doesn't really do a lot.
Yeah. It's and there's also an evolution of the character, I think. Who's really good on this is Dr. Todd. He's got some really excellent background knowledge on this, which is deeper than mine, on the evolution of the character of Satan.
Yep.
There's more to it than it seems. It's the more you learn about it, the sillier it gets. It's extremely silly.
From what I understand, I did see a video about this recently, is Satan or the devil or whatever you want to call him, he wasn't really a big part of the religion in the beginning, and he really developed over time. Like, it was really just about obeying and fearing God. It wasn't about like fighting the devil and him tempting you and him being the opponent. It was really just about like you versus God and you obeying him. And God was the scary one. That's why the Old Testament talks so much about fearing God, because that's what it was originally. And then as time progressed and things went on, this whole thing about Satan and the devil and stuff progressed and really became part of the religion, where originally it wasn't. It was kind of like more like a good versus evil type thing. It wasn't supposed to be about the devil per se.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. The devil is portrayed in many ways, but never as being dumb, right? Just so always very clever. Even in media, when you have the movie Devil's Advocate with not Robert De Niro, what's his name?
Pacino.
Yeah, Pacino. Yeah, etc. Very clever, very intelligent. It is incomprehensible to me that somebody who wasn't just an absolute special kind of imbecile would oppose someone who is so powerful he can do literally anything and knows literally everything. So you can't even like plan and scheme behind his back because he'll know that too. It's just incomprehensible to me that somebody, even if he had sort of, you know, bad feelings toward God, mad at God, jealous of God, whatever the claim is, he would know that like literally you're trying to go to battle against somebody who can do literally anything. And it's just asinine that to think that he would even do that.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like God's not very good at like creating things because
Yeah.
a third of the angels fell, the devil turned against him, his the creatures he made in his own image apparently turned away from him, and most
Yep.
people will not believe in him. So it just sounds like he's not very good at what he does.
He keeps
so,
on messing
like John
up.
said,
Yeah. He
it's
keeps on
so
messing up.
silly. He doesn't sound like he's very powerful, very good at what he does.
Yep. And you just can't get the staff these days. You know, it's just tricky stuff. Yeah. So, Richie, we're going to move on because we've got someone in the queue who we haven't spoken to before.
Okay.
I'm keen to get them in. So, thanks for dropping by to say hi. Always nice to speak to you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Thanks for talking. I appreciate it.
Take care, pal. All the best. Rumours abound on the YouTube side. I'm seeing rumours of a bit of a Joel raid. If that's true, then many, many thanks for that. And also that it might be Joel's birthday. If it's Joel's birthday today, I'm sure we all wish Joel a massive happy birthday. I absolutely love watching Joel and Mezzo. Joel is superb. I just think he's got such a funny way about him, and the way he engages is
Do I know Joel?
Oh, if you haven't seen Joel Reads Bible, you've not lived. He's the best. Like, Joel is incredible. He's very, very smart, but he's got a very, very clever way about him. He just is very disarming, and he's just check it. If anyone's not checked out Joel Reads Bible, he's one of the big ones. He's great.
So sounds like I've been missing out, so I gotta go check him out.
You definitely do. And if there's a bit of a Joel raid going on, then of course I'm eternally grateful, and we all wish Joel very happy birthday, if it is his birthday. So we're going to bring in I Am John, and then we have Confused and Godwin after that. Hey, I Am John. How you doing?
Ahoy, Captain. How's it going?
Good. What's up?
Good. So I have a contention with your prompt.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
So how would you know that God would be silly?
Well, it's just all the really, really silly things that he does and says. You know, like not understanding female anatomy, even though he designed it. Deciding that rock badgers chew the cud, even though we know they don't. Telling people that they can own other people as property. I mean, that's horrific, but it's also kind of silly. Making the entire world and then messing it up and then having to flood it, extremely silly. There's just so much silliness. Having to have himself, who is also his son, killed to appease himself for rules he made because of other things and reasons. There's so much silliness here. It's hard to know where to start.
Yeah, but I don't think you understood the question. How do you know it's silly?
Well, I can identify silliness when I see it. I can look at things and go,
according to what?
That's silly.
Okay, so you would have some sort of objective standard for what silly would be?
No, I would have a subjective standard for what silly would be. So, I mean, it might even be slightly objective. Like I could look at things and identify them with other obviously silly
that's
things.
A contradiction.
Where's the contradiction? So what I'm saying is that I've got my own personal intuition.
Ask me a question. You asked me a question, right?
He's elaborating on the giving a clarification to the question. Let him speak, please.
All right.
So
finish it out.
Thank you. So I've got my own sort of personal subjective judgments about what's silly. But as I was answering you, it also occurred to me that there's a degree of objectivity as well, because some things could be defined as silly if they're like contradictory, for example, or obviously capricious, or seemingly pulling in two different directions at once. Then we could look at that and say, that's kind of silly. I mean, silliness is a slightly fuzzy term, right? But we all kind of know it when we see it.
Yeah, and do you think God is like that kind of silly, where he's just like, ha ha, I pulled your underwear up.
I mean, not necessarily that type of silly, because that implies sort of frivolity.
Then what kind of
I
silly?
don't think he's
Then
frivolous.
what's silly?
The silliness of things like creating the entire world and then messing it up so badly he's got to start again and deciding to do it by drowning people. That is fucking silly, however you look at it. And
according to what?
According to any common sense way of looking at it.
That's a fallacy. But that's a fallacy. Wait, hold on.
Do you think it's silly?
No, hold on. Hold on. No, that's a fallacy.
What fallacy? What fallacy is
common
it?
sense.
What fallacy
Name
is
the
it?
fallacy.
It's the fallacy of appeal to the commonality.
Right.
Appeal to consensus. Appeal to consensus. Okay?
But I've already told you that it's subjective.
There's no. But there is no fallacy that is appeal to.
Appeal to consensus. I think you mean you're trying to say appeal to argumentum ad populum. He told you it's subjective. If you don't think it's silly,
but that's
then
fallacy.
state your position. No,
that's a fallacy. No, I'm saying it's. I would say it's objective. I would say it's objective.
So don't worry about it whether it's a fallacy or not. Make an argument for why it's not for why it's not silly for God to have put his creations into the Garden of Eden with the serpent who he knew was going to tempt them, and then get himself all twisted up about it, and then punish a load of other people who didn't do that, and then punish the snake by making the snake crawl on its belly, even though that's what snakes do. Explain why that's not silly.
You have to unmute yourself.
You guys keep muting me. We'll see how we're gonna go tonight. All right.
Okay. That was one time because you kept talking over.
I don't see any contradiction or anything like that within the Christian God, and it's fine. Yeah, whatever.
That scheme seems sensible to you, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Well, that just means to me, I think you're silly. You're aligning yourself with silliness.
But how?
It just makes me think you're silly. Because it's obviously nonsense.
But is it obviously or is it subjectively?
It's subjectively.
He answered that already.
Obviously nonsense. I've told you. I'm expressing an opinion,
it's obviously subjective.
Dude, stop tying yourself in knots. Stop tying yourself in knots over philosophy.
I'm not.
I'm trying to have a conversation as like no. I'm having a conversation like a normal human being. If you notice, when you normally have a conversation with someone, if they immediately retreat to philosophical babble, it's because they can't have a conversation like a normal human being. I'm just saying to you, my opinion
so that's
is
why
that
people learn philosophy.
My opinion
from babble, right?
My opinion is that this stuff is really silly. Now, if you're going to say you don't think it's silly, you think it's really, really sensible for God to lie or make mistakes about the anatomy of his own creations, then that's fine. That just you can laugh if you want. It just tells us all about your own standards of judging things, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it also tells a lot about your standard of judging things.
Well, my standard is that a designer.
Can I say something?
You can. My standard is that a designer ought to know about the things he designs, don't you? Or is it better if they don't know?
I'm sorry.
That was a question.
Repeat the question. Repeat that one.
My standard for
like 10 questions.
Well, here's one that you can answer right now.
Give me one.
My standard for not silly is that a designer who makes something should know how it works. Or is your preference that a designer who makes something should not know how it works? Which one of those is silly? You seem to be struggling with this. It's not a complex question.
No, you keep like... I've called into your show a lot before, dude, and this is what you do. You dodge the question. But I'm asking you, what's your justification for this?
I'm asking you a question.
I asked you already the question. How do you justify this?
Right. So you asked me, how do I justify silliness? I told you it's my opinion. Now I'm asking you a question because I asked you whether you think God is silly and you said no. So now I'm giving you an example. God is apparently the designer of all life, but he seems to have forgotten or not known about the details of how some of his creatures work. Right? Is that silly or not silly?
You got to unmute.
Yeah, you guys keep muting me.
Because you keep talking over. Answer his question.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
What you don't have, you haven't even given me a somewhere to start with.
I've just asked you a really simple question. Everyone in the chat now
but that's
is waiting for you to answer it.
Presupposing the question.
Don't worry about presupposing. I've asked you a really simple question. I'm going to ask it once again.
Then how would we know? How would we know everything that we're talking about in order to be true? Is it just by faith?
Right.
Or how do we know this?
This is a complete pivot. I'm asking you a simple question.
It's not a pivot.
If a designer creates something...
You're presupposing you have this thing as knowledge.
If a designer creates something and then immediately appears to have no knowledge about the thing they've created, but also claims to be infinitely knowledgeable, is that silly or sensible?
Yeah, but it goes back to the exact first question I asked you in the very
Is it silly,
beginning.
yes or no?
So that's another dodge.
I'm
going to keep on asking you. I'm going to keep on asking you this question until you answer it. I'm going to keep on asking you this question until you answer it, because we've got something like over 400 people are now waiting for you to answer this. So God tells us in Leviticus that hares and rock badgers chew the cud.
Oh my God.
Right? We know that hares and rock badgers don't chew the cud. So why does God, who is presumably the author of hares and rock badgers, tell us that they do? I think that's silly. Do you?
Who's your interpretation for that?
The Bible, the book that you appear to like.
Bible?
Yeah.
Texts give interpretations?
It's not an interpretation. It's right here. The hare, for even though it chews the cud, it does not have divided hoofs. It is unclean for you. There it is in Leviticus 11.5, right? So now, having shown you the text, you can now tell us whether you think it's sensible or silly for the creature that apparently designed the hare to not know how it works. Is that sensible or silly?
Whose interpretation are we using?
I'm not using any interpretation. I'm using what the text says. Now, if your answer is you don't think the Bible is true,
use an interpretation.
I don't need an interpretation. I'm reading what the text says. What the text says is not ambiguous.
Interpret themselves?
This text doesn't require which phrase here do you think requires interpreting?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a basic question.
No, you're not. You're just dodging the question, and I'm not going to let you dodge it.
I'm not dodging the
question. You are. So you're going to tell me now again whether you think it's sensible or silly for the designer of a hare or a rock badger to not know how it works. Because when I design shit, I know how it works. So I'm asking you, is it sensible or silly for God to design creatures and not know how they work?
You still haven't been able to demonstrate that yet, though.
The Bible claims that hares and rock badgers chew the cud. Does it claim that or does it not?
Can you cite me the verse?
You want me to show it to you again? Leviticus 11:6. The hare, for even though it chews the cud, it does not have divided hooves. It is unclean, right? This is in the Levitical dietary laws. So apparently, this is God speaking, right? Through Moses. So, is it sensible or silly for the creator of hares and rock badgers to not know how they work? This is the last time I'm going to ask you, by the way, because we're going to get bored. We're all going to get bored of you continuing to dodge it.
I don't see how that's. I don't see how that's a. I don't see how that's a own on anything like that. I don't see how that is.
Was that a sensible or a not sensible? So far, you're just crying about not liking the question. I'd love an answer.
What does that have to prove? I mean, like, on whose interpretation? How are we understanding?
Is it sensible or not sensible?
Whose interpretation are we using?
Nah, done. I mean, when you ask the same question, how many times do we ask it? 7, 8, 9, maybe? At some point, dude just didn't want to answer the question. He came in here, fists flying. How do you judge silliness? What's your standard for silliness? Gave you an example of something silly. It's completely silly to claim that you've designed all of life, but you've just forgot how it works. And you know everything as well. That is silly by pretty much any standard of silly. So he didn't want to answer the question, and I'm not going to put up with that kind of dodging anymore.
Agreed.
Okay, we're going to bring in Confused. Hey, Confused, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well indeed.
Sorry, I'm still processing the previous conversation.
He was a little confused.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was trying to say, like, which version of the Bible are you using? Maybe was what he meant by interpretation. I don't know.
There isn't a version that doesn't say that, so I don't know where he was going.
Exactly. Anyway, sorry, I'm not going to dwell on that too much.
Sure.
So just so I understand the prompt correctly, are we sticking to, like, the creator God of, like, the Abrahamic faiths or Christianity in this?
I mean, generally, that's the one that people seem most interested in. But if you want to speak about a different God, we can do that too.
So I think that the premise of a God is psychologically beneficial in some ways, in terms of, like, deriving comfort and meaning in a world that is very at times tragic and feels like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And so I think that, like, in that sense, the concept of a God is actually not too silly. But if we're talking about a specific God, for example, the Christian God, I do believe that he is a silly guy.
A silly
guy.
But
I just, my argument is just that I think, like, the concept of God or several gods can be a beneficial psychological tool to process our existence.
I hear you. What I would say about that is that it could be beneficial for some and also still be silly. So, like, it could be a comforting silly story, right? And the reason why I think it's silly is, as I said to our first guest today, is human history is just full of us replacing supernatural explanations with non-supernatural explanations. Time and time again, that's the pattern. It's never the other way round, right? We never find take a scientific explanation for something or a rational explanation for something and replace it with a supernatural one. It never happens that way. This is a completely asymmetrical pattern. And time again, this happens. Thousands of times over human history, this has happened. And you'd think that at some point we learn, but we don't. We keep on going. Everywhere we find a limit to our knowledge, if it's like, what are the origins of life? Or why is there something rather than nothing? Or what happens, beyond? Or these questions where we don't quite have answers, that's where people want to plug their God into, which is exactly the same thing that our ancestors did for tens of thousands of years, only to be made fools of when we found out that thunder and lightning weren't angry gods, and illnesses were not demon possessions, and failed crops were not curses by our neighbor, etc., etc. Time and time again, the domain of the divine has shrunk as our knowledge has increased. And so I just think it's silly to not factor that in to the way we think about things. But I will grant you, of course, that for some people, the idea of a God is a comforting idea. I do grant that. I don't want to be sort of too monolithic here and say, religion always bad, God belief always bad for every individual person. I do think overall, as a net, it's not a good thing. But I do think that individual people, of course, I grant, can benefit from it. Is that fair?
Well, congratulations. I agree. God is silly. In addition to maybe also at some times being beneficial. Sorry, I'm kind of being maybe facetious. I just wanted to come up and see what you would say to that. I think I probably agree with both of y'all. But anyways, thanks for letting me up.
All right, nice one. Thanks for being confused. Take care.
Jason actually had a very profound comment in there. Puff belief is always good.
Puff belief is always good. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Okay, we've got some guests lining up, which is great. Just going to read a couple of messages before we get to Backed Up here. Falcon says, call into Jay Dyer and debate him on tag. Wow. Well, I don't make outgoing calls. But if Jay wants to come here and talk about tag, he's more than welcome to. Yeah, that's just like, it's just kind of not quite my thing to go into other people's spaces and try and tell them why they're wrong. I'm quite happy to just set up our little stall here. I quite often say that my content isn't really for believers. This is more just trying to, legitimize non-belief. That's what I'm about. And I sort of feel a little bit like if I start going into other people's things, that I feel like I'm maybe stepping outside the bounds of that mission a little bit. But maybe one day. And then Amon Ra, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the $50 donation. That is absolutely huge. Thank you very, very much. Most channels in this space seem to revel in owning or destroying, often in an angry way. This gives believers justification that non-believers are given over to sin and hate. Kindness in communication does the best good for humanity over time. Well, I absolutely agree with you wholeheartedly, which is why we try to run this channel in the way we do. We're not about owning people and destroying people. I'm quite into owning and destroying bad ideas, but I don't think you need to trample on people and be angry with people in order to do that. And I'd like to think that the ideas can stand for themselves. Like if someone's going to come in here and give us a different point of view, and we're going to counter it with our thoughts and arguments, then I think our thoughts and arguments are going to stand or fall on their own merit, not on how loud we can be or rambunctious or aggressive or stuff like that. So thank you very much for saying that. I really appreciate it. That is really kind of what we're about. Ad hoc Warlock, great name. John, thanks for all you do. Really appreciate your intellectual rigorous and humanity. Well, thank you. Please keep going. The world needs you. Oh, that's very, very kind. Thank you. Well, I need you guys too, because the comments and encouragement and feedback really do get me up in the morning and at it. I mean, literally, I was very, very ambitious in my career earlier in life, and then my career I kind of semi-retired from my career, and I was sort of taking it easy. But since getting into doing all of this stuff, I've got a fire in my belly. I haven't had one like this for years, so I'm in this for the long run. We're gonna make this into a thing. We definitely are. I mean, this community is awesome. I feel privileged to be part of it, and I'm not going anywhere. And we're gonna get shit done because I love this. So thank you very much for that. Tim is back again. Ask my doctor about losing weight. He said, don't eat anything fatty. I said, like cakes and hamburgers. He said, no, don't eat anything fatty. Boom, boom. Can rely on Tim, as
Where
I
you
said.
put the comma matters.
Eats, shoots, and leaves. Brilliant. Thank you. And again, can't remember if I told this one here. Breaking news: Tyrannosaurus unearthed clutching Bible. Neither side happy with this development. Very good. I love that. That's very, very good. Where do you get them, Tim? You seem to never run out. I'm very impressed because often, do you get that thing where you hear a joke and you think, I love that. That's my new favorite joke. And then it just vanishes from your mind.
Yeah.
And you think you're sure in that moment that you're never going to forget it. And then it just goes, and it's gone forever. Okay, just one more and then we'll move on. Docs and Greenlight. Hey, John, I'll add the US jokes for balance. What do you call a felon, a xenophobe, an SOS pest, a bigot, and a dementia patient? The US president. Yeah, with you on that. No question at all about that. Totally agree. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we got some more messages, but I'll read them later because I don't want to keep guests waiting too long. So we are going to take Clifford on the TikTok side, and then we got Mike after that on the YouTube side, and then we've got some more friends on the TikTok side after that. So bringing in Clifford right now. Hey Clifford, how is it going?
I'm fine. I hope I'm not too loud.
You're not too loud, but you sound like you're about 30 feet away from the microphone. So if there's any chance you get nearer to it, that would be good.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but yeah, try and get as close to the mic as you can, because there's a lot of room noise around you. So it's very, very reverberant. You sound like you're in a very large bathroom.
That's actually
Can you
better.
hear me now?
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you got?
All right. Okay. I want to say that I love all the silliness of God. I have a question, but before I ask my question, I want to say that I love all the silliness. I embrace all of it, and I really believe that it points me to a positive direction. So I like all the silliness of God. But my question to you, and I want to say that I really enjoy your program. It's very educative. This platform is it's calm. It's not very, I really enjoy it. And you don't you are a very intelligent person. And I love coming on your show or your platform. So my question to you is, you can agree that you are an outdot. As you are sitting right here, you can agree that you are an outdot. And before you got to this adulthood, you were once a kid, you were once a baby, you were a toddler. And before you were a toddler, you were once in your mother's womb. You can agree to this. And
I can.
And before you getting into your mother's womb, you were once a sperm. So my question to you is that you can also agree that before you were a sperm, you were something before that.
I was a glint in the milkman's eye.
You were, but you can agree that you were something.
No.
Yes, you were something.
I don't think so.
So my question.
I don't even think I was once a sperm, because a sperm is only a part of my genetic makeup. So I took some genes from the sperm, some genes from the egg. Like if you trace back my biology, and I wouldn't even consider that me, because I am my consciousness. So when my consciousness formed, that was me.
Yes, but you were but you can agree that you were in some type of form before you got to this position. You were in some element, some form, and you evolved to become this. You can agree to that.
I don't think we would agree to that, Clifford, because the problem is the problem is saying you were in some kind of form. What you could say is some kind of form existed, which was going to contribute later to what eventually became what you might call yourself.
Yeah, I could agree to that. All of the atoms that make up my body were formed in stars. That's the cool thing. So you can break down the components of me and like trace it back into all kinds of cool directions. But where are you going with this, Clifford?
Well, you are very intelligent. So I just wanted to. So my question to you is that before all of this, if somebody told you that there's a place called Earth, and on this planet, you could talk to me, you could educate me, you could teach me, would you have believed that person if you had consciousness? It's just a question.
Yeah, in your hypothetical,
yes.
Before I exist, someone told me,
asked you that there's a place called Earth. You can get married, you can have kids, you can play football. Would you have believed that person? Yes or no? Would you have believed that person?
If I knew enough about Earth that life forms existed and it's a common place that, beings are, come to existence, conscious beings, I would certainly be open to the possibility.
But but I'm sure that at that very time you wouldn't believe that person. You would say no, that there's nothing like that. You had to see it to believe it, right? Be honest.
I don't know. It depends on what my prior knowledge of things is.
At that particular time.
I'm trying to get where you're going with
I
this.
think
Are you
I
trying to
think
get
I might know where you're going, Clifford. Can
the
I try?
chances that you would exist are small?
Come again.
Yeah. Are you
Are you
saying
saying the chances that you go ahead, John?
Yeah. Are you saying that if we had been able to get a description of the life we have now prior to being born, we may not have believed it likely, and therefore our incredulity about a potential life after this could be a similar lack of being able to look at things clearly. Is that what you're saying?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
So
saying
I
that we
think
don't have all the information now to
right. Yeah.
actually. You get what I'm saying?
I do
Yeah,
understand
that's
what
my
you're saying.
question.
Yeah, you're saying
Yes, sir.
that we could be similarly veiled now as to the
Ye-
potential for us to enjoy some kind of existence after this life, and that our skepticism of it might be too narrow-minded because, in the same way that we might have been narrow-minded in not believing our life
Today,
now before.
before.
But what you could
Because if you
say,
should think about it, we are going to die, and it's a fact. It's not.
that is a fact indeed.
Everybody's going to die. That is a fact.
That is.
Before and after death, scientifically, nobody knows what lies beyond that. Nobody knows it.
Well, nobody knows
We are
it, but
clueless
the
about.
question is, Clifford, do we have any basis for thinking that after we die, we're going to enjoy some continued existence? That's the question. Do we have any basis for thinking that? Do we have any evidence for thinking that would justify thinking that? The answer to both of those is no. And then there's another question which comes in, which makes it even worse, which is, given what we understand about the connection between our brains and what we experience as ourselves and each other, and we understand a fair amount about that, there's still a hard problem of consciousness there that we may or may not ever solve. But even notwithstanding that, we understand a lot about the relationship between how our brains work and what we are as people, what our characters are, what our personalities are, our inclinations, our memories, our tendencies, our desires, our fears. All of those things arise as the result of the operation of brains. So to assume that...
Can you answer me this?
Let me just finish this line first. So
Yes,
to assume that when the brain gets damaged slightly, we see exactly how these different manifestations of ourselves get damaged too, right? Like if you have a stroke, you can lose your ability to speak or to use language correctly or to move correctly. And brain injuries can result in changes to your personality, which can be completely profound. You can change your taste in food or music or your ability to love. All of these things can be impacted by damage to the brain. The idea that that if you damage the brain a little bit, you lose those faculties a little bit. But if you damage the brain totally to the point of death, they all magically come back. It seems very unlikely, and at the very least could be said to not be parsimonious.
You can agree that today, as you are sitting down today, you can agree that you are very fine. You are okay. Like in the brain, you are all right. You can say that, right?
I'd like to think so. Okay. Some people may disagree.
Yes. Do you know what you are going to eat tomorrow?
Do I know what I'm going to eat tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Do you know for sure what you are going to eat tomorrow?
Not exactly. I've probably got a short list.
Not exactly. And it varies. It's sorry. It's so many things. It varies. Maybe tomorrow you might not eat at all and you don't even know it. And that is a fact. It's possible.
Okay, so Clifford, do you understand there's a difference between I cannot rule out X and I believe X is true, right? So
you're saying the facts. Okay, I'm listening, sir.
Yeah. So I can't like 100% rule out some kind of afterlife. Maybe there is some structure to the way the universe works. Maybe there's whatever. So I can't falsify. Meaning I can't like prove false there isn't but that there is an afterlife. But the only rational time to believe that there is is if there's sufficient evidence to suggest there is an afterlife.
And what if there is?
What if there's an afterlife? Then I'll have a happy surprise.
No,
Unless
what
it's the
if
Christian
there
God,
is?
then I'll have a, then I'll be screwed. But
what what if what what
sorry,
if
man. Go ahead.
what if there's a way that we can all enjoy eternal life? What if tomorrow you and I can sit somewhere and laugh all day, sing all day, cry all day? I wouldn't say cry, but like,
Clifford,
you know,
there's an infinite number of what ifs, right? I mean, I don't know if you've heard, but Puff the Magic Dragon actually promises infinite life. And he's also going to make anyone who doesn't accept his authority into dragon toast. And he has very, very hot breath. So, you know, there's an infinite number of what ifs. You know, what if we're all going to end up as you know, fairies somewhere in the next life? Or what if we're all going to come back and be reincarnated as sheep? You know, like there's an infinite number of what ifs. And there can be fun thinking about the what ifs. But we're interested in what's true, and we're interested in what the reasons are for justifying beliefs. And at the moment, all we have is a what if, and the what if is not a reason to believe something.
But would you also agree that okay, an example is every teacher has to set an exam to determine who is actually good and who is actually bad. And with that, you can know who needs to be promoted and who needs to fail based on performance, and not just in the classroom, but in life. There are good people and there are bad people. Let's not go to the Christian aspect of let's not go to the Christian side. But when you do bad, you can end up in jail. But when you do good, you believe that when you do good, there's a reward for that, and when you do bad, there's a consequence for that. Do you also believe that? And I will leave. There's somebody I have to go. So what do you think about that? Like good performance and bad performance?
I think we're accountable to each other. That's where the accountability stops. So we are accountable, and I would like to think that everyone gets their just desserts. Unfortunately, life doesn't work that way, and lots of people screw lots of people over and live very long, happy lives having done that, and other people are selfless and generous and kind and get stiffed and lose out. And unfortunately, that's just how reality is. And, you know, it would be lovely to think that there's going to be a kind of cosmic accounting of everything and the ledger's going to be made right afterwards. But I just think that's a naive thought, unfortunately. So
but what if the power is in somebody's hands? What if the power is not in your hands? What if the power or the control is not within your
what ifs? There are lots of what ifs, my friend. What if? Right. You know, who knows? That's all we have.
So I'll just say that, just try and be on the good side. I would say so.
We all try to do that. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you,
nice to talk to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate. All right, thanks.
Great talking to you, Clifford.
Take care.
Yeah, you too, sir. You too.
Take care. Bye. You can't not like that guy.
No, he is a really, really nice guy.
Okay, we are going to bring in Mike on the YouTube side right now. Thank you for waiting patiently, Mike. Appreciate that. Let's see. Mike, are you there? Well, I was hoping that it was going to work, but it didn't seem to. Mike, I'm trying to bring you in. Maybe you need to refresh your browser, because I'm trying to add you, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be working. So that isn't sadly working. Okay, well, we'll have to move on. That one isn't working. Mike, if you're listening and you want to join, just hit the link again, and I'll get you back in. We'll jump you over any queue that's going on. Okay, so back on the TikTok side, we're going to bring in Silver Cat Witcher. we've definitely spoken before. Hello.
Hello.
How are you
Hi,
doing?
sir. And
Hello.
I'm fine. So, what is this topic you're saying about God is silly?
Yeah, he's really, really silly in my view.
So, why so? I mean, I'm no spiritual man, but why you
Oh,
make what makes you think he's silly?
well, I think he is silly, and I also think people are silly. People are silly for continuing to believe these silly ideas, but I think he is particularly silly. I mean, his solutions for solving problems are just laughable. The way he tries to deal with sin in the world is just laughable. The way he responds to Adam and Eve's transgression in the Garden of Eden is completely laughable. The way he sends a bear to kill 42 children for making fun of a man because he's bald is both tragic and morally horrific, but also, you must admit, quite silly. This is the God of the
It is
entire
silly.
universe who decided to pass a law that said if two men are having a fight and the wife of one of the men reaches in and grabs the junk of the other man, that you have to cut her hands off, and there can't be any mercy about that. Her hand, one hand, of the hand presumably that grabbed the bits, needs to be cut off. This is ludicrous.
True.
This is silly. This is like, we're in the 21st century now. We've had an enlightenment. We're in a technological age. We're on the cusp of like AI changing everything about human existence. We've got wars. We've got climate change to worry about. We've got massive challenges that face us. And the fact that a significant number of people in the world are choosing to look to a 2,000-year-old book of blood sacrifice mythology, yeah, as the source of wisdom to with which to march into battle in terms of the issues that confront us as a global collective. I mean, silly almost trivializes it. It's actually tragic and horrific, but I think it is silly as well.
True. and I kind of agree with that because I'm kind of growing a little bit more distant. I'm not really more distant, more like I'm growing way more distant with my religion, Islam. Like I'm starting to believe that if I'm starting to believe that my own religion is, well, not a religion of one, but more like a religion where oneself would
Mm-hmm.
believe that respect is what makes a religious person, or rather a rational person, a beneficial or a mature person. I'm sorry if I'm struggling with my words because
No,
I'm
that's
still sleepy.
you're good.
All right.
So when you said you're growing more distant, are you starting to have doubts about things involving your religion?
Well, I'm starting to doubt my religion, Islam, because
Yeah,
I'm starting to believe that if good faith means good, I mean, as in absolute following the words of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, but absolutely de dehumanize the practice and everything. I'm just starting to believe that religion is just using basic morality as a way to shield as a way to shield the horrible stuff they did. I mean, it's not just Islam either; it's also the Christians in the
yep,
Judaism. But
yep.
even then, but even then, I try to rationalize everything. Like I'm using logic, scientific understanding, and hell, even philosophies from take it from Greece or China. I mean Chinese. Take it from Greece or Chinese. It's
Yeah,
just I'm
yeah.
just gonna give
So
it more brief.
yeah, that can be the kind of the phase you're in, and you may end up doing a lot of introspection and then no longer believing in any gods. You may end up believing, hey, and I went through this phase where I believed there was some kind of creator of the universe, but it definitely wasn't the Christian God. I went through that phase before I became an atheist. But the important thing is that you feel free to really contemplate these questions, and you don't have to share your doubts or your thoughts with anyone else around you. Your thoughts are your own. I don't know if you're in a situation where you could face a lot of consequences for telling people that you're doubting, but don't feel like you have an obligation to. It's completely up to you whether you do that. What got me thinking about things was, having done some traveling, I began to realize that in this set of countries, if you're born and raised there, you're probably going to end up being Muslim. And these countries, Christian. In India, Hindu. In Thailand, Buddhist, etc. So all these people are just born and raised into a religion, and they end up believing it. And they can't all be right, but they can all be wrong. And so that got me really doing some introspection, like, hey, I need to separate myself from my upbringing and my culture, because I want to believe what's actually true. I don't want to live my life believing a lie and having to, especially something like a religion, because you dedicate your life to it. If I'm going to dedicate my life to something, I want to make sure it's actually true. And so, yeah, talk to us if you're having struggles or problems or anything like that. This is a deconstruction community, and just let us know. Go ahead.
Speaking of which, since you mentioned that you were a Christian, right, and then you turned into an atheist.
Yes.
I was also having the same verses you do when I was like 6 years old, because my Muslim father told me that if I'm not that spiritual enough in Islam, I would go to hell for not believing in Allah much.
And that's terrible.
It was terrible because I wasn't scared. I was just like confused, like why? Like if Allah is all loving and such an understanding, why would He send me as a newborn Muslim to hell just because I don't believe in much? But I told him that my heart is not my heart. My faith and my morals are aligned to what's right and what's good or what's beneficial. But now it just seems like it's all goddamn lie or more like a load of bullshit.
Yeah. And here's the thing with that too, is that belief isn't a choice. So they set up the Abrahamic religions like Christianity, Islam, set up a system that sort of, I call them fear shackles for the mind, because I also had doubts creep in here and there when I was a child as well. And I was afraid, like, to think about those, like, with an open mind. Like, I would keep pushing the doubts out of my mind and not thinking about them, because I was afraid, like, I'm going to go to hell. And I was told it's the devil talking to you. The important thing is to alleviate yourself of those fears, because here's the thing: God would know. If God is real, He would know what it would take to convince you He exists. And if He's not, then that's on Him. And if He's a good God, He's not going to punish someone just because they're unable to be convinced of His existence. That's absurd, because it's not a choice. Does that make sense to you? He might have got a phone call. He's teacupped right now.
Yeah.
Wait, am I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get a call?
No. It was just probably someone.
Okay, but you heard what Sean said, right?
I heard of it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good to go. Yeah. What do you think about that?
It's kind of ridiculous, if I'm saying the least.
Yeah. I mean, we've spoken before. I remember when you called in last. I'm going to think it was. You're going to correct me now, but I'm going to guess about 3
months ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago, right? And you sound to me now a little bit stronger in your willingness to. You sound to me a little bit stronger in your willingness to consider leaving this stuff behind. That's what I think I'm hearing from you. Am I right about that?
Well, true, but the thing is, there is a nuance to understand. I'm not leaving my Islam behind, because it still taught me home and everything. But what I'm going to do in the future, like especially if I'm going to be reach 30 or have a wife, I'm not going to force my future wife just to wear what is acceptable
a hijab.
in Islamic religion. Yeah, a hijab. I don't really want my future wife to be, to be forced, if she wants to love me or anything, she doesn't need to wear a hijab or convert unless she's willing to. But I rather not. It's just wrong. I mean, not like in a wrong way, but more like forcing, forcing a belief into one that she may not understand or she may not even comprehend. So I rather
Yeah.
just to, whether she's Christian, Judai, Taoist, or whatever religion she believes in, I just want her to stay in her roots rather than just leave
Good man.
leave her religion.
The main takeaway that, I mean, the thing that we would want you to take away from this is just to realize that belief can never be an obligation. Belief is just
It's
whatever
never an
you find
obligation.
yourself convinced of. And so if you find yourself, convinced of the truth of a particular religion, fine, then that's where you are. But if you find yourself
Well, here's my belief.
doubting the claims,
So here's
then that
so
you must
here's
be
my
authentic
one
with
of my
that.
many beliefs. Yeah, here's one of my beliefs. I believe that moral obligation, as in doing the greater good or lesser or greater, doing the lesser evil to prevent one greater evil from happening. I believe that it will, and I believe overrates the divine will of whatever Jesus, Allah, Isa, or whatever God they believe in said.
Yep.
That's a
Yeah.
pretty good.
I agree.
That's a good principle. If you live by that principle, then if you're always trying to figure out what course of action is going to minimize harm of anyone around you, of anyone that you're impacting, that's humanism, dude. That's it. That's all anyone can ask of another human being, is to try to do that. And then whatever
I don't know.
metaphysical commitments you might have around that aren't going to impact on other people if that's your primary focus, and if that's your priority. So no argument from
I
us
don't know,
there.
John. I don't know, John. I just sometimes believe that I know nothing about humanity after I've seen many horrible stuff in my life.
Oh yeah.
And I
So yeah. Yeah, humanity is really interesting because we are capable of so much good and sacrifice for each other. We have mirror neurons in our brain that make us feel empathy for not just other people but animals, etc. Right? But we also have the capacity for such extreme cruelty. There is a duplicity to people for sure.
And while you're on the call, I just want to read out this message that's come through from our friend Fliberty Giblets. Great to see you, my friend. It says, W Muslim caller, not even for doubting, but for being honest enough with himself to even question beliefs he's held his whole life. Whether he deconverts or not, there's a thoughtfulness there to work with. I completely agree. I think that's what everyone's
Yeah.
picking up on here. Is you
Well,
seem to be
it's
thinking
strange,
about this
though.
stuff honestly and openly, and good for you. That's all anyone can ask.
Because it started as, I mean, hold on. It started as first that I know I believe that what Allah wanted me. It started as Allah believed me that I could do something good, and now right now it just feels like I'm doing this for myself and what I believe is right. Moral absolutism, I guess.
Yeah.
But like I said, I know nothing of kindness, and yet I still do it anyway.
Well, we have strong instincts towards compassion and altruism and empathy. These are evolved traits. So even as a lot of people don't necessarily always act on them, we do have them, and they don't need to come from above, handed down to us. They're built into us. So you've got everything that you need to live a moral life. Nobody needs to tell you how to live one.
True.
And you're on the right track.
That's why I'm starting to become more distant, but at the same time I'm starting to realize that my own life is not even owned by a god or whatever creature they made me. So
Yeah.
that's what I believe in.
Good.
Yeah,
So yeah,
it's all
I just believe in the word absurdism. Like, if God made me and then anything doesn't make sense, I'll just make my own meaning, regardless of if they're gonna hate me or not.
Which is what everyone does anyway. Even the most religious people are essentially engaging with the faith through the filter of their own sense that they make of it, their own preferences, their own inclinations, their own doctrinal biases. That's what everyone does anyway. They just don't admit it. You're just being honest about it. So respect
And
you
I
for
think
that.
it's a good thing.
It is
I
completely.
think it's a good thing.
I'd rather to be honest than preach the gospel.
Yeah,
Good.
to make to me to make your own meaning and find what gives you meaning in your own life is far superior than having an externally imposed meaning upon you. So the autonomy of having control of your life and what makes you happy, your family, the things you enjoy, all those things you find for yourself, what gives you meaning.
Yeah. Buddy, we're going to move it on because we got
yeah.
a few in the queue. But thanks for coming back to speak to us again, and we are here for you if you need it, if you need some support, and you need to chat, and you need to feel part of a collective that will not judge you for the contents of your mind, but will accept
I'm
you for your
often
honesty.
judged every day, so I'd rather to live with it rather than hide from it.
Well, you can come here for some some decent humanity then when you need it. But we appreciate you. It's nice to see you again, and let us know how you're doing.
Just call me Silver instead, because calling me a witcher feels like I'm a monster or a freak.
We'll call you Silver. All right, man.
Silver's good.
Good to see you, man. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Okay. There we are. Let's just get that off there. Brilliant. Okay. We are going to bring in Mike again, and hopefully it will work this time.
On YouTube?
Yeah. Let's see if it does. Hopefully, second time lucky. Mike, are you there?
John, can you hear me?
Yes, this time we can.
Fantastic. All right.
Okay.
I'm a friendly.
Excellent. Well, you're very welcome.
I wanted to just offer my perspective on the topic of belief not being a choice.
Yeah.
Briefly. So I deconstructed when I was 17, and for the last half of that year, I was convinced that I was going to hell. And I just think if I could have believed something else, I probably would have.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure that belief must have caused you a lot of distress if you really believed that. If that's what was is that's what you found persuasive at that point.
Yeah, I didn't leave Christianity because of any kind of because I didn't think the things that were claimed was true. I just could not morally justify being a part of it anymore, and I was just like, well, fuck it, I guess I'm going to hell then. But I can't betray my friends this way.
I mean, I respect you in some ways even more, because that's almost like some part of you thought it was still true, but you were just prepared to, you just couldn't take the kind of moral dissonance of it, rather than just, a lot of people's journey out is they just realize they don't actually believe it's true anymore. It sounds to me like, in a way, what you went through was, in some senses, even more painful, because you still, if I'm understanding you correctly, kind of thought it was true, but you just didn't want to be aligned with the kind of morally problematic side of it.
Yeah, I have 5 older sisters, and my best and really only friend in high school was a woman, and I just could not justify the way that the Bible and the Christian religion treats women.
Disgusting.
It's just unconscionable.
It is absolutely disgusting, and we quite often run it as a main topic on the show here. God hates women, or the Bible is misogynistic, and it is appalling. It is absolutely appalling. It's one of my least favorite things about it too. So good on you for doing that. I mean, my heart goes out to you for the period of time that you had to spend thinking that you trying to do what you felt was right was going to lead you to eternal punishment. I mean, what a disgusting system that can make someone think that. Like, you weren't being led by a desire to sin or a desire to, lead a corrupt life. You were just trying to stay on the right side of what felt ethical to you. And then to have to wrestle during that with the notion of thinking that you somehow were going to have to face a reckoning for that, or a punishment. It breaks my heart. How did you get out of it? What happened to make you go, actually, I don't need to worry about this anymore?
So about, I know exactly the date it was 10 days after my 18th birthday. I had the thought based on a conversation I had with someone online where they said, if you hadn't been brought up in this, what would convince you to believe in it? And I realized absolutely nothing. I believe this for no reason.
Such a good question, isn't it? Yeah.
That is a good question. It kind of alludes to what I was talking about, is people are believing all these different religions depending on where they're born and which family they're born into. And so what actually convinces them? And would they be convinced if they weren't brought up being taught it? Some adults convert, but usually it's like your upbringing and a religious upbringing.
Yeah. And my family was part of the Quiverful movement, which if you Google that if you want a horrible time, but I didn't even realize I had a choice about it until I was in my late teens.
What's it called again?
The Quiverful movement.
I haven't heard of that. Have you, John?
No, I don't think I have. It's not a kind of Plymouth Brethren thing, is it?
No, it's an extremist fundamentalist sect. If you know the Duggar family from the 19 Kids and Counting show, that's what they're doing.
Right. I don't, but I can imagine. Yeah. Well, I feel relieved. I'm sure we all do. We all feel relieved that you escaped the gravity of that. And how is it now? Have you still got a lot of family members who are still in that?
I have one sister who thinks the same way as I do, and then basically the rest of my family got involved with Doug Wilson and the CREC. I'm not sure if you're familiar with any of that, but that's the slightly different cult that Pete Hegseth is a part of in the U.S.
Oh yes, I do know about that. Someone in the chat is asking, can you how would you spell Quiverful?
Quiverfull.
Literally,
like a quiver full of arrows.
Like a quiver full of arrows. Yeah. I have heard of it before. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, there's some dark stuff around at the moment, and it's horrible. It's horrible that these things are well, not, I was going to say near the levers of power, but all over the levers of power. It's a scary time, and this is why I think communities like this are so important, and our collective voices are so important, and creating an environment where it's a welcoming environment and a safe environment for other people to come in is so important as well. So it's a good, it's a good thing that we're doing here. And thank you for coming up, Mike, and telling us your stuff. But I mean that the framing of that question was just brilliant, right? It's like that was the lock that turned the key that turned the lock for you, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was just kind of like the final piece of framing falling out of a wall, and then it all fell down, and I was like, well,
yeah.
I have no idea why I believe in any of this stuff.
Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense.
A really good one of those was someone was saying how they were really still worried about hell, and the idea of hell was one of the last things to go, and it was still concerning them. And somebody put to them, how much time do you spend worrying about the Islamic hell? And how much time do you spend worrying about all the hells and all the afterlife punishments from all these other religions that you ignore? And that was the thing that enabled them to suddenly go, okay, I see what's going on here. This is just one of many, and they're all running the same scam. And that was the thing that unlocked it for them. So it's amazing how sometimes a well-judged question really can unlock the thinking and clear the sort of last blockages, and allow someone to become, well, I call it mentally free, but it sounds like it definitely happened for you, and that's wonderful.
Yeah, and I think it just illustrates how important it is to have these conversations.
For sure, because you never know who's listening. You know, every single day I get a comment from someone on YouTube or TikTok saying, that's a pointless conversation. You're never going to change that person's mind. And I'm always like, it's not about that person. It's about the 35,000 other people who are going to listen to this conversation in the next week. And someone there is going to take something from it. So that's why we do this, and why we're going to continue doing it, because we know that it makes a difference and we know it helps. And you're part of the conversation now too, Mike. So thank you very, very much for that. Thanks for coming up. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I appreciate what you guys do. I'm going to go ahead and drop down.
Thanks, man. All the best. Take it easy.
All right. Take it easy.
Cheers. Thanks. Okay. We are going to head back over to the TikTok side and bring in Angel Investor. Angel Investor.
Sure.
Hey, Angel Investor. How you doing?
How's it going?
Very well indeed.
So your assertion is that God is silly?
Yeah. Really,
Okay.
really silly. Do you
silly.
agree?
So what? No, because I don't agree, because I have to ask myself, if God is so silly, why are over 40 million African Americans believing in God and talking to God and praying to God? Are you saying they silly?
Well,
are you saying 40 million African Americans are stupid?
I would never say something like that. And by the way, I don't think
that's what you're implying.
I don't think that believing a silly idea makes someone stupid. I think that it's very easy to believe silly ideas. Very smart people believe silly ideas too, right? We should all understand.
40 million people are stupid.
No. Did you hear what I did? I think. Did you hear what I just said to you?
Before I came up, you just said they silly people.
No, I said I think
now
it's
you're
silly.
changing it?
I think it's silly to believe this idea. That doesn't make someone a stupid person. I just literally said to you
before I came
10
up,
seconds
you said
ago.
They're silly people.
Right, 10
You
seconds
said they're
ago.
silly people.
I
Do you
literally
think
just
African Americans are silly people? Yes or no?
Of course, I don't think that.
You
But I
just
think
said the people believe in God are silly people.
I think
Before
that there are silly people who
Now
believe
you
in
wanna
God,
switch?
and there are silly people
You
who
gotta
don't
let him.
believe
You gotta
in
let
God.
him finish, Angel.
The world is full of silly people. Lots of people are silly people, but I prefer to not think about people. I prefer to think about ideas, because that's how we keep the conversation productive, right? So I
But
prefer
before
to.
I came up,
Right. So
before I came up, you said people. You called them silly people.
Okay.
Now
So
you want to? Do you want to change? Do you want to amend that and say no? They're not silly. They rationally minded people.
I don't think that
they rationally minded? Are they rationally
there are
minded?
there are
people? Yes or
rationally
no?
minded people who are thinking very silly ideas. The world is stocked full of them.
Well, why do 44 million, over 40 million believe in God?
Because
and only
people
1% are atheists. Only 1%.
Well, it's a lot more than that. Because people are gullible.
No, it's not.
People are gullible, and
it's only 1%.
People.
Could it be because you think people are soulless animals?
Okay, so
you see your children as soulless animals.
Angel, do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just crash out and talk over everybody?
I'm just asking a question.
Okay.
You atheists see people as
trying
soulless
to.
animals.
If you ask a question, you should want to hear the answer. But as soon as he begins talking, you just keep talking over him like you don't actually want to hear the answer.
So,
will you amend what you said earlier? That's all I'm asking.
Right.
What do you think he said earlier?
He said earlier that God is silly and people are silly who believe in God.
No, he never said that.
I never said that. Do you know what? I've been doing this for 25
years.
Said
people are silly.
I'm reasonably careful
this
about
is
what
recorded,
I say.
Right?
Yeah, play it back.
I will. So I'm reasonably careful about what I say. I'm quite careful about criticizing ideas and not people. Now, with that said, I do think that people very often are silly. I'm silly sometimes. I make mistakes sometimes. I make false reasoning sometimes, right? It happens to us.
People who believe in God are rational.
Okay, I think that you could learn some manners and just listen for a moment. You've asked a question. I'm trying to answer it. You're not making it easy. Okay, so I don't like to make broad, sweeping, general statements about people, specifically and particularly not about African Americans. That's idiotic, that idea. Okay, that is obviously wrong and false. It's not something I've ever said. It's not something I'm ever going to say. But I do think that human beings have certain traps of reasoning that we often fall into, which lead us to believe false things for bad reasons. And I think a lot of the time, belief in gods is one of those things. And that's the reason why I think it's silly. Now, that doesn't mean I'm making global declarations about the people who hold those beliefs. I just think it's a bit of poor reasoning. Lots of people engage in poor reasoning, though.
So you think people who believe in God, they talk to God, they pray to God, they have a relationship with God, do you think they're rationally minded people?
I think they may be rationally minded in certain areas. I think on this specific topic, I don't think they are being rational, no.
No, so you think it's so if people talk to something that doesn't exist and pray to something that doesn't exist and have a relationship with something that exists, do you think that's rational to talk to something and pray to something that doesn't exist?
What do you think I think about that?
Of course, you don't want to answer because you're trying to imply.
No, I will answer it immediately. I don't think it's rational at all.
Trying to imply these people are irrational.
Okay, I think that you are not being rational right now. Okay, my argument doesn't fall flat. What falls flat is your inability to understand that it's possible to criticize somebody's reasoning with respect to a particular claim without making a global declaration about that person's character. Now, I know you really want me to be the person who's sitting here making broad, sweeping generalizations about groups of people, perhaps invoking their ethnicity in there somewhere, because that would allow you to demonize my position. But the only person in here who thinks I'm doing that is you. There's over 500 people. There's over 500 people listening to. There's only 500 people listening to this conversation right now, and 499 of them don't think I'm making sweeping statements and overgeneralizations about people. And one of them does. And one of them does. Well, who's making sweeping generalizations now?
Listen, the reason why I say that is because you think. The reason why so many people reject atheism, like 1%, only 1% of African Americans.
What's your source for that 1% claim?
The source is recent Pew Research study. Here it goes.
Pew Research? Okay.
I read it to you. Most black religious nuns identify as nothing in particular. While far fewer describe themselves as agnostic, 2%, or atheist, 1%. The survey finds, furthermore, that many black nuns still have a favorable view of black churches.
You said people.
Numerous religious. You know why? Because people don't see themselves as soulless animals like you do. You see human beings as soulless animals. Most people don't see their children as soulless animals.
I do. I think. Guess what? I think the concept of souls is silly.
Do you have children?
Yeah, they're soulless animals, and I'm proud of it.
Do you tell them that they're soulless animals that's meaningless? Do you tell them they're meaningless, soulless animals?
No, of course I don't tell them they're meaningless. That's
Why
idiotic.
Not? That's what you think.
No, it's not what I think.
Meaningless, soulless animals. Why don't you tell them?
This is like a bad. This is like a bad caricature. It's like you've picked up some like tract on atheism from somewhere, and written.
He came in crashed out, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's like is this like some kind of crazy tract that you've picked up on atheism, and that's what you're deciding we all are. Like we're all like babies.
Do you see children as soulless animals?
Right?
Yes or no?
We are all animals. Guess what? You're an animal too. We are all hominids.
Do you see your children as soulless animals? Yes.
Well, I see them as soulless because I think the concept of souls are silly, and I see them as animals because all life on Earth exists on a taxonomic continuum, a spectrum, right? A hierarchical tree, a phylogenetic organization. We are all animals. You may not like that, but you not liking it doesn't stop it being true. Now, I don't tell my children that they're soulless animals because my children are intelligent enough that I don't need to speak to them in those kind of terms. What I do tell them is that they should be very proud to be part of a genetic lineage that stretches all the way back through geological time, and that we are all connected. Genetically, we are all connected. You, me, elephants, jellyfish, banana trees. We are all connected.
That was a straw man fallacy. He said if you He said if you think they're worthless, he said nothing of the source.
Yeah.
Isn't it part of your Christian religion to like be honest? Because you told John, if you told John, let me finish. You told John, if you think they're worthless, he literally never said that. So why be dishonest and accuse him of that?
If they're soulless animals, what work? If your child worth more than a dead squirrel in the street? Yes or no?
Of course, to me.
Well, why is your child worth more than a dead? They both soulless animals.
Because
they're both soulless animals.
Because I love my child. Because I love my child, and recognizing that my child doesn't have a magical, indetectable substance in them called a soul.
On bingo, right?
Doesn't. Oh yeah, I've got to activate the bingo.
That's what I was trying to remind you of.
Yeah. I will get the bingo up and running properly in a moment. We can all get involved. I've got some exciting news about the bingo too. So yeah, this idea that admitting that human beings don't have souls, which is a ridiculous and silly and nonsense concept, would imply that we love them less or value them less, is silly. I'm going to go further than silly. It's idiotic. What a load of old nonsense.
Let me do a clarification here. So, Angel, I know you don't do nuance, but I'm going to try for a moment here.
Understatement.
If you go to Merriam-Webster, the first definition of animal is any of a kingdom animalia of living things, including many-celled organisms and often many of the single-celled ones. It's quite long. Anyway, that is in biology. We are animals. Classification. It's the taxonomy in biology. That's what we're referring to when we say we are animals. The number 2 definition is any animal that is not a human being. No, we don't believe that human beings are any animal that is not a human being. You're equivocating to the second definition when we are alluding to the first definition. And did he leave, or did you kick him? Or?
No, I didn't kick him. I think he got a call. He teacupped for a bit, and then he went off. He came in with a bang and went out with a whimper, as they so often do. Yeah, I mean, it is so ludicrous. I love this thing of saying, is your son, is your child a worthless, soulless animal scum?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what they try to do. We have to be the bad people for them. And I understand why we have to be the bad people, of course, because their Sky Daddy has to punish us. And if we're not the bad people, then it's not right for their Sky Daddy to punish us. So we have to be the bad people. And that's why he came in with this sort of 1950s religious tract characterization of atheists as being these horrible demonic people who sacrifice children and don't love anyone. It's completely ludicrous. But it was quite entertaining as well. There is that. So, yeah, I mean, shocking, really. And also a real dick move to try and pin it to race as well. He was the one who came in and started talking about, what am I saying about however many million African Americans? Like, I hadn't said anything about African Americans at any point ever. Not something I would do. He just needed to be able to say, you're being racist as well as heathen. There we are. Craziness. Bethos, lovely to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks to John and Sean for doing this. Like bringing up the God-defeating hair. Yeah, the hair is good. They always get very scared. When you talk about the animal classifications in Leviticus, it's not a good look for the designer with his bats are birds and hares and rock badgers chew cud. They don't. They just look a little bit like they do. And that explains a lot, doesn't it? Sin there, done that. Great name. Great name. Why do Christians always think interpretation is going to save them from the Bible? Right, this is back to the chat before who was asking about the interpretation. Interpretation is used like context and free will. They're like magic wands that people wave around, linguistic magic wands. That all you need to do is say interpretation, and suddenly the problem in the text, poof, magically disappears. Just use the word context, and suddenly that verse demanding the killing of children is fine. Absolutely no problem. You just need to use the magic word context. It's basically a hermeneutical abracadabra. And we think it's very amusing, but well spotted. Absolutely right. Tim is back. Words to live by. Don't be a dick. I mean, those are the words to live by. If you had to sum up an ethical code in 4 words, those would be the 4 words, I reckon. So good call, Tim. Absolutely, and thank you very much for that. And Tim, again, the quiverful movement is designed to have as many children as possible to outpopulate other religions, hence the term quiver is full. Okay, because each child is like an arrow in the quiver.
And they're anti all forms of contraception.
Because of course they will be, right, yeah. John on the TikTok queue, we're going to get you in 2 minutes, my friend. Just going to read a couple more messages and then we'll bring you right in. And we have Liquid 826, drop him, he's a troll. I don't think he was a troll. I just think he was a galactically misinformed fool. So, you know, I'm not one for calling people's names, but occasionally they earn them. He was foolish. He was disingenuous in the way that he was engaging. Maybe he was a troll. I mean, maybe he was. I think he thought he was right. I just think he was misguided enough to actually think he was right, and puffed up and pious and pompous with it. There we are. Tim, again, thank you, my friend. I'll say it, you lazy troll. You and all the other believers are gullible, silly fools who have been sold a lie from the beginning. How's that? Well, yeah, thanks for saying it, Tim. I think that's what we were all thinking as well. And Doxon Greenlight back again. Thank you for the 666. Loving that. As a black American, my opinion is that any European colonized enslaved people that still claim Christianity have Stockholm syndrome. Wake up. I mean, I guess that's obviously not something that I would feel comfortable saying, but I appreciate what you're saying there too. And there is something about that, you know, the fact that this was a religion imposed on people from other people, and it is colonial and unpleasant. So I understand exactly what you're saying. And finally, we get Tim again. Real story, a guy trying to sell his soul on eBay. eBay took it down saying, if a soul exists, it's part of a body and against the terms of service. If it doesn't exist, then it's non-existent item and also against the terms of service. That is brilliant. I don't know if that really is true or not, Tim, but it's an absolutely superb story.
I'm going to have to look that up.
I absolutely love that. Just before we move on to John, we've actually just got one more message has come in from Indentured Cervix. Lovely to see you as always, and thank you. I wish there were an afterlife, but no God, just so I could watch Christians' disappointed faces as they cross over and laugh my arse off. That's true. That is true. And something I've said quite a few times is I don't understand the connection between afterlife and God, because there could be some kind of afterlife and not be a God, or there could be a God and not be an afterlife. One does not imply the other just because they both happen to turn up in lots of religious texts together. So it's quite odd the number of times you speak to someone and they just assume that where you find one, you must find the other. And I don't think that is sound thinking at all. Okay, we are going to bring in John from the TikTok queue. Hey, John, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Good evening, morning, John and Sean, and love listening to you. And I love your non-biased comments. And I'm currently in a mental institution because I had a spiritual awakening and my sister got me sectioned. And I had a spiritual awakening through a 12-step program similar to Alcoholics Anonymous.
Okay.
And step one was powerless over my emotions, and my life had become unmanageable, which it did. And then two, step two, having had a spiritual awakening. No, that's step 12. I had a spiritual awakening as a result of the steps, and I found God. And someone says to me, if you think of God, think of good orderly direction, because I was an atheist and didn't believe in God and thought, why would God put his son on a cross and let him suffer so much? But then I learned that through his pain became love. And, today I'm a believer, but I'm not religious. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim, but I respect the religions, and Religion to me just causes wars and famine and things that's going off with Israel over Palestine and things like that, which is awful.
Yep.
But thank God I had a spiritual awakening. But as I say, my sister thought I was going mad because I started talking about God. And God to me is a universal, loving, kind person. And he is silly, don't get me wrong, and he's got a sense of humour. It says that, and I'm just so grateful that I found him, because my life today is paradise every day.
Well, I would say to you, John, if your beliefs at this point are helping you, and it sounds to me like you've had a bit of a hard time of it. So if your beliefs are helping you right now, then far be it from me to try to persuade you out of them. So that would be my position. I think there's a time and a place for conversations, and I think we would all just wish you well, and hope that you do okay, and best of luck in your.
Yeah, well, I've been discharged. So I'm going home. So thank God.
Good.
And but the thing is that what they've done is pumped me full of medication, because they're saying I'm psychotic and I'm manic because I believe in God, and hopefully I'll come off those drugs, because them drugs don't help. They just turn me into a zombie.
Well, you know what we're going to say is that whatever you do it with medical guidance and supervision, because it can be very dangerous.
Sure.
To take.
Sure. I'll come off them gradually. Don't worry with the psychiatrist's opinion.
Yeah, good.
Good. I will do.
Good stuff.
But we do. The medication is needed. Don't get me wrong, but I don't feel I need it, because God is my tablet. God is my medication. But as I say, I will listen to the professionals, because in the EA book, it says we should listen to the professionals.
Good.
So that's what I'm doing. But look, I really love you both, and God loves you unconditionally. God loves you unconditionally, whether you believe it or not.
Fair enough, John.
But anyway, thanks for talking.
All the best,
thanks
buddy.
for talking, and God bless and good night.
Take it
we
easy.
wish you the best, John.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, I actually remember we have spoken to John before, so hope he's doing okay, and pleased to hear that he's going home. That's good to know, and we all, of course, wish him well. Okay, couple of things. We're going to bring Hassan, life coach, in just a moment. I need to tell you about the bingo, because something very cool is happening. So first of all, if you want to get involved in the bingo right now, being very derelict of us to have not been paying attention to this, I'm going to put a link to the bingo in the YouTube chat, and I will put one in the TikTok chat as well. So if you want to check today's bingo, there's a link there for YouTube. Annoyingly, the TikTok chat doesn't allow me to paste stuff in, so it has to be manually typed, which is really, really annoying. But
you should be able to. I'm able to.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing it on my phone. That's all.
Yeah, but it's fine. I got it here. Okay. So that is a link that gets you to see to see today's bingo, which looks like this. So we've got you're suppressing the truth, no morality without God, read it in context, Jesus fulfilled prophecy, crash out. I think we can probably tick that one, can't we? That's the Old Testament. How do you account for logic? Nothing comes from nothing. Takes more faith to be an atheist. Philbro babble. It's a relationship, not a religion. And look at the trees, which is, of course, our firm favourite. Now, if you hear someone doing one of these, then you can put it in the chat, and I'll see if I can spot the message, and then we'll light it here. But I have something very, very exciting to announce, which is that I'm nearly there. I'm perfecting a system where you will actually be able to play the bingo along with us. So I'll be able to send you a link, and if you hear someone doing one of the things on the bingo card, you can literally click it yourself. Then I'll get a notification that a square has been filled in, and I'll check it out, and I'll look at it, and if it checks
that's
out,
brilliant.
then it will light up, it will make the noise, everyone will see it, and your name goes in the square underneath the tick, so we can properly all play together. So I'm very, very, very close. I'm very close. I was testing it today. It's not quite there, but it will be, I think, in the next few days. So that is a thing that's going to be happening soon, and it should be fun. But in the meantime, that's what we have today. So because I know that I miss these. You know, sometimes when you're in the thick of the conversation, we miss these things sometimes. And also just like trying to run this live, I don't know if you realize how much is going on behind the scenes. Whilst we're having these conversations, I'm juggling 6 different bits of software and moving callers around and labeling things and checking queues and all of these things that are happening. And there's quite a lot going on. So quite often I'll miss it. And it might even be the case that I miss it even if someone puts it in the chat. So I thought I want to come up with a way that people can really get involved, because the bingo is fun. And I might shrink it down so that we have 9 cells in the square rather than 12. It might make it more likely that we actually put a dent in it. I don't know. Or maybe it's better to just have more, because then that increases the chances of a hit. So who knows?
Yeah.
But that is in the pipeline. It's coming soon, and I think it might be fun for us to do that all together like a big happy family. So that is kind of the plan. I'm getting a little error from YouTube. What's that saying? Okay. YouTube is now complaining about the feed. So I'm just going to drop our bitrate down a little bit. All sorts of tech fun tonight. Let's just drop that down a little touch. And then we're going to get Hassan in. That can be 3,000 or 3,500 and see how that goes. Okay. Our next guest is our old friend, Hassan Life Coach. And let's see what Hassan is saying. Hey, Hassan, how are you?
I'm good, sir. And you?
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. What's on your mind?
Thank you so much. I do always support you, and I will always support you. Why? Because you are defending our beautiful world, and that is the perfect thing for me.
Thank you.
We can destroy this. Yes, we can destroy this earth to defend an invisible religion or God.
Yeah, a few people seem like they're trying, don't they?
Yes, because whenever you listen to the religious people that came up, you could see they can be in a situation they can forget the earth they live on in the name of religion. They can be in a situation where they can destroy this earth to defend a religion. So now God is silly. Let's get it to them. God is silly because God created the people he claimed to love most in the desert, where they will be starved and live in a dusty, very hot environment. Mm-hmm. At least if God should have said that he loved people that were created around the sea, in a forest, a rainy sea areas, I would believe that. But for God to tell me that the people he loved most is those he created in the desert, it doesn't make sense to me. That makes him a silly God.
Yeah.
And yes.
So
another
much.
Point is that, correct, nobody fasts for Satan to work. Nobody builds more churches and mosques for Satan to work. But Satan, according to believers, he works 24/7. So why should somebody fast, build more churches and mosques for God to function as a God? Meanwhile, he knows that he owns this world and that is his property. Mm-hmm. So what, it makes him a silly God. What do you wait for me to tell you how to protect your properties? And you claim that Satan is your son, according to their teachings. And Satan, nobody is fasting for Satan to function, and he's functioning 24/7. So guess what? He's a silly God. And again, No Vietnamese, no Indian, no Japanese have claimed to have seen God. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No African claim to have seen God. Why is it that God only appears in the desert? For what reason?
Yeah, it's
So
ludicrous.
these three reasons make it a silly God. And I will land here. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Hassan. Nice to speak to you as always, my friend. Yeah, absolutely. And the more you look into it, the sillier it gets. So we spoke earlier about, I was giving you the first definition I'd come across of silly was to do with lacking common sense or good judgment. So another definition was like trivial or frivolous. And I think that God is deeply concerned with things that are incredibly petty. And this to me looks very trivial and frivolous and silly, right? So we have the creator of the entire universe who is extremely concerned about what we eat. I mean, he could have not created those things and therefore stopped people eating them. But no, he created them. He wants them there. He wants all the shellfish there, but you're just not allowed to eat any, even though you're allowed to eat lots of other things. That doesn't make any sense. He's very upset about mixing meat and dairy. It gets him very twisted. He's extremely concerned about exactly how men cut their hair. I mean, how is that not silly? Try and experiment. Try and say with a straight face, without laughing or smiling, that the creator of the entire universe, the architect of all galaxies, is extremely concerned about men's haircuts. Say that and don't laugh. Say that and don't smile. It's not possible. It's silly. There is so much silliness here. It doesn't stop. It just keeps on going. We're going to look at more a little bit later. But right now, we're going to bring in, it looks like Yazu Stifa. Is that correct? I might not be saying that right. And forgive me if I'm absolutely massacring your name. How do we correctly say your name?
Yazu.
Yazu.
Well, welcome, Yazu. Forgive me for mispronouncing your name. I will try not to do that again. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
The principle of God is not silly, rather very sophisticated. God is relative direction, and the mirror of the word El is lo, which means nothing. So in a sense, something is either a relative director or is nothing to you. The sophistication of these Afro-Asiatic words is extremely far from silly.
Well, the words themselves, do you believe in the Christian God?
I believe that the Christian God exists. They just don't know what that is.
Who's they?
The people who are Christians.
Okay, so do you believe that God created Adam and Eve and that they ate of a fruit that he knew they were going to eat, and then he decided to give like inherited sinful nature to all of their offspring and have women like have painful childbirths, etc.?
The painful childbirth thing I can validate. A lot of the other stuff I can't.
Okay, so go ahead, John.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, what do you mean you can validate it? What does that mean?
That's a relative direction. A relative direction is women have pain in childbirth.
I don't know what you mean by relative direction, but we all agree women have pain in childbirth. Do you agree that God gave all women, God did that's because God was angry at Eve for eating of the fruit?
Not sure about his reason in a sense, or its reason.
So that's what it says. That's what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, I know that the Bible is not really an Afro-Asiatic text. It's like a translation of something.
Okay, so you don't believe the Bible as written is inerrant?
Oh, yeah, no. There's a bunch of Bibles. A lot of them have a bunch of truth. Some of them have a bunch of falsehoods.
Okay. Do you believe God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving?
God is just relative direction, as I was stating to you before.
I don't know what that means, relative direction.
I'm going to guess no one here has the foggiest clue what you're talking about. I mean, respectfully.
Oh, it's okay. No big
because I mean, forgive me, is the term relative direction something that most people would be acquainted with?
Well, I mean, they know these things, by themselves. They just don't really, combine the two, so to speak.
Right. A little bit like if I said God is a woven elephant, people understand what woven means and they understand what an elephant means. They're just not used to combining those two words.
There you go.
Just like that. So about as clear as that.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Do you think that's clear? If he said God is a woven elephant, would you pick up on that and say, I know exactly what John means?
I mean, I would assume I know exactly what he means, like a circus elephant. That's what I would think. First thing popped in my mind when he said it.
Yeah, I mean, I could have used the word, jellied teacup. It's more just, I don't really. I mean, if you're onto some interesting concept, what was the term you used again? Because it's already slipped out of my mind.
Relative direction. Direction.
It's so sophisticated that any synonym for relative you could use, and any synonym for direction you can use, and it still would be what God is.
Right, okay. But but it would also still be equally indiscernible in terms of what you're actually trying to say.
Not necessarily for me.
Okay, yeah, what do you mean by relative direction?
You're onto something, but nobody understands what you mean. So just try and explain what you mean.
Well, I disagree with that. Like some of the people, in a sense, who were messing around with the Bible, they kind of understood it. You can tell the way that they're talking. They'll say,
explain it in a way we can all understand it, please.
Sure. The simplest way for a person to understand that God is just relative direction, like in the Bible, it says that somebody's God is their belly. So like if you had any thought that God knew everything or God was some creator, you're not going to think that a belly does that. So what is it really talking about? It's symbolically talking about someone is being led by their stomach. Just a relative direction. That's all it's talking about. You can literally replace relative direction with every spot that you see in the Bible where it says God is this, God is that, and you'll see that's exactly what it's talking about.
But here's where this system might come a cropper just a tiny bit or a lot. So a direction isn't something that really has ontology. It's not a thing that exists, right? When we talk about north of here or down the street or turn left or straight ahead or anything like that, those are directions, and they're really kind of descriptive terms that point out a location of a thing compared to another thing. It's not really something that exists. So if God is just a direction, isn't that just another way of saying God doesn't exist?
Relative direction.
Beg pardon?
You were saying that if God is just a direction, like like your face, right? It's on the front of your head. So like that's relative to even what direction you walk or whatever the case may be, or you see. That's a better example.
Right, but we wouldn't call the orientation of my face it's defining it's defining existence. We would say that my face has an existence, and then its orientation and position relative to the rest of my body are properties of my face. They're not my face. My face isn't its direction. The direction is just a property of my face, in the same way that my house might face south, but my house isn't south. It just has a property of facing south. So
you said the direction is? Did you say the direction is?
Yeah, because it sounds like you're defining God as
I'm not doing this
as a
is
property.
Afro-Asiatic understanding. This is not my definition.
Okay, so the Afro-Asiatic understanding of God, it seems to me a little bit like a category error of sorts, because it's unless because it could be my misunderstanding. I'm unfamiliar with this, so I'm not asking it for anything other than to try and understand what you're saying. It sounds to me like a problem, because to say God is relative direction is sort of just like saying God doesn't exist, because directions aren't things that exist. They're just descriptors.
You just said direction is. You said direction is. When you said that, then you admitted that it exists.
Well, it doesn't exist in the same way.
Is an azimuth of 273 degrees relative to my position? Is that God?
That could be your God. That could be your relative direction. May not be mine.
Okay. Well, I think to me, this is a little too esoteric, and I think that if we're going to define God as a direction, we might as well define God as a smell, or God as a hue, or God as, a memory of a moment we once had.
No, not
It's
God has a hue. God is a hue.
yeah, God is a hue, like, and it's to make God so amorphous and so sort of, I don't know. To me, it's like hijacking the word God and using it to refer to something else when we probably have better terms to use for that something else. That's how we sort of do injury to language, I think, when we do things like this. So I would say, I would probably say this one's probably not for us, because we're interested in the concept of God that most people mean when they talk about God is a conscious being that exists in some sense, that has motivations, that engages with its creation, specifically with people, that people have to have a relationship with. All of these things
Speaking about
are things
Yahweh.
that don't apply to a direction.
You're speaking about Yahweh.
Well, I'm speaking about the concept,
Any
conception
number
of
of
God.
gods.
Yeah, it could be Allah.
Which one?
It could be Yahweh. It
Could be Thor.
It could be Thor.
Is those the ones that you all want to talk about?
Well, those are the ones that I'm most interested in, because those are the ones that impact the lives of most people. And the work we do here is really around doctrines about belief and doctrines around criminalizing not being persuaded of the right things. That's the kind of central core of the channel, is this idea that belief isn't a choice, and so doctrines that criminalize belief are immoral because they are making a moral failure out of normal human psychology. And so the kind of thing you're talking about is so far removed from that, we would have to walk over 25 different steps to even get to having a connection between the sort of stuff I think we're talking about and the kind of thing you're talking about.
I think that you all were mentioning, or you're trying to talk about Yahweh, which is a God. I think that's what you're trying to do.
Well, is Yahweh just a direction as well?
Well, Yahweh is an existor. So, like, that's what his name means. Existence itself.
Well,
Right.
there's no.
So now we've gone from God is a relative direction to some gods are more than just relative directions. They're existors. Is that like Skeletor?
What do you mean more than? You think that existence is more than relative direction?
I do think that that existence implies lots of additional sort of an additional type of ontology than just a direction. Yeah, I do think it's more. Yeah.
Well, if I say existor, because that's in a sense, not just simply existence, even though it said that he's that, but then me saying he makes it funny. But let's do the existor thing, and the reason why I believe in the existor, because
why not just use more concise, less poetic language and say Yahweh is a conscious being, a deity who created the universe and is all knowing, all powerful.
Because I don't believe all of that. Like, I don't believe that he created the universe. Like,
well, no, but I could still talk about Thor's attributes without believing Thor exists.
Yeah. So, how do you know Yahweh's attributes? Where do you get this from?
Just the way Christians describe him. Now, I don't believe Yahweh even exists, but I'm saying as a concept, that's the Christian doctrine as to what describes Yahweh.
I see what's going on. In a sense, you all want to speak to somebody who really doesn't know about Yahweh and speak to them about that.
We want to speak to someone who can describe their God in a manner that most people can understand.
But he describes himself the way he describes himself.
Okay. Like I'm in the Army. I've done plenty of land nav using degrees and a topographical map with grid coordinates and the whole thing.
Thank you for your
thank you. I appreciate it. But I would never shoot an azimuth and think that's God.
Okay. What does that have to do with me?
Well, you're saying God is a relative direction.
Yeah. I think there might just be, respectfully, I think there might just be too much distance between where you are in terms of the way you're framing these concepts and where we are in terms of the kind of conversation that is going to be fruitful and interesting for our audience. So I just, I don't say that disrespectfully.
I agree. I agree with you. I'll go ahead and jet out. But fruitful, that was an interesting word to talk to somebody about Yahweh who doesn't even know what it means. I don't see how that could be fruitful. But peace be upon you all. Take it easy.
All right. Take care.
All right. All right, Yazu.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I think, I mean, one doesn't want to be too rigid and prescriptive with language, but at the same time, I think when concepts get too slippery, I just don't think there's very much value to be had there. So we're going to bring in Not Jay. We have spoken before, but I cannot quite remember exactly when.
I don't know who this is, but it's not Jay.
No. Hey,
that
Not
was
Jay.
terrible. I'm sorry. How's it going?
Oh shit! I must have hit the request button when I was grabbing a smoke.
Did you not want to come up? That's okay. We can drop you down if you're here by accident.
I'm good coming. I'm good coming up, but I think
you have to monologue now, man.
We're just going to talk about.
No, you have to sing.
We're just going to talk. John is my favorite deconstructionist.
Oh no, please don't. No, thanks, man. You're not under any obligation to stay if you came up by accident, but we have spoken before because your name rings a bell. So, is there anything you would like to add while you're here? And then we've got.
What were you guys talking about? I couldn't understand where he was coming from.
Nobody could.
Nobody could.
Nobody could. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's not just you. We promise, it's not just you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he had.
I've always understood. Go ahead.
I was just because he had a very idiosyncratic idea of what God meant, and apparently it was not. He said it was more common than I thought, but it's not something I've ever heard of. God is relative directions, apparently. So there we are.
But somebody said he was existence itself, and I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Even that, I have that definition I have an issue with, because there's already a word for existence. Like I could say the existence of currency has these implications. It's just existence is sort of a concept.
So the way that I heard it explained, and I'd probably maybe 90% there, is that when they say that he's existence himself, another way to say it would be he's the reason why there's something rather than nothing.
I prefer that.
He's not. Everything in the created world is contingent upon something else. So he has not contingent upon anything. So he's existence himself. He is the spirit that binds and animates everything in the created world.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I understood that, but if you just tell me he's existence, that doesn't. Language is a funny thing. Yeah, it just doesn't do anything for me conceptually.
The doctrine of divine simplicity would say that he is his attributes, not that he has attributes. They call it ipsum esse, that he is.
I got you.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's my definition. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up by accident.
Hey, somebody is asking, why did I do so poorly on Joel's stream? Because he was talking about free will. Do you guys want to talk about that?
We can speak about free will if you want to.
Yeah, he was saying, why doesn't God directly get in front of you to prove his existence?
What I would say is, I don't care the manner. Why doesn't he make his existence known to every person on the planet? Not just that he exists, but here I exist. Here's the right religion, if any. Here's my rules. Your choice if you want to follow me. Why doesn't he do that?
So I would suggest to you that, and again, we're going to get into a couple of things that you'll debate, but just kind of stay with me and assume these things are true.
Okay.
So if there is a God, okay, let's just take back your beliefs here for a second and assume
I'm fine with hypotheticals. If there's a God,
then he would be the one that would give you what morals are. He would be your moral base. He would be the lawgiver. Okay. And everybody has those morals written upon their heart. Okay. So if somebody were born before the Mosaic covenant or in the Mosaic covenant or after the time of Christ's salvation, or they were on a desert island, or they were an atheist of goodwill, trying their best to follow Christ, they would still have an opportunity for salvation.
My question though is, why doesn't he make the fact that he exists known to every single person?
Why he doesn't do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because because right now I'm in a state where I'm not choosing not to. I'm unable to believe he exists. And believing he exists is the absolute necessary starting point to then I can decide if I want a relationship with him or not. So why doesn't he make his presence known to everybody?
He will.
When?
It's a little bit of a long explanation. Are you sure you want it?
Well,
no,
I mean,
not if it's long. No,
not if it's long, but basically, like, do you believe that if I die an atheist, I'm going to Helltown and or not going to heaven?
No, not. First of all, I don't know where you're going to go. I'm not God, but I do know it's not an automatic thing if you're an atheist that you go directly to hell. That you pass go, you don't collect $200 and you go.
Oh, I've used that saying. I'm glad you did, because I've literally used that phrase. Thanks for the Monopoly. The Monopoly reference.
No, and this is from the Catechism, and it's directly from Scripture too.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. I've read Scripture where atheists are just screwed. Period.
Okay.
But so being a Christian, what you're saying has no bearing on, like, does it have a bearing on your statistical probability of getting into heaven and avoiding hell?
I'll put it to you this way: it is the preferred path. It is the normal, ordinary path.
Okay, so it's the more likely path. So if it has implications for, like, you getting into heaven, not that it's a guarantee, I know it's not. Why doesn't God make it so everybody knows he exists? Then they can just decide if they want to become a Christian and follow God.
Well, he tried it that way once, and it didn't work out. So now we have, in this world, he would consider the fact that if you had direct contact with him, that knowledge would affect your free will.
Do you know God exists?
All the evidence that I've seen points to it.
Okay, does that affect your free will?
It's a product of my free will. Because you can only prove him up to a point, and then you have to take the collected evidence that you've seen and make a decision. Is this enough evidence for me, or is it not enough evidence for me?
Okay, so he could convince me to the same degree you're convinced, in a manner of which it's not interfering with your free will, right?
I don't think.
Or with my free will.
So for him, what do you mean by convince? Because belief is
is
yeah.
What? Belief is what? What were you going to say?
It's not necessarily a choice.
No, it's not a choice. It's not a choice, period. But
Right.
basically, like, if you convince me God exists, did you violate my free will?
No.
If God convinces me God exists, did he violate my free will?
If he does it by showing himself directly, I believe yes, he would.
Okay, but God's powerful enough to convince me in the same manner you would have convinced me, or in some manner that would not violate my free will, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why doesn't God do that?
Maybe he hasn't. Yeah, these are hard questions. Maybe he hasn't yet. Maybe you have been given all you need to be convinced, but you turned away anyways. You rejected him. I don't know you. I don't know your heart, so I really can't say.
Yeah, so basically, as it stands right now, most of the world either believes in no God or believes in the wrong God or wrong gods. Most of the world, because, like, it's not majority Christian, right? It's like 2.3 billion or something like that Christians.
Yep.
So if God and it could just be I was unlucky and I was born into the wrong country with the wrong religion to the wrong family, and I ended up being convinced of Hinduism, or for example.
And Hinduism still have the opportunity to reconnect with the Creator.
Right, but if everyone on the planet had knew God exists, or at least believed God exists, and it's the Christian God, et cetera, then they have the free will to decide if they want to be Christian, right?
Okay.
So basically, wouldn't it make sense for God to do that?
To just come down and have a conversation with you across the table?
No. Just any manner of
make
which
himself known.
Any manner which God would make himself known in a manner that doesn't interfere with free will, which you agreed he's powerful enough to do, and then convince the entire planet like he exists, and then they could have free will to decide if they want a relationship with him or not. It would actually enhance free will, because if they don't believe he exists, they literally can't have a relationship with him.
So if we do if we are assuming again that God is real, then God will know exactly the right way to reach everybody. Because
exactly. But he doesn't, because
he's just choosing
most
not
of
to
the
do
planet
it now.
lives. Yeah, but most of you're saying now, but like most of the planet will live and die not believing in the right God.
But
and it happens all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I would suggest to you that most people can intuit the morality given by God through reason without necessarily hearing what you guys are calling the right God, the right story.
Right,
and through that, you can be saved.
Does being a Christian have implications to help you get into heaven or not? Because you said it does.
It's the ordinary and preferred path, but like I said, even atheists of goodwill will be able to enter with, enter back with their God.
Right, but okay, yeah, I got you. I feel like we're at an impasse now, but
we're gonna move it on.
Yeah, but, not everywhere in the world are they going to have been reached with the message. That's just the way this world's imperfect. That's the way it was set up. So.
God couldn't do it better. Not Jay. We're going to move it on, man. But thanks for coming up, albeit accidentally. Nice.
And again, I wanted to thank you. You're the best deconstruction that I knew that I found on here.
Thank you.
And the questions you bring up actually caused me to go and find answers and actually deepen my faith. So I appreciate that.
Gracious of you to say. All the best. Take it easy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to bring in Godwin. Has been waiting very patiently on the TikTok side. Hey, Godwin, how are you doing?
Hey, John, how's it going?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Good. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how you doing, Godwin?
Good. I'm a friendly. Been watching your show. Gotta love God's trial and error methods of perfect creation.
Yeah.
Unchanging, by the way. Unchanging God who, did it wrong the first time. A reason for my call, you guys were talking earlier about, you had a caller on and you guys were talking about, they were talking about Satan and why God can't beat Satan, or why he chooses not to beat Satan right now. And I was a believer before, and we were always told. And so what I'm getting to is it's sort of the theme of Christianity, in not just the devil, but in salvation, the whole you'll find out later. It reminds me of long-term investment schemes. It's the devil will get it later. God's just letting him do this now. But you'll see the reason that God doesn't want to take out the devil now is he has a plan. You'll find out later. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro.
A real common one is he lets the devil do his thing with us to test us. Like an all-knowing God needs to do tests.
Right. No, that's over their head, Sean. I mean, they don't even get that far, right? But that's true. Yeah, exactly. And it just goes to show with the heaven thing too. It's you'll find out when you die.
Yeah, and it's that always needing to anthropomorphize God and make him smaller. So many of these arguments the arguments to sort of justify and explain God's behavior and reasons always end up making him smaller. They're the sorts of things a person would do. They're the sorts of things a person lacking in ability or lacking in knowledge or lacking in power would do, because that's what we do as people. Our actions are all constrained by the limitations we have as finite beings. But if I was a god, I wouldn't need to make plans that involved allowing evil creatures to run riot and do, I would just say, well, I want the universe to be configured like this, and I would click my fingers and it would be configured like that, and that would be it. All of this stuff is so silly. It brings us back again. Wherever you look, there's silliness to be found. You lift up every kind of theological stone, there's silliness under it. All of them. All of it. It's just silly.
The answer is his ways are higher.
Yeah.
Laugh at it and point and laugh. There's no way. I haven't heard a good argument against his ways are higher other than just to point and laugh. I don't know if you guys have anything to add to that.
His ways are higher is basically a euphemism for this sounds like bullshit to me too. I can't explain it.
Yeah.
So his ways are higher.
And it's a variation of the sort of the thought stoppers or doubt stoppers, right? So they're sort of they're claims that sort of sound like they're making an argument. It's actually a non-argument in disguise as an argument. It's a way of saying, I don't want to have this conversation anymore. I'm presenting a terminus to the conversation here, but we're all going to collectively pretend that I've actually given you an adequate response to the point you made, even though it isn't one. It's another way of saying, I don't want to talk about it, or you're not allowed to think about it, or, critical thought is not appropriate here because reasons.
It's better to not think about it. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks
Godwin, for coming up. Nice to talk to you, my friend.
Great talking to you.
And, drop me down. I don't want to ruin your algorithm.
I got you, man. Thanks a lot. Take it easy.
Thanks. Good night.
Okay, that is Godwin. Thank you very much. We're going to bring in Yoso General right now. Hey, Yoso General, how you doing?
Hey, John, how are you?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed. You're very welcome. What's on your mind?
And are you able to hear me clearly? I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think so. There's a little bit of background noise, I think, but I think we got you.
Yeah, sorry. I'm at the airport, but I have you in my headphones. So yes, I just wanted to join the conversation. We spoke once a while back, and it was a respectful and good conversation. So maybe we could pick up on the topic.
We like those. Yeah. What do you got?
So I guess I would say I'm a theist. I think I'm a little bit unorthodox because I do lean more towards, I guess, polytheism or what people would consider a pantheon. But I think that remnants of the truth for me, or at least my truth, are still found in the Word. So if that's what you mainly do is critique from the Bible, I think I could probably make some connecting dots, but I have some external stuff too as well, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah. I mean, do you understand why I might say God is silly?
Do I understand? I think I do somewhat understand. I think maybe that's referencing back to the explanations we've been given, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
So maybe you could give me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. There's just so much in these myths, and they are, in my view, myths, that is silly. Like, there's so much sort of unreasonable behavior, and like God, the all-knowing creator of the universe, who has to walk around the garden saying, "Where are you?" because he doesn't know. Like, if you're God, if you're the creator, you don't ask people where they are. You just know where they are. And there are other things, even like God saying to Abraham, after he kind of hijinxed him into almost killing his child, which is completely horrific, but kind of, no, not really. And then he said, "Now I know." I can't remember exactly what the language was there, but it was like,
basically that how far you'll go for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what the language was like. Now I know that you fear God, I think was what the line was there to Abraham, right?
Okay.
Implying he didn't know
Yeah.
it before, right? That doesn't make sense. Well, he was lacking the knowledge before, and this was some weird kind of twisty experiment that he needed to do in order to gain that knowledge. All of this stuff is silly because if I was going to write about a god, I would describe a majestic god who didn't get himself caught up in the affairs of individual people, who didn't spend time worrying about what their haircuts were, who didn't spend time worrying about exactly what the tassels on their clothing looked like, or what the curtains on the tabernacle were like, or what the what kind of different food groups they were able to combine, or what sorts of materials they were able to wear in their clothes, or any of this sort of stuff. All these weird, silly, parochial little rituals are more a reflection of the people who clearly wrote these texts than they are realistically of a super powerful intelligence who is able to, architect the Milky Way. It just doesn't make sense. It's really silly.
No, and I think that I can definitely agree with you on that. And I think that as far as what I said earlier, the reason you think it's silly is because of the explanations we've been given. We can clearly tell if you're honest with yourself that it's like, okay, this doesn't feel like truth. This feels like man. But to respond to what you said, I want to say that though the writings that we have within the Bible, you may be able to find ways to see that they're not divine. I think that the truth can be found in them, and there, to me, it's more of an encoded message. Someone said, the Bible is a book of lessons, and I think in the simplest terminology, that's probably how you would explain it. But I think that it's more so an understanding or a certain level of knowledge that will meet you where you're at. If you're just ready to worship a deity, then you'll get that. If you're ready to be creative in some other way, then that is there too. And I don't want to lean on this, but like for me, I look into what is the best evidence that man has left that he was connected to something higher. And one of the first things that I found was the pyramid, the only wonder left from the ancient world, the seven wonders. And I also look into modern science, say Isaac Newton, and how he had interest in these people and the ways that they created, and that they were using these same type of writings but with a totally different understanding. Instead of something outside of them, it was something within them. And I think that that truth has been perverted. Without saying too much and giving you a chance to respond.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What would you say to that?
I think I would say that I still don't see where there's room for the divine in any of that. Like, the Egyptians built the pyramids. They're amazing structures. There have been lots of amazing structures built in lots of different cultures. They're fantastic, but I don't think we need to appeal to anything numinous or too esoteric in order to appreciate those creations. And Isaac Newton was an absolutely incredible mind who also spent a good deal of his life trying to turn base metals into gold, and had a load of real BS ideas as well. Even though what he gave us is the foundation of much of physics. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know where there's a place for a god in all of this.
Well, I would say, in a lot of ways, I think I do agree as far as like these people, the Egyptians, people like Isaac Newton, them alone and their belief in a God alongside marvelous creation cannot be evidence of God for me. But I would say it's something that makes me understand that worship or a belief in a God can still be within a logical, creative, intelligent person or group of people. But to bring it full circle or make it connect, I'll say like evolution. I think that me and you could probably both agree on evolution. If I'm to consider what evolution is and see that it's a slow process of
Dude, I'm
natural
so sorry, but
selection
the
and
background
adaptation.
noise where you are is coming across louder than you are. Is there any way you can get somewhere a little quieter? I know you're in an airport, so there's possibly nothing you can do, but it's making it quite difficult to listen to, unfortunately.
No, I can. Give me about 10 seconds.
Sure.
Could you tell me what you heard so far of what I just said?
Yeah, well, so you were going
So I
to
don't have to
talk. You were going to
reiterate
talk
too
about
much.
evolution. So what would your view be on that? And how do you square what we know about evolution and we know about our origins with your theistic ideas?
The way that I would say I would square it or show the connection is that if I'm to believe in evolution, then I believe that either entropy happened and the world started within a perfect state and it's growing to a less perfect state, but things are still evolving to become um, to adapt in ways to where they're able to still survive and thrive better. But it seems like something intentional is happening. There's a development, there's a order, and there's also like a process, a specific process that is happening. So if I believe that evolution or the universe or nature can go through this transformation that it does over this long period of time, I don't think that's actually too far removed from a creator or there being an intention
Really?
behind it. If
But
nature's already doing this marvelous thing.
but I would respectfully offer back that what evolution gives is an explanatory framework for how life can develop and change and become diverse over very, very long periods of time without needing any intentionality. It's so beautifully elegant in how it basically just says all you need is duplication with variation and mutation and change, and then some kind of selection pressure in that. Some changes will be well suited to the environment they're in. Some changes will not be, and it's a bit like a sieve. If you imagine just like, sieving flour, and only the particles of flour beneath a certain size are going to get through the sieve. That could be seen as being like survival, right? And the little clumps of flour that are too big are not well adapted to the environment. They will just be selected out. They're just not going to make it. To me, that's a beautiful idea. And part of the reason it's so beautiful is expressly because it doesn't entail any planning. It doesn't entail a designer. It doesn't entail any intention at all. And yet, it's able to produce such stunning beauty and such ordered complexity. And it's so beautifully elegant in its explanatory power. So I cringe a little bit when I hear people say, "Oh, evolution is like a sign of any kind of divine," because to me it's like a signature of not needing any. It doesn't mean there isn't any. Not a proof against a God, but it certainly means God is superfluous to requirements.
I would respond to that by saying I do understand your perspective. I also believe that people like Newton, but also like Planck, who is considered the father of quantum physics, like they looked at the world from a scientific lens and were able to develop somewhat of the perspective that I had. I think Planck said that God is the end for the scientists and the beginning for religion. And I think that is kind of the way it is. I think the more that we look at the world, the more we do see something. You may not want to call it intentionality or, that might not be what it's defined as. But I think that there are people within science who can see it as that. So you having your perspective, I can respect it, but I think it's possible to see it from my perspective. Being that these people who brought us, like, not if we take out Planck and Newton, who I think are heavyweights, I would say looking at people like Egyptian culture, Roman culture, Sumerian culture, if you go back to these people who brought us languages, math, all these beautiful things, they didn't separate science and religion. It was one thing to them. The philosopher was both the priest and the scientist. And now that we have these two different things, they're almost at odds with each other when the greatest creators or developers seem to be using them in unison.
Yeah, I mean, things used to be much more integrated, didn't they? And much more sort of, there was like the natural sciences, and you had these concepts like that, and then everything got much more sort of specialized and split up. And you've got funnily enough, on the last live we mentioned him as well, but you have people like Stephen Jay Gould who talk about non-overlapping magisteria of like, you've got science doing the science stuff and religion doing the religion stuff, or faith doing the faith stuff, and they don't really overlap, and each one's kind of got their lane. And I'm okay with that up until the point that people start making claims about reality and saying that there is a God who intervenes in the world and has an effect on the world. And the moment you do that, you're now in the realm of science. You're now in the realm of making claims about reality which should be amenable to testing, or at the very least verifying or falsifying. And so I think that they are very uncomfortable bedfellows. And I find myself amazed by people like Francis Collins, who can be, one of the world's top geneticists during the day with his lab coat on, and then kind of hang his lab coat up, and it's almost like he hangs his critical thinking up with it, and then goes back to being an evangelical and believing in souls and the need for salvation and all of that kind of stuff. I find that remarkable. I think it's staggering to me that people can do that, but many people do. Many people smarter than me do it. So there might be something to it. I just can't see it.
I respect the honesty and you not necessarily. I know that you believe what you believe, but not necessarily shutting it all the way down. But before, I guess we wrap it up, because I don't want to push it too far, but I will point out something that maybe aligns with my belief, that maybe can highlight a little bit more of what I'm saying and give you a chance to respond to that. So I am a little bit on the mysticism side. I don't take everything to be personal. I think that if we look at some of these ancient practices, there was a dual nature to these gods or celestial beings. They weren't just something in the sky. They represented something within our reality too. But something that I read The Way of Hermes, which was developed before the New Testament, but within The Way of Hermes, you will find that there's a reference of the Father and the Son. But the Father is not a person, it is the mind, it is the ultimate mind. And we have a mind within us that is connected to, this is my paradigm, to something larger. And our word is actually our word, because it's very hard to relay the message of the mind without the vehicle that we use called language. So I think that someone can have this perspective and still be just as spiritual or a believer in God. It doesn't always have to be a personal God or the way as personal as what we've been given, but there can still be something that is like for a long time we didn't know how to quantify oxygen, air. So you can go without food for months, water for days, and oxygen for minutes, but we did not know how to acknowledge this thing. So I think that says something about our reality, that there are many things we won't see, the atoms, the cells, but they are the core foundation of the reality that we do see.
Fair enough. Well, I've enjoyed the conversation. I think we're pretty far apart in terms of how we see things, but I do appreciate the conversation, and I wish you well on your onward journey, as they say.
Same, man. Thank you for the time. Thank you for being respectful.
No problem.
Have a safe flight, man.
Take care.
Have a good one. Thank you too.
Thanks, Beth. Okie dokie. Well, we did have someone else in the TikTok queue who just dropped out a moment ago. So we currently have empty queues on both sides right now. So if you're watching on YouTube and you want to get involved and come and chat to Sean and me, you can follow the normal link. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. We have our friend Sir Jedrick on the YouTube, on the TikTok side. Forgive me. Always a pleasure to speak to you, my friend. How are you?
I'm currently under the weather. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I was very under the weather last week. So you've got lots of sympathy from me.
Seems to be going around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got like 5 coworkers that got sick yesterday, and then I woke up sick as well this morning. So
hope it passes quickly. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Hey, I wanted to just interact with you guys for just a brief moment on this topic of God is silly. It really strikes me as funny that so many people find it so offensive. But I also it struck me as very interesting because I think it's a great segue into a lot of passages of scripture that really don't add up and don't make sense.
Right.
And if you have just a minute, if this is okay, John and Sean, I'd like to just take a couple of passages. I'll try to quote them from memory because I can't get off my phone screen here, but I'd like to just bounce back and forth to a couple passages.
Sure.
James chapter 1, and if you want to look specifically at verses 12 through 16, I'm gonna take this from the intrinsic things that we were taught as Christians growing up, as it pertains to God tempting and trying people.
Sure. You want me to put it on screen? I can put it up.
Sure, yeah.
So this is James 1, 12 to 15?
James 1, 12 through 16, yes.
16, sorry. Get that up. Trial and temptation?
Yes.
Okay. Shall I read it?
It goes through there, and we don't have to read the whole thing, but it talks about blessed is everyone that endures temptation. And I memorized most of my scriptural memorization from the King James, so a little bit of different verbiage there, but it kind of likens the same temptation, the words temptation and tried together, kind of in the same context and the same thoughts. But the thought of the passage is, let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, because God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. Then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin when it is finished bringeth forth death. Do not err, my beloved brethren. So it's this concept of if you're enduring a hard time, you should consider that an amazing thing to grow your faith, right? If you're dealing with a sickness, if you're dealing with some sort of disease, which I have family members that do deal with, if you're going through a financially tough time, keep in mind first off that God doesn't tempt anybody, and it may be something in your own personal life that you have to, go back and try to do a bunch of introspection and spend time in prayer asking God what you did to do those, to bring about this kind of trial and temptation. So that's the one thought. That's what he says in the New Testament. But if we back that up to Genesis 22 and verse number 1, it says, and God did tempt Abraham, right? So there's if you study this particular line from Genesis all the way through to the conclusion of the Bible in Revelation, the word tempt and tempted is a big thing to God in Scripture.
So in this translation, interestingly, it's saying tested. Are you saying that in the King James it says they're tempted?
It does, yes.
Interesting.
So he says he tempts Abraham. He goes through there. And by the way, this is the temptation where he's going to ask him to offer up his only son, which is just incredibly wild. But I thought that this was very interesting on this topic of God is silly, because he starts off in Genesis tempting the person that he was going to make a nation out of, right? If you follow Scripture, taking it at face value, tempting the person he's going to make a nation out of. Along their travels, that nation, the nation of Israel, their travels from the land of Egypt into, I guess, air quotes, the promised land, they, in turn, tempt God. He gets very angry about that. And so this whole concept of he seems incredibly insecure about this. Well, you get all the way through to the New Testament, and you have God being angry again with people tempting him. Then you get down to James, and it says God doesn't tempt anybody. He can't be tempted. So why is he so angry about people trying to tempt him? He can't be tempted, but also he doesn't tempt anybody, so it's your fault. So this is just one of the many common threads from the very beginning of the Bible all the way through to conclusion that are incredibly silly and make literally no sense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to turn up the silliness notch even one more, do you remember the negotiation over punishments between in the book of Ezekiel about God wanting to impose a punishment about how they're going to cook their bread. Do you remember this?
Oh, that one.
So
I do.
Yeah. And you take wheat and barley, beans and lentils, millet and spelt, put them into one vessel and make bread for yourself during the number of days that you lie on your side. 390 days you shall eat it. The food that you shall eat be 20 shekels a day by weight, blah, 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 blah. And you shall drink water by measure, blah, blah, blah. You shall eat it as barley cake, baking it in their sight on human dung. The Lord said, thus shall the people of Israel eat their bread unclean among the nations to which I will drive them. Then I said, this is Ezekiel bargaining with God. Ah, Lord, I have never defiled myself from my youth up until now. I have never eaten what died of itself or was torn by animals, nor carrion flesh come into my mouth. Then he said to me, see, this is like making a major compromise here. I will let you have cow's dung instead of human dung on which you may prepare your bread. This is insane. This is insane.
It's completely wild.
It's completely bonkers. I mean, this is the prophet negotiating with God about the punishment, and God very kindly being willing to make a compromise and saying, okay, you don't have to cook your bread on human poo-poo. You can just cook it on cow dung instead. And people say, what? And people come in and say, what do you mean silly? It's ludicrous. Totally ludicrous.
No, what's your standard? What's your standard of silly?
That's right. What's your standard for silliness? That's right.
Yeah, he basically took his morality script and then just made it to, just applied it to the adjective silly.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here at the beginning.
There's an objective standard for silly.
Yeah.
I only believe what's silly if God says it's silly. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that conversation was very interesting for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we definitely wish you well. I felt absolutely rotten last week. I wasn't able to do anything. So I hope that you don't feel like that and that you get better really, really quickly. And please send our love to your lovely wife as well.
Thank you so much. I sure enjoy y'all's life. You're doing the good work. Keep it up. Sure appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. All the
Thanks,
best.
Jed.
Take care. Okie dokie. Well, again, the call queues are currently empty. So if you want to get involved, come and say hi. We don't bite. We would love to hear from you. And in the meantime, I'll read some messages. We've got, Gordon loves science. Lovely to see you, my friend. Hi, Sean and John. I have nothing clever to say. I just want to support your mission. Well, that's really, really kind of you. Thank you. And of course, Gordon is one of our inner circle members. Really, really appreciate that very much indeed. And Brian Peck says, Ishkon claimed to meet Krishna, so Indians do see God. That was in the conversation we were having earlier about that, yeah. And then we finally have Bethos, lovely to see you again. Caller sound like a Philbro ordered from Temu. This was the chat before.
I love it.
Yeah, that is good. That is very good. I mean, you didn't get straight answers to your questions, Sean, and you were asking exactly the right questions. It's very straightforward. Like if he wants us to know him, this whole free will thing is such nonsense. Like if he wants us to know him, we would know him just like we know all the other things we know without having our free will destroyed by finding them out. It's remarkable to me that anyone makes that argument. Pretty strange. Just reading some messages. Take care, Liquid. I hope you're well. Thanks for being here tonight. That's to our friend Liquid over in the YouTube chat, who's heading off. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, so queue's currently empty. So we can have a little bit more looking at the concept of silliness while we're waiting for someone to come and join the conversation.
My favorite one
is the verse about if two men are fighting
Oh
and
yeah,
one yeah, and the wife of one grabs the other guy's genitals to help her husband,
yeah,
chop
completely
off her hand,
bonkers.
show no pity.
It's
Yeah,
Deuteronomy
and I mean,
25, completely crazy.
actually no, the dung one is right up there too. But it's like
Yeah,
the creator of the universe like cared enough to make sure they wrote this down.
I know.
Like, is this a major problem that happens? Like, did they have an epidemic of men fighting, and then the spouse of one of them grabs the genitals of the other guy
It's a
that
big
her
problem.
husband's fighting against?
You have to formulate
Yeah,
policy on the important things. And just imagine what would have happened to the world and to the fate of the Israelites if God had not removed any ambiguity around this issue. He just had to make it clear about what you do.
yeah,
And you just got to cut that hand off, show no mercy. You know, if you do, everyone will be doing it before you know it.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very, very silly. Yeah, Geo Sam in the YouTube chat just pointed out the cursing of the fig tree was also completely crazy, right? Jesus cursed the fig tree for not giving fruit out of season when fig trees don't give fruit, definitionally. And being the architect of fig trees, he kind of ought to have known that.
Right.
Very silly. The other one was driving the pigs off the cliff. You know, the pigs that had the evil spirits that Jesus removed and cast them into pigs, and the pigs all went running off the cliff. Somebody owned those pigs. Those were someone's pigs. Jesus, no! Don't send people's pigs off cliffs. Bad. Bad, Jesus. Don't do that. It's silly. We are going to bring in... I'm not entirely sure how we pronounce this because I don't want to mispronounce the name again. But it looks like Kofi Talks. Is that right? Or is it Coffee Talks? How do you pronounce your name, my friend?
Yeah, the second one was actually good. Kofi Talks.
Kofi. Okay. I'm so sorry. I always feel horribly embarrassed when I massacre people's names.
No, that's fine.
I'm very sorry.
It's a good attempt, though.
Well, thank you. You're very welcome. What's on your mind?
I am friendly on your side. This is the first time I've come on your live, and I really appreciate what you're doing. I have two things to say. The first one, I totally agree with the point, and one of my favorite ones that I like to go to is Malachi 2:3.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one that is absolutely horrific. I don't know if you've read it, but if you can,
okay, we can get it up.
just for anyone that hasn't read it.
Oh yes, this is delightful. Thank you for bringing this in. This is absolutely perfect. We have to share this. If you have young children, send them out of the room now. Just for a moment. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah. I will rebuke your offspring and spread dung on your faces, the dung of your offerings, and I will put you out of my presence. So, yep, that's pretty hectic, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Like you have now the apologetics around this is that, well, it's not that bad because God was punishing people that were preaching he was punishing false prophets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess that's fine then, right? If it's smearing the dung of on the faces of someone else's children, then yeah, that's totally fine. That's okay. Yeah, that's how we punish people we don't like. Is we smear dung. It's just completely. It's just
it's
it
weird,
disappoints me to hear people. Yes, and these are people who have children.
Yeah.
You see, you can tell, and this is one thing. This was going to be my second point as well. Is that I am always very appreciative of people like yourselves and your co-host as well that can really see through the gish galloping and the triggering things that they say and patiently, dismiss it or have good ways, because I want to do something like what you're doing, but I don't know if I have that emotional maturity to withstand something that is clearly stupid to hear a human being say to you that it is good for God to want to do what Malachi chapter 2 verse 3 do to someone else. That is a good thing, or that would be the much better outcome, the most optimal outcome that an all-powerful, all-good, omnibenevolent God would do in that situation. What kind of answer is that? I don't know if I have the emotional fortitude to calmly dismiss it. And yeah, it's anyway.
Yeah, well, I think if you're considering, if you're able to look at yourself introspectively and even say things like, I don't know if I have the emotional whatever, then the chances are you probably do. You know, most people who are so like reactive are that way because they haven't realized that sometimes you can turn that lens on yourself and examine your own behavior. And the fact that you're even speaking in those terms is a signal to me that you actually probably do have whatever it is needed in terms of disposition to be able to have these kind of conversations. So I think if you want to have them, I'm all about like encouraging other people to do this. The more of us that are out there doing this and having these kind of conversations and realizing that the thing to do is always, where possible, attack the ideas, not the people, then, you know, go forth and do it. Like, great, let us know how you're getting on, you know, send us links, keep us in the loop. The more of us that are doing this, the better. And so, yeah, thanks for coming up and
what was the chapter
sharing
and
that,
verse again?
That it was
Of that?
Malachi 2:3.
Yeah, it's pretty
Malachi
special.
2:3.
Yeah, it's
Victoria
my
was
favorite to go
asking in
to.
chat.
Yeah.
All right, okay. It's my favorite to go to, but you guys have brought up really good ones as well. But yeah.
Thanks.
And,
There's more to come later this evening. I'm sure I've got a few more in the tank myself. I'm pacing them. So yeah,
are
brilliant.
you
Well,
in the UK?
yeah,
Just curious.
I
You're
am.
in the UK? Yeah, it's quite. I'm in the UK too, so I thought it was quite late.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl, and I tend to do daytime streams on Tuesdays, and then I'll do normally
Okay.
night streams on
Okay.
Thursdays and Saturdays as well.
Okay.
But
Oh
yeah.
man, I'm so glad I found you. It's rare to find someone in the UK to do this. Most of the people that I follow are in the States.
Well, that's where
And
most
that's
of
why that's
where most of the problems are. But I figure might as well chip
indeed.
in from here too.
Indeed. I'm really happy that you're doing that. Yeah. Hopefully I'll
Great.
join you one day.
Oh, thanks, man. Well,
Thank you for
great
having
to meet
me.
you. Thanks for coming up. All right.
Thank you.
All the best.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Thanks. Nice guy. Really nice guy. Okay, so we are going to bring in James from the YouTube side. Hey, James. Are you there? That's not happening, is it? Not sure why. Can you hear us, James? Nope. That's not working. So, James, I'm going to drop you down again. If you want to try that again, just follow the link again. Maybe you need to refresh your browser or something. But I could see you, but we couldn't hear you. And in the meantime, we will go with Sound Harbor on the TikTok side. Okay, James, I see you back now. So we'll get you in after this. If you just hold tight where you are. Sound Harbor, how are you doing?
Not too bad, man. You're right.
Very well indeed.
Okay.
Very well indeed. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I've been kind of listening. I just sort of popped in.
Uh-huh.
So what's the sort of argument? It's silly. I can see that.
Yeah. So just
wrong is basically the prompt, is it?
Yeah. I mean, the prove me wrong is really just like if you think he's not silly, you know, make a case for it. But to me, it just seems so obvious that God is silly, because there's just the notion of this all-powerful being being so preoccupied with the silly, you know, the silly things of life, you know, this man's silly little preoccupations and what we wear and what we do with our hair and where we bury our crap and all of that sort of stuff. It's just completely ludicrous, isn't it?
Well, it can be, depending on the perspective, right? Because if you're going to use old scripture, you kind of have to look at the society that lived back then, right? So in that sense, God was trying to shape a society that was absolutely evil to a point where they were, I don't know what language I can use, but literally sacrificing infants, right?
But God doesn't have a problem with infants being killed.
Well, there's a difference between killing and sacrificing to Baal, for example, right? If you're going
But
to
killing
sacrifice,
children and babies is okay though.
in what sense? As
Well,
in
like
blank
like
statement, is it okay, or is there a reason behind it?
in the context of war, for example, to order your men to unalive every man, woman, child,
Child, yeah.
infant, and sheep. Well, I don't know if sheep were included.
Sheep,
Certain
camel, and
farm
donkey,
animals.
and donkeys.
Sheep, camel, sheep, camel, and donkey. Like, is that okay?
You're talking about Malachi, for
Yeah.
example.
First Samuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you keep
Yeah.
reading
Sorry.
on
Yeah. Go
if you
ahead.
keep reading on later on, right, he's specifically talking about the specific border that was around Judah, right, and the kingdom.
Mhm.
He doesn't literally mean every single one there. He's being hyperbolic, because later on you can see that he gives the Israelites over to the Amalekites for 7 years. So obviously not all of them were destroyed. But in the context of why God told them to go seek revenge against them is because when they went out of Egypt, right, the Amalekites attacked them first and actually bashed the Israelite children against rocks.
400 years before this, none of those people were alive anymore at the point that this
God
command was
gave them
given.
400 years to repent.
Yeah. So that's
he was
completely
kind of,
fucking lunatic, isn't it? To say
Well, yeah,
your
well, you could
ancestors
say that,
400,
or you could call it
400 years
grace.
ago, your ancestors 400 years ago did some things I don't like, so now I'm going to tell people to come and kill your children. That's insane. That's actually left silly behind.
Not the women, not the little girls that haven't had any sexual relations with men, right? But the men were killed. Yes.
Well,
You're talking about the Midianites.
Yeah,
the Midianites,
yeah.
where they could take
You're talking
the
about
virgin girls
numbers.
for themselves.
You're talking about
as a
numbers
spoil of
30.
war.
You're talking about numbers 31.
No, it wasn't as a spoil of war.
It was. It was keep them for yourselves.
Reading.
It was keep them for.
Oh,
It was the.
well,
it was
yeah,
the.
but it's
It was
not
the
as-
young virgins. Keep them for yourselves. Kill the boys, but
Yes.
keep the virgins
Go to
for
the-
yourselves.
Right, if
Keep
you
them
go to
alive
Hebrew-
for yourselves. Right.
Right. You might be reading a weird translation, because in the Hebrew it says just girls. It doesn't say virgin. Right.
It says the females who have not known a man by sleeping with them keep alive for yourselves, right? Why would that be an important factor, do you think?
Because then they can become part of the tribe of Israel.
Right. So you can go and slaughter their families and then take the little girls home, and it's delightful.
Yeah,
But we
the male
were,
children would then grow up and seek revenge.
Right. But we were talking about First Samuel, where the specific order was given to kill children because their ancestors 400 years ago had done some things that God didn't like. Did that not strike you as morally problematic at all?
Not really. Not
Not
really.
really.
The whole thing in context.
What is
No,
the
'cause if you look
context
at it
that
in
would
context.
what is the context that would create a moral justification for killing children 400 years after their ancestors did some things?
I mean, you can even go back to why did God destroy the whole world in the flood, right?
I often do. Yeah, that's another major.
You could go all the way back.
We
or
could.
You can go to
We could.
well.
That just
Adam
makes
and
God look
Eve,
worse.
sinned, get
That
out
just
of the
makes
garden, right?
that makes him look worse.
You could keep going to the beginning.
Good.
Right?
Infinitely more silly and capricious and psychopathic.
But then we're going to be arguing morals, right?
We
This
are.
is the problem with morality.
It's not a problem.
So
It's
if
quite
you're gonna
straightforward.
Yeah, but where do our morals come from, right? Because we all live now in a post, or let's say chaotic society, if you look back in history, where, it was just, let's use the word evil liberally, because now we live in a post-Christian society where we're shaped by Christian and Judeo values and morality, and we kind of just forget about that.
Well,
what is every law is shaped is basically based on the Bible.
What does it say about our morals if our morals, that the morals that you're claiming we're all shaped by, allow for the capricious killing of children and taking as sexual slaves of young girls? What is it? What kind of morals are they?
That's literally what it says.
I mean, we can pull it up. You can read it now. That's not what it says.
It's exactly what it says.
Killing, it does say killing. Definitely says no. It literally doesn't. I know it doesn't, but it does say kill. Yes.
So telling
but
people
it doesn't say anything about virgin girls.
Telling people to kill young babies and animals, and then telling men that they can having conquered the Midianites, they can presumably conduct some kind of anatomical examination of the female population there to discern who had been with a man and who hadn't, kill all the women who had, and then keep the young virgin girls for themselves. That's morally permissible. The other thing that I suppose would be morally permissible would be to be able to win in a battle against people, having defeated them in battle, to amongst the remaining captives after the battle, to just choose a bit of hotty totty you like the look of and take her back to your place for a bit. That's also morally permissible, right? Give her a few weeks 4 weeks, I think, to mourn you having slaughtered her family, and then you get to go into her. Is that also part of the moral framework you're talking about that you like?
Right. We're talking about a time in the past where humanity was quite evil.
These are God's laws. These are God's laws.
I'll explain the whole point. Yeah, these are God's laws.
Yeah.
So what happened was, if you did conquer and you found women that were, attractive to you, you were allowed to take them, right?
Right. Where's their consent in that?
To shave their head.
Yep.
Women back then had no consent, right? This is the problem with
and this is a moral virtue. You're saying this is a morally good thing, right?
No.
These are God's laws. I agree that that's immoral, but you're saying, hold on, you're saying women back then didn't have consent, and that was wrong, but God didn't fix it. He said it's okay.
Yes. No, hold on. Back then, they didn't have consent. They were treated as second-class citizens.
Correct.
If you look at the surrounding, hold on. If you actually look at the surrounding tribes, they were treated a lot worse.
Right. So I'm going to kill your family. Hang on a second. No, you stop for a minute. I'm going to kill your family, and then I'm going to rape you. But that's okay because the surrounding tribes are even worse. How much worse than that does it get?
Well, if you kill everyone, that's a lot worse than sparing some, right?
Well, I don't know.
It depends on the woman. Yeah, it depends on the woman that you ask.
I mean, for anyone wondering, we're talking here about Deuteronomy 21:10-14. So this says, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among them the captives a beautiful young woman who you desire and want to marry. So you bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother, who you've probably just killed. After that, you may go into her. We all know what that means, don't we? And be her husband, and she shall be your wife. If you're not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free. So your justification
the very important.
Well, your justification for this.
If you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free. Not if she doesn't want to be there.
How charitable.
So I have
you can't sell her.
You can't sell her.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you about this verse. Is that instruction, A, is it immoral, or B, is it evil but less evil than what other people were doing?
It's less evil than what other people were doing.
Okay, so God had an evil instruction then, correct?
He was organizing his chosen people and showing them morality through time.
Is that a yes or no?
God is allowed to use evil. Yeah, he can use evil. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. So God gave an evil command
to shape things for the better.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for admitting God gave an evil command.
Yeah, I want you to just pause and just.
What is evil to us is very different to what is evil to God.
Of course. This is why he's a dick. So I want you to just pause and reflect on what it is you're saying here, because the casual, nonchalant way that you are excusing and justifying and almost even venerating this absolute barbarism is chilling. It's chilling. It's the reason I do this, the reason I have this channel, the reason I'm motivated to write about this stuff, to speak about it, to communicate about it, to reach out to people, is because of this. It's because of people like you who, in normal everyday life, probably present as normal, ordinary people. But when you speak about these issues, when you lift the bonnet and just have a look underneath and look at what's actually going on here, you are able to negotiate with this text in a way which should not be acceptable to anyone with a normally functioning moral compass. And
Because I understand it contextually. That's
because
the
you
difference.
understand it contextually is to say that you think there are contexts in which these things are morally okay. And I'm telling
Yes,
you,
it's morally
there,
okay to end
it's,
someone's life. There's nothing wrong with that.
it's not morally okay to force women into sexual relations. It's not
But what if
morally
those
okay.
women were presenting their babies to Baal and burning them at the stake?
It's not.
Isn't there a form of punishment for those women?
No,
No.
it's not
Oh,
morally
no.
okay
All right.
to say
So
we
those
don't
women were
like
murdering their
these
children,
people. It's
and
not
now they don't
morally
get punished.
okay to say we don't like these people because they occasionally sacrifice children, so let's go and kill all their children. It's not morally okay to conquer people and then pick the bits of leftover women that you like and take them back to your house, give them a few weeks to get over you having slaughtered their family, and then fuck them. It's absolutely disgusting that you would try to justify this. Absolutely
But now if
appalling.
they've joined, joined the Israelites, they can become Israelites.
Yeah.
And
Now
actually grow
now they've
more.
joined the Israelites. I'm sure they're going to be absolutely delighted to be part of the same group that you are. I mean, I don't understand what part of your humanity
then,
can
Israelites today is very different.
imagine for 1 second that woman would want to do that, that woman would be willing to do that. And you just said,
But
when Sean said to you
those
before,
women were literally killing their own children.
No, they weren't. You're talking complete gibberish.
Go back. Keep reading.
It just says
I'm not.
when you. It
I
just
know
says
the Bible very
when you're
well.
when you're victorious in a battle. I absolutely refuse to accept for one moment.
Those women were sacrificing their
No,
children
they weren't.
at the
You're just.
altar.
They
Yes,
weren't.
they were.
No, they weren't.
They're-
You're
who's
talking
Baal?
shit
Who's
to
Baal?
try and justify your own moral
not. I
bankruptcy.
can go to the
You are.
scripture.
You can go wherever you
No,
like,
well,
but there's no way
right.
you're going to make a case that every single woman that would have fallen under this ridiculous law had previously been sacrificing children. Now, you want it to be that way, in the same way
this is why-
that people in your cult want people like Sean and me to be bad people, because that's what justifies sending us to hell
Why do you
for not
think it
believing
was
your
only the women
witchcraft.
that had
Right.
intimate relations with
Yeah.
men?
Yes, that's right.
Because they weren't
Yeah,
virgin.
yeah. They all deserve to be raped and killed and all of that. You're absolutely fine with that. It doesn't even
They
give
were
you
not. They were not allowed
pause.
to be raped. God doesn't give them
well,
permission to rape them.
well, that's
we
exactly
just
what that
talked about
was.
this.
That's exactly what that was.
Yes.
That
They will
scenario.
become your wife.
It said you take them
do
back
they
to
have
your
a
house.
choice?
You shave their hair. You take them back to your house. You shave their hair. You give them 4 weeks to get over it, and then you go into them. You think they're going to be lying there gagging for it because you're so hot. You're such hot stuff because you killed their family in such a sexy way. They can't wait to get down to it with you. Is that what you
There
imagine?
are tribes in the world
You
today.
imagine that this
things
would have
like
been no, there aren't. You imagine that this would have been consensual. Are you making this argument with a straight face?
Sorry, my mic went off. There are tribes today that literally do worse than that.
Right. That's the best argument you can come up with for this absolute monstrosity, this garbage heap of moral dereliction. Is there are tribes today that do worse. People, this is what religion does to you. It rots people's minds. This is what it does. It turns normal people into moral failures. It turns normal people into human beings stripped of moral intuitions, stripped of values, stripped of compassion, stripped of empathy, stripped of decency. This is disgusting. Don't do religion, kids, because you'll end up like that guy. Very, very sad. Almost sociopathic in terms of how relaxed he was. He didn't even signal a moment of dissonance, and it's always the same. And this will be clipped on video on YouTube, along with all the other videos showing these people leaning into these horrific moral failures, these travesties of ethics. Totally comfortable with it. No problem at all. Not even like, yeah, I can see how that makes for challenging reading. I'm feeling the tension there. Nope. just justifications. Absolutely pathetic. Really is. Okay, we've got quite a few in the queue. So we're going to very quickly bring up our friend, Just Some Guy, because he always has interesting perspectives. And then we're going to get James in on the YouTube side. We'll try and get that happening. Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm well.
Not
How are you?
Jason.
Oh, what a jerk.
What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, so I wanted to mention something about the Hebrew and how they contextualized essay or grape. They have 3 different verbs that they conjugate together specifically to connote that. One is tafas, which means to seize. One is shakab, which is to lie with. And one is anah, which is to humble or humiliate. And so anytime you see tafas, shakab, and anah all conjugated together, they're referring to grape. And
interesting.
It happens. Yeah, so these 3 verbs happen repeatedly in the Hebrew Bible. And anytime somebody is saying that they're not talking about grape, if these verbs come together, that's what they're talking about.
That's interesting.
And yeah, so we have in 2 Samuel 13:14, we have the rape of Tamar, or the grape of Tamar. In Judges 19:25, we have the grape of the Levite's concubine. In Deuteronomy 22:25, we have the grape of describing the grape of a woman who calls out in the country where she can't be heard.
Yeah.
And in Genesis 32 or 34:2, we have the grape of Dinah. And in all of those in all those circumstances, they have tufas, shechab, and anah as the verbs that are conjugated together to talk about that. So it is a demonstrably false and provably, like you can prove that there is no context to say that it is not, that they're not talking about SA.
But they'd all been eating babies. They deserved it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the contextualization that there is any kind of justification for grape is horrifying.
It really is.
Any kind of moral framework that is justified on a religious claim that says that this is okay is absurd and offensive.
Yeah.
So
it really is.
I just wanted to pop up and provide some biblical justification for those claims and some biblical context for that. So even the ancient Israelites understood the concept of it, and they understood that it ought be wrong because they frame it as wrong a couple times in the Bible. So anybody who comes up and says that like it should be okay, or claims that they're not talking about grape in this context, if it has those Hebrew terms conjugated together, it clearly connotes that, and they're absolutely wrong, and the entire concept is wrong. But that's all I wanted to hop up and say.
That's why we love you, man.
Guys.
All right,
I'm dropping down.
Take it easy,
Thanks
buddy.
for having me.
Thanks, man. Okay, we're going to try and get in James from the YouTube queue. Hey, James.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Not sure what happened the first time. I could hear you perfectly, but
right.
I'll try to be quick because it sounds like you got a full queue again.
We have, but all good.
A couple things on one particular attribute of God, which is the all-knowing portion.
Yeah.
If God is all-knowing, then that nullifies free will because free will implies that we can do something that God doesn't know about. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So, okay, I was just making sure I was thinking right.
Yeah.
And then the other thing
Can I add one thing to that? It nullifies
sure.
it nullifies his own free will too. So if God knows on Monday what his plans are for Friday and what he's going to be doing on Friday, then when Friday comes along, he's not free to change them at all, right? If he knows on Monday that on Friday he's having eggs for breakfast, when Friday comes along and he decides he wants bacon and not eggs, he can't do it. He can't do anything because otherwise he will have made his foreknowledge of the future wrong, and therefore his omnipotence breaks his omniscience, and his omniscience constrains his omnipotence. So it's not just a problem for our free will; it's a problem for his own free will.
Yeah, and that leads me into my second question. If I've been thinking about this for a couple weeks now, if you know everything that's ever going to happen, that means you can't do anything. That it voids anything that you can do because there's infinite things that can happen, which means I don't even know how that even starts in somebody's head. If you knew everything, to me, you can't do anything. It's nonsensical to me.
I mean, I wonder if knowing everything would stop you doing things, but it would. I guess it would in a way, because in the same way that we said before, because you wouldn't be free to deviate. You wouldn't be free to have any sort of discretion. You wouldn't be free to change your plans in any way. Otherwise, it would have made the knowledge you had before wrong, and it wouldn't have been knowledge, and then you wouldn't have known everything. It's kind of the same argument, right?
Same thing, right?
So it kind of goes against him changing his mind. Like, for example, when God told them they're going to have to bake their bread in human poo, he knew. Oh, there's a bad feedback.
Yeah.
Is that not for me too?
Yeah, it's on James' mic, unfortunately. James, your mic has gone completely garbled, and I think the problem might be with your signal. I'm just looking at your thing right now. Yeah, just try and say something, James, because we seem to have lost your audio. Yeah, that's not that. It's not great. It's not really workable, I'm afraid. But we did get your point, and thank you for making it. Sean, do you want to finish what you were saying there?
Just God changed his mind and let him use cow poo instead of human poo. If he knew he was going to change his mind, why didn't he just say cow poo in the first place?
Exactly, and he must have known exactly that. He would have known what the ultimate outcome of that ridiculous conversation would be. So why not just save some time and not make everyone go through the moves to get to where it was going to? Complete nonsense. Yeah, sorry, James. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, you must have had a signal problem because it went very, very bad. We're going to bring in Beth from the TikTok side. Okay. Hey, Beth, how you doing? Beth, are you there?
Hi, John.
Hello. Hello. Beth, can I just check what age you are?
I'm 18.
You're 18. Okay, just wanted to make sure because I saw your picture and you look quite young, but I just wanted to make sure that you were good. 18 is fine. You're very welcome. What would you like to say?
I think the topic is God is silly, prove me wrong, and I would love to maybe talk about it and see if you may find me right about God.
Sure. Could you speak up a little bit because you're very, very quiet. So we just want to make sure that we can hear what you say so we can engage properly. Yeah. So I think God is silly for lots of reasons. What do you think? What's your view here? Why do you not think God is silly? like all the silly things he does, all the silly things he says, all the silly ideas about him. What do you think?
I think God is not at all silly, and I think he's just reasonable in every way, and he's always supportive. And if you try to listen to him, he will speak to you.
Really? Do you think so? Do you think that?
Yes.
Was it reasonable of God to want to kill a man for picking up sticks on the weekend?
God killing a man for picking up sticks on the weekend, I don't think it would be silly for God, but I think what would be happening would be that the man may be not with God, and if God was with the man, then he would have protected him from the incident that would cause the death. Do you get me?
No. What was it that caused the death of the man?
Okay, you said that God, like it would be silly for God to kill a man who was picking sticks. So I'm taking the man was just on the side of the road picking sticks. Do you get me?
Yeah. Do you know how the man died?
I'm just giving a demonstration. Like, you said God killing the man. I think the only way a person can die is just by an incident or stuff like that. Or maybe, we don't know, maybe it's health problems or just an accident. And I think that if the man knew God, then God would have protected the man from death.
Yeah, you're going to need to speak up a little bit, but it wasn't an accident. I'm going to share the story because I don't think what you think happened is what actually happened here, okay? When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering the sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. They put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Now, this is very important. This means that the people who were in charge of enforcing the law didn't know really what the law was. And if they didn't know what the law was, do you think a random man picking up sticks to try and make a fire, probably for him and his family, would have been clear on the law here?
Oh, now I understand you. See, the thing here is that I didn't know that story from the Bible, and what I would like to start by saying was that those were the beginning of the days, like in the past days before the coming of Jesus, according to my beliefs.
Yeah, but we're gonna stay with this story for a moment. So what I asked you is the people who are in charge of enforcing the law weren't sure whether this man had done anything wrong. They weren't sure exactly what the law said. So if they weren't sure, do you think it's likely that he knew what the law was?
Okay. I think if they weren't sure, wouldn't that he knew? I think that they didn't understand the law.
They didn't, right? So it wasn't completely clear. So here's a man just trying to look after his family. He's gone out and he's like, we need to make a fire. I'm going to get some sticks to make a fire, or whatever it is that he might have needed the sticks for. Then he gets captured by these men and they didn't know what to do with him. So they put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. The Lord said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him outside the camp. So the whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death, just as the Lord had commanded. Now, does that sound like a nice story? Is that a good thing of God to have done to this man? He was just out doing some work, trying to pick up some sticks. Nobody really was very clear on what the law should be, so we can assume he wasn't either. What does it say about God that he had this man killed?
Okay. The fact that God had this man killed was that because he made a law that no work shall be done on the Sabbath, as people were supposed to rest on the Sabbath. And I think the reason why God made people rest on the Sabbath was because they could acknowledge him and live with the presence of holiness. And adapt to his characteristics, understanding him and worshiping him, so that they could be the creation that he wanted.
Yeah, that's delightful. Do you think God made that law clear?
I think them being led by Moses and all the miracles that God has performed and showed them through Moses, they should have understood God and obeyed his laws.
Yeah, but remember, even the men who were supposed to enforce these laws were not really clear about what should be done here. They were not clear. So this poor man probably had absolutely no clue. He was probably just trying to support his family. Why not just say to him, don't work on the Sabbath, and let him go? Why have him stoned to death? Do you know what's involved in stoning, by the way?
Yes.
Quite often the person will be buried or partly buried in the ground so they can't move around. And then all the people all come around. Each one gets a rock, and they all have a turn at throwing the rocks, normally at the guy's head or the person's head, until eventually there's enough traumatic brain injury that the person dies. Bits of their brains are leaking out and stuff like that, through their eyes and their ears and nose and stuff. It's disgusting. It's vital. It's violent. It's brutal. Most of the people actually doing it would probably suffer from some kind of post-traumatic stress from having even seen something like that. This is absolutely depraved. Do you think this is right?
I think, according to my understanding, the man was wrong for not obeying God's laws on the Sabbath, so him disrespecting God
Just had to go. Just had to be killed. Do you think people who work on the Sabbath now should be killed?
I don't think that can be justified, as people were killed in the older days for working on the Sabbath for certain reasons, but these days Jesus came and died for us according to my beliefs.
How long did God say these laws would apply for?
I think people in the older days knew from God's prophecies that the Messiah would come and people would stop suffering, and including them not being killed on the Sabbath.
Right, but how long did God say that the laws, the Mosaic laws, and all the laws for Israel would be in effect? How long did he say they would last?
He said, I think specifically, when he said he would come and die for our sins and be saved, he meant eternal saving, which means that with such violence and such laws and all the things that they used to do in the older days, like having to sacrifice lambs and bring them to churches, those things would not have been done. Wouldn't be done.
Yeah, but God said that these laws were going to be in place forever. And what did Jesus have to say about these laws?
Well, Jesus came here to die for our sins so that we can be forgiven our sins by God.
But what did Jesus have to say about these laws?
Well, Jesus, who was in God, and I think Jesus at that time was known as Jehovah and Yahweh and all that. And
but what did Jesus have to say about these laws?
I was getting to that. He is the one who made these laws.
He is. So what did he say about how long they should last?
I think those people, before God made these laws, they already knew that God was going to come and save them. I think they knew just about before Adam's children.
Yeah, but what did Jesus say about these laws? You can keep on asking you, but I think you're not going to answer, so I'm going to tell you. So Jesus said, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter, will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus was all about these laws. They were great. According to Jesus, these laws are still in effect right now. So if I work on the Sabbath, should I be stoned to death?
I think that's not the law right now. If we work on the Sabbath, we will not be stoned to death.
So was Jesus wrong? Was
No.
Jesus lying?
No. I think you didn't hear me when I said that there was a time when Jesus had to come and those laws still would not be applied to people. Those laws have changed now since Jesus bared the sin.
So Jesus lied. So when Jesus said, I've not come to abolish the law, what he actually meant was, I have come to abolish the law. I always thought Jesus told the truth.
I think Jesus was referring to our actions on if we obey him, we will be called, and those who do not
You're going to need to
obey
speak up a bit, I'm afraid. Lots of people in the chat are saying they can't actually even really hear you. So just speak louder and nearer the phone if you can, if that's all right, because we want to hear what you're saying, but it is quite hard to make you out. So try and speak with a bit more volume, and then we'll be able to hear what you're saying. So we've seen quite clearly from the text that Jesus did not disavow those laws. Jesus said that those laws all still apply until the heaven and earth isn't here anymore. Well, they're still here. So those laws are still in effect.
I don't think he was referring to the laws of people being killed on the Sabbath.
He was referring to what did he mean by the law or the prophets? What did that mean?
The law or the prophets. I think he means people's ways.
By the law or the prophets, you think he means people's ways?
Yes. Like how we do things.
That isn't what he meant. The law or the prophets means the laws of Moses. The Mosaic law, the laws as given from God to Israel. That's what the law means. That's what that always means in the Bible. Not talking about people, he's talking about the laws. The laws like don't mix the fabrics of your material, of your clothing. Like don't eat the wrong seafood. All of those laws.
I think the laws of Moses applied in the Old Testament in the old times, and right now we are free from them. They're no longer applied to us.
So Jesus was lying then?
No. The reason why the Moses' laws no longer apply to us is because Jesus came and died for us so we can receive eternal salvation.
Yeah, that's the cute story everyone tells. We know the story, but Jesus explicitly said, do not think I've come to abolish the law. I've not come to abolish the law. You're saying he did come to abolish the law. So you're calling Jesus a liar.
No, I'm just saying that Moses' laws were changed.
By who?
By Jesus.
Even though he said he wasn't going to change them, not one jot, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Well,
can I ask? I'm trying to get something. When Jesus said he did not come to change but to abolish the law, which means to continue with the law, by my understanding, I don't know where he said it. Was in the New Testament or in the Old Testament?
Jesus isn't in the Old Testament. Jesus came 1,000 years after the Old Testament. So there's nothing about Jesus in the Old Testament. Everything about Jesus is in the New Testament. And he said that he was not there to abolish the old law. Now, some people are going to tell you that those old laws don't apply anymore because later on in the New Testament, you've got Paul in Ephesians saying that those laws don't count anymore. It's only the 10 Commandments and stuff like that. But that's not Jesus. That's Paul going against what Jesus says. So if you want to go with that, that's absolutely fine. But then you don't get to say Jesus is God. You have to say Paul is God. I mean, if you want to worship Paul, absolutely fine. You do you, boo. But if you are about Jesus, then you're obligated to continue to teach people that these laws still apply. And if you see anyone working on the Sabbath, you do have a moral obligation to stone them to death, or at least have them stoned to death.
I don't think people are stoned to death these days.
No, which is a shocking dereliction of the law, isn't it? I mean, I think they should be, don't you?
Can you please come again?
Yeah, I think we should stone everyone to death. I think it's underrated. I mean, I particularly think that that sort of disobedient teenage sons, they should definitely be stoned to death, don't you think?
No.
Why not?
No, I don't think. Because God wants everyone to live, and He has a purpose for them. So
yeah, but you know, the law clearly states that if a son is a bit disobedient and disrespectful, he needs to be taken, out to the outskirts of the town and stoned to death. His parents need to organize it. In fact, that's a good law, right? God made it.
No.
He did.
No, I think like if you are in a situation, there will be certain things that you need to do in order to change the situation. You can either change the situation in different ways, and those different ways would need different approaches. And I think that the situation with the Israelites at that time was that they did not completely know God. And when they did not completely know God, God had to establish those laws that those people could be directed in a certain way that He does not do right now, so that because of we are temples of the living God right now. The Holy Spirit is within us, so there's no need.
That's lovely, but it sounds a little bit to me like you're just picking and choosing the bits you like, and I don't think that's acceptable, because I think that you're going to end up potentially endangering your own standing in heaven. I mean, you might still get to heaven, but you'll be considered least, which means you don't get a good seat on the plane, definitely not a window seat, and when you get to heaven, you might potentially end up having to live in substandard accommodation there, possibly without aircon, and possibly having to do menial work, because you're breaking Jesus' commandments in Matthew 5:17, where he says anyone who teaches others that the law doesn't apply anymore is going to be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. I can't even think what that's going to involve for you, but it may not be good. So I would be very, very careful if I were you. And I think if you want to be, a proper Christian in good standing and be right with Jesus, you need to get out there and encourage people to stone people more, particularly those unruly teenage kids. It says it in Deuteronomy 21:18 that the disobedient sons need to be taken out and stoned. I think we should all get together and stone lots more kids. And if any people are working on the Sabbath, you get some people who will drive an Uber at the weekend, stuff like that as a kind of part-time thing. Stone all of those. And also any women who are suspected of not being virgins on their wedding night, they definitely need to be stoned too. Don't you think?
I think that would just cause you to go to hell, because God will not like that.
What, following God's laws is going to cause you to go to hell? What? How does that work?
That would not be following God's laws.
It would be. It would be doing exactly what he says. I mean, you can't say that following the laws of God would get you sent to hell, surely. That would be silly. And God's never silly.
I think the reason is that I did not read the whole Bible, and I think that
we can kind of tell. I know.
When Jesus said that, and if I knew, I would.
I know.
So
look,
like
I can't bear to do this with you anymore. I would say you've got two options here. One is read the Bible properly, so you can figure out how absolutely horrific it is. And I think if you do, you'll do the same thing that happens to most people who read the whole Bible will happen to you, is you'll go, I don't like this. This is horrible. I don't want to be a part of this. This book instructs people to kill children. It instructs women to be given poison if a man even suspects them of having been unfaithful. It stones young girls to death for being suspected of being non-virgins. It tells soldiers to go and kill everyone, including the children, but keep the young virgin girls for themselves. I think when you read this book, you will see aspects to it that you may not have been taught by some of the people who told you that it was a good book. And I've got faith in you that when you read this book, you're going to go, nah, this is not for me. This is depraved. I'm not doing this anymore. And when you do, come back and tell us about it, and we'll all cheer for you, because you don't want to be living by this. This is gruesome. This is horrible stuff. This twists minds. I don't know if you heard the last guy I was speaking to before, but he was justifying all sorts of things. He was justifying raping women and killing children because it says to do it in his book. You don't want to be that guy. You can be better. So that's my advice to you. Take it or leave it, but that's my advice to you.
Okay, the thing is, I'm going to read the Bible and I'm going to come back and I tell you how was the Bible.
You do that, Beth. We'll look forward to hearing from you again.
Okay.
All right. Take
See
it
you
easy.
next time.
Yeah. Take care. Okay.
Take care too.
Take care. All right. I might have been a bit tough with Beth there. I feel a little bit kind of bad about it, but I just think it's hard. You know, this is what it says in her book. And she was 18 years old and she wanted to call in and have a discussion about it. That is what it says. So I hope maybe she'll have a think. Okay.
Yeah. Although 18 is technically an adult, but like there's certain parts of the Bible I would not want to read to her.
Yeah, it's grim. We're going to bring in, looks like Break You. Hey, Break You, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
It is. How are you doing?
Doing good. Hey, I was just listening in on your exposition of Matthew 5:17. I had a few questions.
Sure.
Yeah, so what part of the text is that from?
What do you mean, what part?
Well, yeah, so Matthew 5:17, what's that a part of?
Well,
you don't know. I'll just go ahead and inform you. It's part of the Sermon on the Mount. Yeah. Hey, can you give me the overall arching thesis of the Sermon on the Mount?
This isn't an exam. You're not going to come in here and examine me. If there is a specific point
Wait a minute, you were bringing up the text. What happened?
Yeah.
What happened to your confidence?
If there's a particular point you want to talk about, we can talk about it. I don't claim to be a Bible.
Let's talk about the Sermon on the Mount.
Okay, we will in a moment. So I don't claim to be a Bible scholar. I claim I'm very open about the fact that I'm not a Bible scholar, but I have read enough of the Bible to understand the overarching themes, and I have read enough of the Bible to understand the contradictions between the different themes within it and the claims made by some people which don't stand up when you look at the text.
Okay, cool. So it's part of the Sermon on the Mount. Can you just give me the thesis of the Sermon on the Mount?
I told you this
is part of an overall speech. What's the point?
I'm not going to have you come in here and examine me. Is there a particular point you'd like to make?
Yeah, well, you're making an assertion about a specific verse, which is an extrapolation of a grand thematic speech, or let's say sermon, which is on the Sermon on the Mount. So I'll just assume that you know the entire thesis. So what is it?
You don't have to assume that. So did Jesus in Matthew 5:17 say that the old law still apply or not?
Yeah. So what does that mean in the overall grand scheme of the Sermon on the Mount, which is 3 chapters?
Did Jesus?
So that's 3 chapters that text belongs to.
In Matthew 5:17.
Yep, he said it.
Did he say that the old law still apply?
He sure did.
How do you resolve the tension between his claim there and Paul's claim later that the old law don't apply?
Good stuff. Let's get into that. So it's part of a grander scheme, which is a thematic text of the Sermon on the Mount.
Right.
We're dealing with an extrapolated verse.
Yeah,
right?
That's lovely. So Paul said that.
Why don't you? What happened to your confidence?
Jesus, did he? So Paul went against.
Oh,
Jesus,
no, we're not there yet. No, we're not there yet.
Right.
It goes perfectly harmonizes with Paul if you let me speak.
So Jesus says. So let's look at this harmonization. Jesus says the old laws do apply.
Whoa.
Paul says the old laws don't apply, and that's a harmonization. How does that work?
Oh no, see, that's where you're wrong. Yeah, because you're reading the text and you're extrapolating in a vacuum. That's why I asked you for the overall thesis, but you can't give it to me.
Right. So
you don't know what the Sermon on the Mount is about because there's 3 more chapters that go to that verse. So what are they?
Lovely. So does the old law still apply now or not?
Okay. What does it mean if there's an expounding of the law versus a fulfillment of the law and fruition of
These are word games. These are word games.
Whoa, why don't you... Wait a minute. I'm going to read it to you in its original language.
No one's interested in your word games.
Oh, you don't want the original language? Why?
Does the old law still apply now or not?
You'll be judged by the law.
Right. So the old law does still apply.
No, by judgment.
By judgment. So when Jesus says, "I've not come to abolish the old law," are those laws, as given from God through Moses to Israel, are they still in effect now?
They're in effect by judgment.
What does that even mean in English? Do they still apply?
Yeah, that's why.
Do they still
that's
apply?
why I asked you for the. That's why I asked you for the theme of the Sermon on the Mount, and that's a fact. Since you haven't been able to give it to me, that's why you have these questions.
No one's interested in that.
Why are you freaking out, bro?
I'm not freaking out. I'm very relaxed. Do those laws still apply?
Okay, so then answer this question for me.
Do those laws still apply? Yes or no? Pretty easy.
In judgment.
In judgment doesn't mean anything. Nobody understands what the fuck you mean when you say in judgment. Do they still apply? Do they apply?
In judgment. In judgment.
Okay. Nobody knows what that means.
Well, then let me explain.
So explain what in judgment means.
Right. This is why I asked you for the theme of the Sermon on the Mount. Now, when we go to Gospel of Matthew at chapter 5 at 7 through 18, this part of the text is the original, or is the opening of the prolegomma of the thesis of the sermon, that there's 2 other chapters that expound on the same message. If you do not understand, hold on, why are you interrupting me?
Because just want a straight answer to a simple question.
In judgment? In judgment?
Explain what it means. Without
in judgment.
In judgment, nobody knows what that means. That's just like a cope on your part. So just explain, are they still...
Right.
Am I still bound by them? Am I still bound by them?
In judgment or perfection, according to Christ, then yes. However, the progression of the entire Sermon on the Mount says that there's nothing you can do to fulfill these laws on your own, because you will need me. I am the fulfillment of the law, and I am the only one who can abide the law on your behalf.
So is it still moral?
Well,
then?
That's the theme of the Mount.
So is it still morally acceptable then to stone disobedient children to death, or sons rather?
According to the progression of Revelation in the Grace Covenant, then no, because he would be the fulfillment of the law, because what you're extrapolating is not for daily application, but for judgment.
Delightful. So even though Jesus said, "I've not come to abolish the law," you're now accusing him of lying and saying he actually did come to abolish the law.
No, that's false. You haven't heard anything I've said.
By reclassifying it as in
No,
judgment,
I didn't reclassify. I just
like
read the whole
a magic
text.
word that just makes it poof, go away, and doesn't count anymore.
No, that's not what I said at all. That had nothing to do with what I said.
That's exactly what you just said. And is it still? And is it still moral to stone
regurgitate what I just said?
Suspected non-virgins to death for not bleeding in the right way on their wedding night? Is that still allowed now, or in judgment, or something like that?
Regurgitate what I just said. I want to make sure you're linearly tracking.
I have no desire to do that. I'm asking you a simple question.
Because you're not listening. You can't track.
That's lovely. So is it still
So what's the theme of the Sermon on the Mount?
Yeah, that's
what's
lovely.
the theme?
So is it still moral to stone suspected non-virgins to death for not bleeding in the right way on their...
Under the covenant of grace?
Yeah, so I just want a yes or no, really. We don't need all your philosophy.
Why are you muting me?
Your theological babble is completely
what have I said that
irrelevant.
Was philosophical?
Okay.
What have I said that was philosophical?
No, I misspoke. I meant theological babble, which is equally uninteresting.
Is it a theological text that you're babbling about?
That's fine. So all of us, all about 500 of us listening to this conversation, just want to hear you say that it is still moral or it isn't still moral to stone young girls to death for not bleeding in the right way on their wedding night. We'd just love to hear you answer.
Yeah, so it's not going to be moral to stone young ladies to death on their wedding night. And here's why. Because the covenant of grace instantiated by the fulfillment of the fruition of the text, which is a 3-chapter sermon that you've extrapolated one text. So he predicates perfection on his own behalf. That's what happens when you only read the beginning of the story and you don't get to the end of the text. So I'm going to ask you again, what's the thesis?
So when he said, I haven't come to abolish the law, what he really meant was, I have
Are
come
you
to
a
abolish
broken
the law.
record?
Yeah, seems to be fairly
Give
straightforward.
me a thesis of chapter 6. Tell me what happened.
There we go. Okay. Well, he's a fairly boring chap, isn't he? They have to do that. They just have to blah, 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 blah. Because it's all silly. And that's all they can do. Like, that's all they can do. It's like the people who study theology and spend, years and years and years poring over the text. It's like becoming an expert at Harry Potter. It's all just bullshit. This stuff is all bullshit. We don't even know if Jesus existed. This guy is taking so much at face value. I mean, I think he probably did exist, but there are lots of credible people who don't. And instead, you get these convoluted explanations to try and make sense of the hodgepodge of absolute nonsense that these people organise their lives around. Hands up here. I'm not a Bible scholar. I don't claim to be one, right? My work is about pushing back on bad ideas. And I learned just about enough Bible stuff to be able to talk about it such that I can push back on the bad ideas to enable people to realise they're bad ideas and to get away from the feelings of shame and anxiety that these bad ideas inculcate in so many people. But there are much smarter people than me who know this stuff better than that guy, who are able to talk about them, and they happen to agree with me on these points because I've largely learned what I've learned from listening to other people who know more than I do and leveraging their knowledge. So someone like Dr. Todd, for example, would come in here and he would say exactly the same things we're saying about the intention in Jesus's words. So I don't need to be grilled because I haven't spent as much time as other people have, studying the minutiae of this stuff. I've learned enough to be able to critique these ideas, and they're very easy to critique because they're bullshit. Simple as that. And I just feel for people who spend their whole lives in this world of make-believe. It's such nonsense. Anyway, there we are. We're going to move on to Logiclevi, it looks like. I'm going to just get rid of that and bring in Logiclevi. I hope I'm saying that right.
Hello,
I suspect
John.
I'm probably not. Hello.
It's Logic Levi.
Logic Levi, of course it is. And as you say it, it sounds so completely bloody obvious to me. I'm sorry. I will never get that wrong again. I promise. That's ridiculous.
No, all good, John.
How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Good. What's going on?
I just want to bring. Sorry, my English is not my first language.
Okay.
So
you
bear
hit
with
that
me
well.
a bit. So I just want to say, from a different perspective, the way I see religion, it was very important part of the evolution.
Yeah.
So back then, because humans were more like animalistic behavior, so they had to put, because there was no government, they had to create some sort of god or to contain them, like morality and all that. What do you think of that perspective?
I think that different cultures have tried different things to create cooperation within them, and religion has been fairly ubiquitous across cultures for most of human history. But a lot of that's been to do with a lot of that's been to do with just an intolerance for I don't know. We don't like I don't know, and when the big questions come up, there isn't much of an appetite for saying, I don't know. So there's more of an appetite for storytelling and myth-making and perceiving agency behind things to say, there must be an explanation for this weather thing. It must be someone doing it. Someone must be doing this weather. Someone must have made the crops fail. Someone must have made that child sick. Someone must have done this and that and the other. And because we have this tendency to perceive agency, that has become an organizing principle in many cultures over time. But I don't think it's necessarily helpful, and I definitely don't think it's to do with sort of evolution as such. I think it's just.
But if we think about it, if there was no religion, how would the human evolve then? I don't think so. Humans would have evolved as if there was no religion, because religion did contain people. It did scare people, like let's say the Ten Commandments. You shall not unalive people. You shall not steal. You shall. So it did kind of contain them. Like, even though I'm an atheist, by the way,
sure,
but religion was very, very important part of evolution.
I don't think
because
it's a part of evolution, because most of human evolution happened before religion existed. So we're not that genetically different to our ancestors 150.
I don't think he means biological evolution.
No, not biological evolution. As in,
so I was misunderstanding you.
What do you mean by evolution? Not biological evolution.
Do you just mean survival?
Survival, exactly. So because they used to be like an animalistic behavior. So they used to grape little girls. They used to steal the sheep and cows. Now religion it's not evolving the religion at the moment, because if there's no religion right now, we would evolve even better if there's no religion right now.
Can you reference a time before religion? Because my understanding is human societies, we can only go back so far. I watched a documentary on it. It has to do with the rising tides. Like, a lot of human history is lost. I'm not aware of a time that people didn't believe in gods or what have you. So, like, what are you referencing historically of a time before religion when everybody was just offing each other? That would... If people were behaving in such an extreme way all the time, I don't think mankind would have even survived.
To be honest, I wouldn't know as well. But then the first god that human worship was the sun, because that it gives them daylight. So they didn't, not humans, I'll say the cave people. So they didn't know what the sun was. So they gave them a sense of light, so they can go hunting and all that. So when there was darkness, they used to be scared of darkness.
I'm not sure that's even true, though. Like, I don't think we. I mean, I'm not a I read up on a few things here and there, but there's lots of human beings evolved about 200,000 years ago, and so we don't have information that goes back and can trace the first anything, really. I mean, we find fossils of very early humans.
That's correct.
Yeah, but like, there's so much history that we don't have, or that is lost to the sea or what have you. It's hard to make big proclamations one way or the other about what mankind was like before anyone had any religious beliefs. I don't think we have any idea.
But don't you think religion was very important to human evolution? Or like, imagine if there was no religion, how would you think?
Human beings still have mirror neurons and can like genuine caring for like other people. It's an evolved trait, and still have to live in social cooperative societies. With or without religion, that's the case.
Well, we can agree to disagree, to be honest, because I think, because when Europe came into play, like Europeans, they did put religion of Christ's religion into the Europe followers. Like, they based on the morality of Christ's footsteps, didn't they? Like in Europe. And
I mean, yeah, I looked up one time and I can Google it again. I don't pretend to be a historian, but there were the first laws that were written down, I want to say, like 10,000 years ago. I could be off on that number, but I don't know on what basis you would think it's necessary for religion to promote morals, because people are going to have morals or not have morals, and then impose those morals into whatever religion they happen to
You're right.
believe in.
The way I think about it, like let's talk about Old Testament and then Muslims. There was polygamy. Like they were marrying so many women. They were getting, but then when I'm not defending any religion, but then let's think about Christianity. They did got monogamy, which they allowed to have more like of equal rights for men and women rather than polygamy. Like if you
there's no polygamy in the Bible.
In the Old Testament, 100%. Like what's King Solomon had like 900 wives, and other prophets had. So it did kind of introduce when it came to Christianity was monogamy, which it helped women's right as well, like because you can only marry one woman.
Yeah, and by the way, I think the morals in the Old Testament are absolutely monstrous and atrocious. But I don't know, how do you defend? So here's the thing: these are facts. We have mirror neurons. We have a biological capacity to feel empathy for each other. It's also a fact that we survive by living in cooperative societies. We're a social species. That even animals and other animals in the animal kingdom have examples of altruistic behavior, standards of behavior within their own groups, etc. So I don't see why we would need religion in order to, have rules of society and social norms, etc.
I like I said, I just believe we don't need religion at the moment because it's not making us evolve as rapidly, like without, because it's containing us. So I hope people get educated and then they don't believe in religion, any religion, like because any religion, it just puts you contained and you don't think and question anymore. But I also believe that religion was very very important part of evolution.
But the other thing is that there are social structures which aren't necessarily religious, right? So just like the social contracts, just rules within. We even see it in the animal kingdom, right? They don't have not religious, but you look in tribes of animals or groups of chimps have got these quite highly specific social structures within their groups. So they've got hierarchies, they've got conventions, they've got sort of rules about who gets access to what food when, and dominance hierarchies and privileges, and very severe penalties for members of the group that try to subvert that. And I just think that what we do is a bit like that. It's just a bit more complicated, and that yes, occasionally these things are framed in religious language, but quite often they're not, and they don't have to be. There are groups of people around the world who organize and defend their social contracts in non-religious ways. It just so happens that in our culture, religion has been a regular feature in lots of different places for a while, but it's not it's not forever. It doesn't go back forever, and I don't know. I'm not sure. I wouldn't say it has zero utility for groups of people at all ever, but I don't know. I think I still think it's being overvalued here.
Mm-hmm. No, but thank you, John. Thank you for bringing me up. That was just from my perspective how I think about religion. I just like I said, that's how it did give some, not the whole thing, but just the purpose of human evolution. That's what I think. But thank you for bringing just
Levi.
a different perspective, I guess.
All right, buddy. I'm sorry for massacring your name at the beginning as well.
No, all good. I do follow you all the time. I do enjoy listening to you, to be honest. Great work.
Appreciate it.
I hope people get educated into religion. And to the people that wrote, I'm not atheist, but I am atheist. I don't believe. I do like to study about astrophysics, and again, English is not my first language. I do speak Aramaic, by the way, Jesus' language.
Wow, good for you.
Yeah,
where are you from, if I may ask?
I'm
you
from
don't have
Iraq.
to say if there's a problem. Oh, from
no,
Iraq.
I'm from Iraq. I was born Christian. My parents are still religious. They don't like it the way I am atheist. They hate it.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so because you know in Iraq, there's 99% they Muslims and only 1% Christian.
Yeah.
So
I've been to Iraq 2 times.
Yeah.
Where you've been to Iraq?
Yeah, Baghdad both times.
Baghdad, yeah. We used to. So the Christians they used to live North Mosul, if you know that where that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Take it easy. All the best.
Bye.
Thanks. Okie dokie. Okay, got to read a few messages. And then we will take our next call, which will be Saint on the YouTube side. We'll take you in just a second. We have got 9 Ball Junkie. Thank you very much for the message and the super chat. I appreciate the tact you guys employ. I know it's not always reciprocated, but I believe it's the best way to argue against bad ideas. Appreciate you guys. Well, thank you very much. I think it's the best way to argue against bad ideas too. I think when people get too combative, then their message can actually be lost, and all other people see is the aggression, and you're less likely to reach people with what you're saying. So thank you for saying that. I appreciate it very much. Sloshy, well, good to see you. Always great to have Sloshy around. The odds Jesus Christ and John Cohen having the same initials are 1 in 676. Checkmate, atheists. That's brilliant.
What do they do? 26 times 26? Is that what they did?
I'm trying to think how that would work. It's going to be...
I can't do it in my head.
Yeah,
It's too late.
It's going to be the combination of both letters. So I suspect it might even be higher, but I'm not sure. Better mathematicians than me will figure it out. But thank you,
All right,
Steffi.
I'm going to do the math while you read the next one.
All right. Austin's Corner, thank you very much for the message and the donation. I really appreciate that. Attacking the rules that God creates and is powerless to change is a way for me to not get sidetracked from the point. That's often my main point. Attacking the rules that God creates. And yeah, exactly. Because God does have all of these, like, God comes across as a kind of helpless civil servant sometimes, with all these sort of theological bureaucratic requirements. Things, this has to be this way, and like he can't make an appearance because then that would do something to someone's free will, or can't do this and he can't do that. It's wild, crazy stuff. Cloud Pendragon, thank you for the message and the super chat. Really appreciate this. Love the streams. I'm glad I made it for one. Well, we're very glad to have you. Thank you very much indeed. It's amazing watching the audience grow. It's still very early days here for this channel and for this stuff, and I've been absolutely blown away by the support. We just passed 10,000 subscribers, by the way, on YouTube yesterday, and it's already above 10,500, so there's another 500 today. That's
You're
incredible.
really growing fast on YouTube.
Yeah, that's incredible growth. I'm quite humbled by it, but enthralled as well, and really, really appreciate the support. Is amazing. I love it. And it's lit a fire under me. I'm going to keep on going, and we're going to do this together. I'm really, really grateful. Monkey J 13. Is that YouTube caller, YT caller? Volume low. YouTube caller, volume low. Last callers, host volume. Okay, thank you. That was just a volume check. Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a bit weird trying to get the levels right. I'm going to work this out. Just some random dude on YouTube, our favorite person. Thank you for this. When it's something they like, you can say one verse and it's okay. But if they don't agree, then you have to say the whole surrounding chapter. Exactly. You have to give a lecture on everything that's come before and everything that's come after it, and it doesn't matter. The point is these inconsistencies stand, even if you don't read, a whole chapter before or a whole chapter after, or whatever it might be. This book is full of inconsistencies, full of nonsense, and full of horrible ideas, and none of that goes away by padding out the reading in one direction or another. It just doesn't. I will say again, I don't claim to be a scholar in this area. I don't claim to be enormously learned or wise. I know enough to be able to talk about these ideas and how they impact people, That's the thing I care about. For me, this isn't about being right. It's about helping people, and about helping people to look at things differently when the way they have been looking at it before hurts them or harms others. That's it. So, yes, there are people who know the text better than I do. I'm not going to apologize for that. And I'm always learning. I'm still always learning. I've got my Oxford Study Bible, and I sit with it. Sometimes have a coffee, and I'll just sit and read it. The notes and commentaries are amazing, and they give a perspective that you would never get from just reading the text on its own. But, I'm not Justin. I'm not at his level of erudition when it comes to this stuff. I'd like to think I bring some other things to the discussion, though, as well. And then we finally have two more. We've got Tim. So Adam got with Eve, and had Cain and Abel, who then got with, checks notes, Eve. I haven't heard this before. It's all a bit worrying, isn't it? Exactly what happened after the bit where the details run out and it all goes a bit quiet, and we're left to our own imaginations. It's not a great look for that family. Let's just say that. It's not a great look at all. And then we finally have from our very good friend, Real Jiffy Cones. Love you, buddy. Thank you. Here's my tithe to the Church of Puff. Well, Puff will be very, very grateful for that tithe. He will look on you fondly, and may you be reflected in his scales. So thank you very, very much for that. And we are now going to bring in, on the YouTube side, Saint. Let's see how this works. Hey, Saint, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Very well indeed. What do you think? We think God's a little bit silly. What's your view on this?
I think if you're going from a logical perspective, it makes sense to say something like that. But the whole message of the Bible is faith. So if you judge it by the system of like logic based off what we as human beings experience in our daily lives, it's never going to make sense. You can judge everything in the Bible from that standpoint, and it won't make sense.
Right. But does it make sense to embrace ideas that don't make sense? How is that any different from saying this stuff is all just BS?
I mean, the way I see it, when I first started, I was like, let's assume everything in this is true, and I don't have anything to lose by like playing that, or not playing that pretend game, but like I don't have anything to lose by seeing it out. And eventually I see something that seems a little bit like it might be true, and then I come across a place where I don't know like how this thing makes sense at all. But then I wait for a little bit. I'm just like, well, God is all powerful, God is all knowing, and I believe that I'm gonna believe that this is true. So assuming those factors, like, how do I make sense out of this thing? And it might take a week, it might take a month, it might even take a year, but eventually the point that I'm going for makes sense somehow. At least that's my experience. I feel bad for the people who have tried that and have not come to that point, who have saw something and then it didn't make sense to them and they never got an answer. And it's good to ask questions. It's not like you shouldn't be skeptical. I feel bad for the people who also have been like shied away from being skeptical. It's just,
aren't you putting the cart before the horse with your beliefs? Like it sounds like what you described, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you start with the conclusion that a thing is true, and then you try to make it make sense, and it may take you a long time to do it, and then you find a way to kind of fit the logic to where the square peg goes into the round hole. Shouldn't you just follow the evidence wherever it leads, and then just let it lead you there, whether you like the results or not?
I mean, yeah, that's the logical way based off how life works. But I'm saying, I mean, have you ever come across a math problem where your teacher told you the answer and you didn't know how he got to that answer? But at least you know that that's the answer. You can plug everything else in between, like, to find that answer. But now that you already have, like, the answer at the end, you can just find all the things out in between. But you have to believe that that's the answer.
But there's a difference there.
That's how...
Because in the case of mathematics, you can provide a rational justification for why that answer is the answer. You can literally start at first principles and derive the answer by going from step to step. Each step follows necessarily from the step before, and that's how you get there, and it makes sense. And when you survey it afterwards, you're like, yeah, okay, I get it. It didn't make sense to me before because I didn't understand the steps, but now I understand the steps. But in the case of the Bible, you said it at the beginning of the call, so much of this stuff just doesn't make sense, and it still doesn't make sense. There are contradictions, right? The Bible will say one thing in one verse and then a contradictory thing in another verse. And those two things cannot be resolved together. It's not like there's a lack of understanding. It's contradictory, right? It makes false claims about science. It makes claims about policy in one moment and then different policy in the other in another moment, even though the policy apparently comes from the same source. How do you sit with so much nonsensical contradictions and kind of nonsense?
For me personally, like I said, I came across a lot of things that I did not have answers to, and eventually, by just bulldozing with faith, like how much sense it doesn't make, like I just bulldoze through that and don't really worry about that or let that discourage me from finding out if this thing is true or not. Like eventually I find out the answers and enough pivotal revelations, and that's just like, it's enough for me to at least be like, well, this thing made no sense to me at all, and now it makes sense to me. So what's the chances that there's a lot of other things that'll make no sense to me that I'll eventually understand as I go along this journey? So that's why I continue on it personally. But I understand how that, like, it takes a lot more patience than just like following regular trial and error. Well, I tried it, and it's not working. So like, why continue?
I mean, from outside of that, from where I am sitting, that just sounds like you're talking yourself into accepting nonsense because you want it to be true, and you're making a sort of agreement with yourself to ignore the bits that don't add up and sort of tell yourself that something about them will make sense later or it won't, and that's okay. And like, I guess that's sort of all right if that works for you, but I couldn't live like that. I need things to make sense. If something doesn't make sense to me, if something is obviously contradictory, I can't. I don't have it in me to go, yeah, I'm sure it'll work out later. It'll be fine. I'm sure it's okay. I just can't do it. And I would be very worried if more people did that. Like, think about the people we trust to engineer bridges, or the people we trust to provide healthcare for the people we love, or fly the plane we're on, or, you know, create economic policy, or anything that's important in life, anything that has any significance or, you know, ramifications for the future. We don't want people doing the thing that you've just described. We want people being, as Sean said, led by evidence, led by reason, and then wherever that evidence and reason goes, that's where you end up. That's where you are. And then you make policy and you make your decisions based on that. That's what good decision making is. And bad decision making, if you ask me, what does bad decision making look like? I would describe the kind of process that you just described for how you relate to this text and to this thing, which is to sort of ignore the bits that don't work and kind of hope they're going to come out in the wash later and sort of be all right. And I don't know, it just feels to me a bit half baked and reckless.
I wouldn't say to completely ignore, like ignore the negative parts. You consider the negative parts, but you don't let that stop your process of figuring things out, is my point. And I would also like to say that I wouldn't think that my process is that destructive, because I feel like people like Einstein persisted on things that they did not know were there for sure until they found out those things, and now they're laws that we benefit from a lot today. And if they never persisted on that thing or believed that there was something there, they would have never found that out.
But there's a difference there's a difference between being a maverick and a visionary and persisting on something which might be counterintuitive to many others, and then following it through to the point of being able to rigorously figure out whether it does hold up or not, and then chucking it away if it doesn't, and standing by it if it does, if it's successful. That's the beauty of science. That's how science works, is we subject our own ideas to the most rigorous stress testing we can come up with, and we try to falsify them. And yes, there's a role for intuition in the process of that, but that's very different to kind of, this process that you described of sort of sitting comfortably in the stuff not making sense.
Yeah, but that's only temporary. It's a very long process. You can't just look at something over a couple of months or even years and then say that I've concluded about this whole book that was it took thousands of years to make that, and you're just concluding within your small lifespan that this is not valid.
But it's such
and I know that
obvious,
we don't have much time.
It's such obvious bullshit, though. I mean, do you believe that the creator of the universe really, really cares about who has sex with who?
I don't think that human beings would impose that on themselves if they personally, biologically, do we care for us to make a restriction that heavy on ourselves?
Well, yeah, I think some people do, because I think some people are really narrow-minded and bigoted, and they're reflecting their own personal ick about things and attributing it to the divine. So, for example, the laws against men being intimate with each other, and in the Old Testament, I think reflect the social ignorance of the people who made those laws, and then they said, well, we're gonna put those onto a god, and then we get to feel okay about ourselves. But yeah, I absolutely do think that they would. But more to the point, would the creator of the universe, who has created all life on Earth, in which same-sex attraction is quite a common thing throughout the animal kingdom, presumably God designed them that way, and then could have not designed them that way, and then has to pass laws, condemning the people who follow their own desires and love who they want to love in the way they want to do it, criminalizes that and makes it a capital crime that people need to be killed for. That's ludicrous.
One thing that you said earlier with the other person who came on was Jesus coming to abolish the law.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point to bring up now, or to clarify on my part. I think what people did was they focused more on the laws and not the heart behind the laws. And Jesus came to make it clear the heart behind the laws, the love that's actually behind the laws. People,
the
when
love.
you said that,
dude, those laws
I know
are hideous.
I know it doesn't look like that. It's not okay. It's not. I want to clarify also. It's not like I don't have a heart. It's not like I also don't feel compassion for my fellow human being when I look at things like this in the Bible and try to make sense out of them. But I believe that God loves them more than I love them. So if
he loves them
doing
that
that,
much, he just needs to have them stoned to death.
No. It's there must be a good reason why he's doing this. And it might be beyond our human comprehension.
It might be, but that's special pleading.
That's just when something doesn't. That's kind of a euphemism for this sounds like bullshit to me. I don't have a good explanation. So God works in mysterious ways. He's got some reason that's beyond my understanding.
No, it's only not that in my case, because I'm not willing to just leave it at that. I am willing to leave it at that out of respect for God. But I am faithful that he will give me an answer at some point, because I'm not coming at him like I'm entitled to an answer. If I never get an answer in my life, I'm fine with that. But I'm humbly seeking an answer. And most of the time, I do get an answer when it comes to these moral concepts that didn't make sense to me, and now they do.
Because, he's prescribing G-side, grape, slavery, things like that. And I just, you're kind of dogmatic. What answers have you come up with for those things?
Well, for genocide, and for the rape, I would just say that that's not that's just a misinterpretation. That's not the actual thing that's happening there. And slavery also is another misinterpretation. But for the genocide,
Let's look at
it might
slavery.
actually.
What's a misinterpretation in terms of slavery? What's being misinterpreted? God gave specific instructions to Israel about how fellow Israelites, how fellow Hebrews can be made slaves to pay off a debt, right, under indentured servitude. So they had a special legislative framework for that, which was like 6 years, and in the 7th year, the male slaves can go free, the women can't. And if the slave owner has given the male slave a family during that time, the man is free to go at the end of the 6 years, but his wife and children are still owned by the slave owner, which is a way of trapping the man for life, right? So that's for the Israelite slaves. But for the non-Israelite slaves, they don't have any rights. They can be bought and sold like cattle. They can be bequeathed to the slave owner's children. When the slave owner dies, they're passed on as his property. They can be beaten to death as long as they don't die within a couple of days of the beating. So you can't instantly kill them, but if you give them such a bad beating that they die a few days later from the injuries, that's absolutely fine because they are your property. This is slavery, dude. There's no other word for it. This is owning human beings as possessions. How is that okay? And how do you square that?
So I might have actually been mistaken on that one, and I have to look into that. I'm willing to take the loss on that part. I was under the impression that the indentured, like the one that you described for the Israelites, was the whole. Like,
No,
that's all that there was for the
Not
slavery.
at all. I'll show you right now. So after speaking about the Israelite slaves and the laws for those with the 6 years and all of that stuff, it then goes from, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, reiterating this again, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So the fellow Israelites, it was like a kind of work arrangement. They can work their debt off. This is proper, actual slavery. Every bit as bad as the slave trade we all know about. Every bit as bad as that. No better. Completely the same. Brutal. Absolutely horrendous. So, and you have to remember, this is a law from your God telling people, this is not just like, this is what people did in those days. This is your God telling people what to do. This is telling Israel what to do after having delivered them from slavery in Egypt, which, by the way, we now know never actually happened. That's just a myth. But after having delivered them from slavery in Egypt, so the story goes, it turns out that God didn't have a problem with slavery. He just had a problem with his people being slaves because he wanted to kind of own them himself. They're like his slaves, not for anyone else. So having brought them out of Egypt, one of the first things he does is teaches them and gives them the framework for having their own slaves. And it gets even worse because there's all sorts of other ways that you can acquire slaves under these laws. Like when you go to fight against a town, if they immediately lay down their arms, then they will become your slaves. And if they don't immediately lay down their arms, then you have to kill every single last man, and then you take the remaining survivors as kind of war booty. So you get the girls and the women and everything else that's left divided up as the spoils of war. This is disgusting, dude. This is horrible stuff. So you're going to have your work cut out for you if you're going to say to yourself, I know I'm going to get an answer to this one day. It's going to become clear what the explanation for this is. The explanation for it is that it is what it is, and it's morally grotesque.
I mean, I'm still willing to understand that from a higher perspective, but for now, I would say that you have this one. You have that one because I don't have an answer for that. right now.
I appreciate that. It's very gracious of you. And to be clear, I'm not looking for a debate win here. I'm looking to just make people think about this stuff differently, right? So go away and read up on it and read into it and read the apologetic responses and come back and share them with us. I'm genuinely interested to know what you think, because I'll tell you now, when you look into this stuff, you're not going to find anything that makes it morally more palatable or less problematic. You're not. Those things don't exist. So it's for you to make peace with that yourself and say, okay, well, am I prepared to worship a God that says it's okay to own human beings as property and, kill them when you want to and make sexual slaves of children, which is another thing he does. All of these things, it's brutal. And, you don't get these verses on the side of an inspirational mug at the church store. This is the stuff you don't get taught in the Sunday schools, but it's all there in the text. Anyone who can get through Deuteronomy without feeling ill by the end, I commend, because it's pretty gruesome. It's horrible. It's as an indictment on how human beings can organize in the worst possible way. So thank you for being gracious to speak to. I do appreciate it, especially after some of our previous guests who were not so much like that. You definitely showed them a thing or two. And I would say, read into it more, have a look at it. If you've got any questions, come back and, chuck them our way. Always happy to have a dialogue.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All right, my friend. Well, all the best. We're going to draw things to a close shortly here. So thank you very much indeed for being a really nice guest to talk to. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. I think I'll be coming back.
Look forward to it. Take care, friend. All the best. Okay. He was nice. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have one final guest on the YouTube side, so we will take this. Before I do, I just need to show you. This is our current members wall for the inner circle. Tim and Gordon and Drew and How to Push Back remain our inner circle members. I do really appreciate people who have taken up the memberships. It does help me to keep this all going. This is now a full-time job, so that kind of support is really, really much appreciated. It is a way to help the channel, the memberships, if you feel so inclined, and if not, that's also totally fine. But big shout out to those members, and I'm hoping that list will grow at some point, because my little plugin I made to display them looks much better when they scroll, but at the moment there's only 4, so they don't scroll yet. Okay, let's clear that call log. And we are going to get in our final guest. It looks like Sang, by the looks of it, over here. Hey, Sang.
Hello.
Okay. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. First time calling, sorry.
Hey, no problem.
So, yeah. I just found your channel few days ago, and I've been watching. Yeah. I'll be watching this. I do want to say that you do have pretty good approach compared to other people, or I don't want to compare, but the stuffs I've seen. You do engage with the colors with such a respect that I think is a better way to conveying, to continue on with the conversation. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous.
That's okay. No, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm not a theist. I'm more of an atheist at this point. So I don't really have so much to go on, because I don't really disagree to the fact that God is silly. I just really wanted to say this because, like, I really wanted to say something because I really resonated with your mission cause. Could I say that? Like,
yeah,
you religious trauma a lot.
Right? Yeah.
So I'm from Korea, and there's actually, like, Christianity isn't really as big in Korea, but we do like we do have a lot of people suffering from, well, like religious trauma in a sense. So, you know, it really touches me a lot. I have a Christian friend who has deep religious trauma because most of his family members aren't really Christian. So the thought of like eternal separation, not even mentioning the eternal suffering
Yeah.
for his family member, is very gruesome. And we had a long talk about that, like to our recent trip to Japan, and I think like what you do and what you say like to people, and kind of, you know, of course he would have to let go of his faith, but just by him knowing that there are people who do suffer from religious trauma would help him around a lot. I just wanted to say, so that's, I think you're doing a pretty good job, you know.
Thank you, Sang.
addressing the issues.
I appreciate that. What's shocking is how many people who do suffer the pain of religious trauma or religion related trauma and anxiety think they're the only ones. They don't realize how common it is, and how many millions of other people share that experience too. So one of the most powerful things is when people realize it's not just me. It's not just me. These are not just my own silly fears or my own silly, painful emotions. It's very, very normalizing and helpful for people to know that there are many, many other people who share that experience. And so anything I can do to spread awareness, you never know when someone's going to find out something you've said, or hear something, or someone will send a video on to someone or something like that. You never know exactly how far your reach will be when you're kind of putting stuff out online, and you just don't know who's going to get to hear it. So my hope is that it does get to people who need to hear it and need to realize they're not alone, they're not broken, there's nothing wrong with them, they're not bad, and they cannot be blamed for the experiences they have and the feelings they have and the struggles they have, and that many, many other people have been in the same place and are now in a better place. That's what we're trying to do. That's what this is really about. I say often, my stuff doesn't exist to attack religion, even though that's something I do. The main focus is really to legitimize non-belief, and to create that sense of acceptability and proud acceptability for just saying, no, that's not me. I'm not convinced by that stuff. I cannot be convinced by it. It's not a matter of choice. It's just how it lands for me. And to celebrate that and legitimize it, that's really, what we're about. So, thank you for your kind words and for calling in. We don't get to speak to many people from Korea, so that's a really nice change.
Oh yeah,
so thank you.
Yeah, like my religious trauma doesn't really come from Christianity. Like ironically, it really came from a Buddhist like comic book. My elementary teacher had that, and they have like one whole book of actual depictions of hell. It's more like Dante's Divine Comedy. Yeah, and people who get who get goes to hell, goes to suffering that are related to their like actions to like in human life, and it's not like lake of fire. Like,
wow. Well, I'm sorry that you had that. How old were you when you had that experience?
I was 8.
8. I mean, 8 is young, 8. Right? It's old enough that you're going to remember it from the rest of your life, but young enough that it's going to set in and involve your schema and your concepts as they're forming in your head. And that's a really vulnerable age to be telling kids stuff and frightening kids with stuff. So yeah, I'm sorry.
I didn't think Buddhism had hell.
Oh, Buddhism does have hell. Like the Buddhists like the mantra. I don't want to say mantra because I don't know the word. The Buddhist like teaching is that they have this karma thing and
Yeah.
the reincarnation, right? So
Yeah.
if you do some messed up things, you are also going to be reincarnated to the hell. There are like six like stages of things. One is the human thing. One is the like hunger thing, like where everyone is hungry, so they like rip each other off. That is not even the hell. There's a hell. There's a beast realm thing and stuff like that. And
wow, I didn't know that either, Sean. I didn't know that
No.
either. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a surprise to me. I mean, admittedly, I know very little about Buddhism. I know there's different sects with different beliefs, like Theravada.
Yeah, of course. Like I bet there are different beliefs within Buddhism, but what I understand is that, and also like you're praying to the Buddha to kind of like also help me to get out of this cycle, because like in Buddhism teaching, the life is like source of the suffering, and the suffering leads you to do more bad, questionable things, and you might get sucked into it. So you might want to get out of that cycle. So that's like the Buddhist like teaching. So like, help me, Buddha, to get out of this cycle. I think that's like the basic thing.
It sounds like you're out of the cycle now. so that's quite nice to hear that.
The overall Buddhist thing isn't really as that like, what do you call it, grueling, but you might get reincarnated as a dog, but if you do really bad things, you might not reincarnate as a dog.
You might come back as a pre-sub.
Yeah, but like it's a really fascinating thing. I wish I had more time to talk about, but it's funny. Yeah.
What part of South Korea are you in?
I'm in southern part, like near Busan or something.
Oh, okay.
It's a small town.
I was in at Camp Humphreys in Pyeongtaek.
Oh, Pyeongtaek, yeah. They have a army base there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Humphreys.
I would say thank you for your service.
No, you had to do your mandatory. Yeah.
Yeah, so every Korean goes through this. So yeah, So yeah.
Cool. Well, dude, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it, and for your kind words. And glad to hear you're doing okay, and looking out for people around you as well who might need that extra bit of help. Always feel free to point people in the direction of channels like this. Doesn't have to be mine, but there's so much good stuff around at the moment. So many good people putting good content out that can help people. So feel free to do that and keep in touch. Great to talk to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate your work. Thank you for
Thanks, man.
having me.
Pleasure. All the best. Take it easy. Thanks.
Take care.
You too. Okay, well, what a lovely last guest to end on from Korea like that. Fantastic. Really appreciate that call. Okay, I think that pretty much almost gets us to the end. I just have a few messages to read before we tie up for the night. So we have Chris Wyndham. Thank you very much for the donation and the message. Basically, the caller is saying, if you don't impose my theological bias on the text of Matthew, you will never understand it. This was our friend before, who was talking about resolving his understandings, his misunderstandings, I think. Embarrassing. I used to think that it's really silly on this side of it. Yeah, and of course, we can all feel embarrassed about the things we used to think that seemed sensible to us at the time, and now, in hindsight, don't. I've certainly got my fair share of that when I was younger. I used to believe all sorts of silly woo nonsense, and I feel a bit embarrassed about it these days. But then I think, well, that's what growing and learning is. Better that than to stay stuck in the old ideas. So, yeah, at least you moved on, Chris, and you're on the right side of things now, as you said. But thank you very much for that. Shane Strife, hi John, hi Sean. Have a great day, everyone. Well, that's the kind of message I like. straight into
You
the
too,
point.
Shane.
Yeah, thank you, and same to you, my friend. That's brilliant. Not complicated. Sloshy Whale again. The Christians said, "Get stoned." Now I'm wondering if you could throw a flashlight at the speed of light and then turn it on. Would it shine forward, or would it come back, cone back like a sonic boom of light? Yeah.
Do you get the reference there? Street Fighter, Guile, Sonic Boom.
Of course.
Through the boomerang of light, and yeah.
Well, one of us is on it with a cultural reference.
I'm 52 and I'm giving you all the pop culture references, although that is a very old video game in fairness there.
I do remember it. But yeah, well spotted, Sean. I would have missed that. Thank you, Sloshy. Appreciate that very, very much. And then the final message of the night, best in show, great shows, very educational. You have such a kind and thoughtful and respectful style of communicating. Well, thank you. That's really, really kind. We try. We try not to just be another pair of angry internet atheists, although I do sometimes get angry. But we do try to keep it respectful and talk about the ideas, not the people, and all of that good stuff. So with that, I think we're going to put a lid on this one. Thank you, as ever, to all the people I have to really thank. The fantastic, wonderful mods on both chats. I'll never, ever get bored of thanking you. You guys turn up for us time and time again, just ceaselessly. I really, really appreciate it so much. It's amazing to now see it happening on both platforms. See the same names coming back, the same kind of community building. I feel enormously proud to be part of such an amazing group of people. Really, really, really humbling and amazing. Sean, thank you, my friend, always for being such a stalwart and so reliable and so calm under fire and always so well judged with everything you say.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And so everyone,
thank you too, John, and all our friends.
Yeah, for sure. We will be back on Saturday night. So we'll do another night stream on Saturday. It feels like that's kind of how the routine is panning out. Day stream on Tuesday, evening streams on Thursday and Saturday, and then the odd extras when we can fit them in. It feels like that's going to be the pattern. I'm going to be working hard in the background to get this interactive believer bingo together. I'm absolutely determined to make this work.
I love the idea.
And so you guys will all be able to join in, and when someone hits one of the points, you're going to click it yourself. I'll get the notification, which basically just means trolls can't come in and just light the whole thing, whatever. It still has to be kind of signed off on, but I'll probably make it members on the YouTube side, but on the lowest tier, but not sure. I will figure it all out. But I'll keep you informed, and thank you again for everything, and see you on Saturday night. Cheers all.